Hi friends, in this particular video, I have recorded the solutions for all the questions that have come in the verbal VARC section of CAT 2023 for slot 1, slot 2 and slot 3. So all the RC questions, all the para insertion, para summary, para jumble questions, everything is going to be contained in this one video. So this is an extremely important resource to learn what kind of passages come in reading comprehension and for other VA questions, as well as for learning the right approach to solving them. We have seen over the past few CATs that most of the reading comprehension passages have been informative passages. So we have covered for every type of passage how you should actually approach the passage, what should be your strategy while reading, how you should actually read and understand the information that is given. Apart from this, I'd also like to tell all the students who are watching this video about all the free resources that Cracku gives to students who are preparing for CAT. So we have 3 completely free mocks for all students. These are completely free of charge and they are excellent mocks taken by thousands of students. So you will know exactly where you stand versus a lot of students nationally. The second free resource is previous year's papers. So every single previous year paper can be taken either as a mock or can be downloaded as a PDF. Apart from this, the third resource that is available completely for free are Cracku's revision videos. So in the revision videos, I have covered exactly how to solve questions from VARC, from LRDI, from Quant. Every single concept for CAT is covered in a matter of hours. So they are the most efficient way of preparing for CAT. So do check out Cracku's free resources. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Sayali Ma'am. In this particular passage, we'll be taking a look at a passage which is based on the idea of novels which are centered around the Indian Ocean. So the author says that normally when we had post-colonial literature, there was this particular template or world for a novel, but I have selected novels which essentially depart from that, and he calls these set of novels as the Indian Ocean novels. So let's take a look at the passage. We'll go paragraph by paragraph and then take a look at the questions. For early post-colonial literature, the world of the novel was often the nation. Post-colonial novels were usually concerned with national questions. Sometimes the whole story of the novel was taken as an allegory of the nation, whether India or Tanzania. This was important for supporting anti-colonial nationalism, but could also be limiting and land-focused and inward-looking. So, what happened post-colonial literature? So, basically after, say, India's independence or the independence of many of these colonies, you had post-colonial literature. So, Indians writing about India in English as such. So, post-colonial literature in many ways had a very limited worldview. So, when India wrote about after independence, when Indians wrote novels, the world of that particular novel would be India. They would essentially talk only about their own particular country. That was important for having this notion of India, especially after gaining independence. You wanted to have a notion of an independent India. It was important for anti-colonialism as such, to define a identity of your country as such. But what happened is that that would often be very limited in its worldview. You'd only consider that, okay, this is the limits of my country, I have to only talk about country. It was sometimes so the entire novel would be essentially about the identity of the country or an allegory for the country as such. But it was essential for the countries which became independent in the post-colonial times to essentially define themselves through those novels. So they were very, the entire world was that nation as such. So they were, but because of that, the scope became limiting. It was inward looking. So you were not open-minded about what is going on outside. You were looking only inwards as to how do I identify and define this country that has suddenly become like post the colonialism. You want to define an identity for yourself, right? So post-colonial literature, novels, world was often limited to the nation. And the drawback of this, while this was important in the post-colonial times to have the for anti-colonial nationalism, to have a sense of national identity, it was important. But there were limitations of it. The limitations was that this would be inward looking and land focused. So you are looking only at your geographical area, you don't care about what is happening outside of your geography. So while there was a need for it, while it is understandable why that happened, but there were limitations of it. My new book, Writing Ocean Worlds, explores another kind of world of the novel, not the village or nation, but the Indian Ocean world. The book describes a set of novels in which the Indian Ocean is the center of the story. It focuses on the novelists Amitav Ghosh, Abdul Razak Gurna, Lindsay Collin, and Joseph Conrad, who have centered the Indian Ocean world in the majority of their novels. Their work reveals a world that is outward looking, full of movement, border crossing, and south-south interconnection. They are all very different from colonially inclined Conrad to radically anti-capitalist Colin, but together draw on and shape a wider sense of the Indian Ocean space through themes, images, metaphors, and language. This has the effect of remapping the world in the reader's mind as it is as centered in the interconnected global south. Now, the author is essentially introducing another type of novels, which are he calls the Indian Ocean world novels. So these are not centered around a country. So these are not only centered around India or a village or a nation as such. These are essentially centered around the Indian Ocean and all the countries and geographies that are encompassed by the Indian Ocean as such. So here he mentions like the novelist Amitav Ghosh, Abdul Razak Gurna, all of these people have written in a way that so your novel is going to be set in some context, right? There'll be like some place or the background of the novel. Sometimes the background of the novel is a very small background, only a village, for example, Malgudi days. Or it can be a very big background. In the case of these novels, the background or the world of the novels is the Indian Ocean and all the areas of the Indian Ocean as such. Now, why is the author interested in these novels? What is the advantage of these kind of novels? The point is that these kind of novels are outward looking, and they look at the interconnections between all of these areas. So they understand the interconnections between different states, different places which are there in the Indian Ocean area. So this Indian Ocean area starts from like India, the Arab states, Africa, everybody. And so these kind of novels are not just looking at one nation or one village, they are looking at many of these places together and they are exploring the interconnectedness of these places. Now, why is this important? So the author says that the content of the novels can be very different. So some of them are colonially inclined, so that is sympathetic towards colonialism like Conrad, or those who are extremely anti-capitalist like Colin. So the content changes. But what happens is that when you focus on this area, you put the view at this area, this is the perspective on which you write, what happens is that you explore this south-south interconnection that happens. So south-south interconnection is basically you have global north, which is essentially US, UK and the western countries, and the global south, which is essentially South Asian countries, the Middle East and African countries. These are essentially poorer countries. These are called the global south. So basically when you have an Indian Ocean kind of a worldview, you are looking at the interconnectedness between the global south, because you have Africa, one coast of Africa for the Indian Ocean, the other coast is along Asia after passing the Middle East as such. So these novels, these are especially important because they explore the interconnectedness of the global south. They are outward looking. Okay, so because of this, the author feels that these are important because they have an effect of remapping the world in the reader's mind. For example, in the reader's mind, you have this idea about what a nation is or where countries are, but because this is now a different perspective, a perspective which is very rare. Either the perspective is that, okay, this nation is the only thing that I will care about and write about, so there is a very limited perspective, or there is this Eurocentricity or a Western centricity where you are looking at only at the global north as such. This is the first time you are looking at the global south as a whole and the interconnectedness of it. So a reader is for the first time being exposed to the connections between the global south, and this is changing the perceptions of readers about the global south. So this changes perceptions, which the author calls as remapping of the world as such. Now let's take a look at the next paragraph. The Indian Ocean world is a term used to describe the very long-lasting connections among the coasts of East Africa, the Arab coast and South and East Asia. These connections were made possible by the geography of the Indian Ocean. For much of history, travel by sea was much easier than by land, which meant that the port cities very far apart were often more easily connected to each other than much closer inland cities. Historical and archaeological evidence suggests that what we now call globalization first appeared in the Indian Ocean. This is the interconnected oceanic world referenced and produced by novels in my book. So here, why is the author essentially talking about the Indian ocean world as such? Why specifically the Indian Ocean world? So if you take, this is Africa, these are the northeastern states, and this is India over here, and this is East Asia, this is South Asia. So if you look at the Indian Ocean, this is connecting a large part of the global south to each other. So you have Africa connected, Middle East connected, India connected, South Asia connected, even East Asia connected. So because of this, what exactly is the author saying? The Indian Ocean is a huge connector of very different ports. Now the idea over here is that these ports were very interconnected in terms of transportability. So for example, you would think that, okay, most of the culture or interaction would be within, like, say, a country. For example, there would be a lot of interaction within India. But if you consider India land as such, the land mass is huge. So there would be within, it was easier to travel across the sea for some part of the early centuries rather than traveling inland, because of the ships were easier to navigate rather than travel inland as such. Without trains and all, the inland travel was actually harder than ship travel. And the impact of this basically was that ports were very well connected. So you might think that the port of Bombay is over here and there's East African port over here, and this distance is huge. But because of the ships, they were actually far closely connected than you would actually expect. So what you see is that there was globalization because of these interconnections of these ports. So all these kind of different ports along the Indian Ocean, they were interconnected. There was a exchange of culture, and they were more easily connected than inland cities as such. So there is historical and archaeological evidence showing that globalization first appeared in the Indian Ocean. So here the author is essentially saying that why is this Indian Ocean worldview important? Because essentially this Indian Ocean is a connection, or shows a connection of the interconnectedness of the global south. And the global south is actually where the globalization first started, because the global south, the ports were very well connected through the Indian Ocean, and that is basically where the interconnectedness between these different parts first started. So when you have novels which are based in these kind of worlds, it is very interesting, because this is for the first time you are realizing that so many things, actually these places were so interconnected and influencing each other, and globalization actually started over here. There was clearly a interconnectedness and exchange of culture and ideas across this kind of places as such. So now you get to see why the author is essentially putting so much emphasis on the Indian Ocean world as such. So this is basically the interconnected oceanic world referenced and produced by the novels in my book. For their part, Ghosh, Gurna, Colin and even Conrad reference a different set of histories and geographies than ones most commonly found in fiction in English. Those commonly found are mostly centered in Europe or US, assume a background of Christianity and whiteness, and mention places like Paris and New York. The novels in my book highlight instead a largely Islamic space, feature characters of color and centralize the ports of Malindi, Mombasa, Aden, Java and Bombay. It's a densely imagined, richly sensory image of a southern cosmopolitan culture, which provides for an enlarged sense of place in the world. So here what is the author saying? Why is this important to actually see this? So if you see literature, especially fiction till now, so the mainstream literature or fiction which is common as such, this is basically about US and the Europe. This is focused on US and Europe. All your characters are from US and Europe. They are predominantly white. So they have their ideas, they are Christian. So if you look at the literature that you mostly read, you are looking at things from the perspective of a white person who is in the US and UK. You are talking about life in Paris and New York. You are not really looking at many of these people of color who are Indians, Africans and Middle Eastern people, who essentially were never featured in the literature, because the literature was written by white guys living in these countries. So in the common fiction novels that the author is referring to, as like mostly what we see, the protagonists are from US and Europe, they are white, they are Christian, and that is essentially their worldview. On the other hand, in the Indian Ocean world, the focus is on Africa, Middle East and South and East Asia. So we are now looking at people of color. So these are not white people. So essentially people of color are the focus of the stories. The stories are told from their perspective. This is mostly Islamic space. So basically there is a change in the religious and cultural background which is essentially explored in these novels. You do not essentially explore the common cultural and religious background that was explored in most of the literature. The background or social or cultural or religious background of the Indian Ocean world novels is very different. The people are not white, they are not Christian, they are from a different region and have different cultures. So that is why you are essentially looking at a underrepresented set of people. While most literature represents this US Europe white Christian people, this set of novels essentially shows or brings to light an underrepresented source of people, because people never really saw people of color much in literature. They would never be the protagonist, they'd never be the hero. Most of the culture or most of the books were written with this white perspective. So this is therefore a huge departure from what you read generally. This remapping is particularly powerful for the representation of Africa. In the fiction, sailors and travelers are not all European. African as well as Indian and Arab characters are traders, nakhodas, dhow ship captains, runaways, villains, missionaries and activists. This does not mean that the Indian Ocean Africa is romanticized. Migration is often a matter of force. Travel is portrayed as abandonment rather than adventure. Freedoms are kept from women and slavery is rife. What it does mean is that the African part of the Indian Ocean plays an active role in its long, rich history and therefore in the wider world. So the author says that for the most of the time you have these white protagonists, white character as such. But here the focus is on African and Arabs and Indians, etc. So the focus is on characters which are essentially non-white, non-European, and they are not romanticizing Africa, they are not romanticizing any part of this world. So they are not saying that, okay, everything was hunky-dory, now we are going to show you this kind of romanticized, fictionalized version of what happened in Africa or in India, etc. This is not romanticized. But what is the good part of this? Why is it important that you see these people of color and see their stories and hear stories from their perspective? So for the first time you are looking at them not just as side characters but as main characters. They are traders, nakhodas, runaways, villains, missionaries, activists. So they are playing a huge number of, like, your understanding of them is much deeper over here than you would when when all of literature was focused from the white perspective. You would have no idea about these people as such. So here the situation is not romanticized, but for the first time it actually is getting to play an active role in the storytelling. You are getting to see people you would not normally see in novels, in these kind of novels. So their active role in the literature, in fiction, and it is basically you are essentially highlighting people, you are raising awareness about people, you are bringing people and stories that are not often shared into the limelight as such. So this is basically the author is saying that while mostly that the characters of other literature are like white and Christian, here for the first time there is representation of non-white people, especially from Africa, from India, from Arab countries, etc. So it's not being romanticized. They are not saying that Africans are like nothing is wrong in Africa, or there's nothing wrong, or there is forced migration, there's slavery, there are many things which are depicted in the novels to show the how life actually is. But at least the life is being depicted over here. Otherwise, you are like largely ignoring this population as such. So for first time, Global South is actually getting recognition and highlighted. So it is being highlighted as such. So if you take a look at the entire passage in entirety, it is about the Global South interconnectedness which is explored in the Indian Ocean world novels. Normally you have these novels which were in post-colonial literature, you would have novels which were very focused on a particular nation. So after independence India, after independence Tanzania, only like very focused on one particular nation as such. But the author says that I want to look at novels which are essentially not limited to a nation, but are looking or set the context as the Indian Ocean as such. And why does he do that? Because those kind of novels will be outward looking. They'll be looking at the interconnectedness between the different ports that are there in this particular part. And especially because this part is the global south. So any kind of cosmopolitanism there, any kind of globalization there is of interest, because these are underrepresented people. And the author says that for the first time you have people from Africa, Asia and Arab states being shown in detail, being represented for first time, being highlighted for first time. So this is the point of why the author has essentially chosen these set of novels which show the global south, the interconnectedness of the global south, an authentic version of characters from the global south as such. So now that we understand what the passage is about, let's take a look at the questions. Which one of the following statements is not true about migration in the Indian Ocean world? The Indian Ocean world's migration networks connected the global north with the global south. No, the Indian Ocean world's migration networks were connecting global south with global south. It is the interconnectedness of the global south as such, south to south connection. It is not north to south connection. So this is clearly incorrect. The interconnection network of the Indian Ocean was connecting global south to other parts of the south. So it is interconnectedness of the global south. East Africa, Asia, Middle East, South Asia, all of these are part of global south. There is no global north over here. Global north is like West Europe and US, which is not connected to the Indian Ocean. So A is incorrect. Geographical location rather than geographical proximity determined the choice of destination for migrants. This is true. It has been said that ports were actually far more interconnected to each other than inland cities were. So it was not proximity which was deciding how connected you are, but rather the where the particular location is. So if a port which is on the coast, if different ports which were on the coast were much better connected than, though they were further apart, than a port and even an inland city or two different inland cities. So this is true according to the passage. So I would say we are asked which of these is not true. So A is not true. So A would be the answer. This is true as per the passage. So A would be the answer. The Indian Ocean world's migration networks were shaped by religious and commercial histories of the region. The author has said how the religious and commercial history of this region is very different from that of other fiction novels. So for other fictional novels, you would have Eurocentric views, you would have white Christian views as such. Here you would have a largely Islamic space, you would have people from the global south, from Africa, Middle East, South Asia, East Asia, etc. So here the author is exploring how these novels were influenced by the specific context of the fact that they were written in a non-Christian space and written in an area with a very different culture as such. So Indian Ocean migration networks were shaped by these religious and commercial histories. They were essentially shaped, the migration was often a matter of force, freedoms were kept from women, slavery was rife, and many times the author has said that it actually, the colors, characterizations, all of these played a huge role in the migration of people. So it was a southern cosmopolitan culture with a enlarged sense of place. So essentially this was the migration networks were based on interconnection of the global south, and it was influenced by the religious and social and commercial aspects of this particular region. So this is also true. So C also can be eliminated. Migration in the Indian Ocean world was an ambivalent experience. This is also true. Ambivalent basically means not entirely positive, not entirely negative. So it is not entirely positive because there was slavery, there was forced migration, travel was often abandonment than adventure. So there were negative aspects also. Positive aspects were that it was a cosmopolitan culture. There was trade, there was relationship across port cities, there was interconnectedness. So it had both positives as well as negatives, which means that this was an ambivalent experience. So A would be the right answer. The second question is, on the basis of the nature of the relationship between the items in each pair, choose the odd pair out. Indian Ocean novels outward looking. So the author is saying that his Indian Ocean novels are outward looking. It is full of border crossing, all of this. It is showing a broader picture of the entire region rather than being limited to one particular nation. So this is true. These Indian Ocean novels are outward looking. So this is true as such. This is a true association between the novel and the characteristic. Post-colonial novels, border crossing. This is not true. Post-colonial novels, there was no border crossing. It was inward looking. It was limited to a nation. There was no border crossing as such. Border crossing was there in the Indian Ocean novels. So this is a false combination between the novel and a characteristics. Indian Ocean world and slavery. The author has said the Indian Ocean world was not a perfect world. There were many things, including forced migration and slavery. So this is also a true characteristic of the world as such. So I'd say this is a true combination of place and characteristic, or like theme and characteristic. Post-colonial novels, anti-colonial nationalism. This was a feature of post-colonial novels. It was important for supporting anti-colonial nationalism. So in a way, the characteristics of post-colonial novels actually supported this. So this is essentially a feature or a result of the post-colonial novels. So even these two are related to each other. So only B is a pair where post-colonial novels are not related to border crossing. So B would be the right answer. The third question is, all of the following statements, if true, would weaken the passage's claim about the relationship between mainstream English language fiction and the Indian Ocean novels, except. So we want to see which wouldn't weaken. The depiction of Africa in most Indian Ocean novels is driven by post-colonial nostalgia for an idyllic past. So post-colonial nostalgia for an idyllic past is basically you are harping back to an era which did not, which has long gone as such. But that is not the case. So basically you are saying, the author was saying that if you look at the Indian Ocean novels, they are showing the rich history and realistic life of people who actually lived there. So it was bringing these guys, or it was highlighting their lives. It was bringing them into, they gave them an enlarged sense of place in the world. Essentially, they played an active role in the rich history and therefore that of the wider world. So essentially what is being mentioned in the last two paragraphs, that Africa was being brought onto the center stage. It was being shown in a better light. It was being shown to the world. If A is true, then the Indian Ocean novels were not really highlighting the real Africa or the real global south as such. It was not showing their rich history and interconnectedness. It was instead showing something which was not there. If there was post-colonial nostalgia and that was actually affecting the depiction, then the Indian Ocean novels would not be a good source of actually highlighting Africa, right? If there was a distortion in how Africa was represented, the author would not agree that these are a good depiction of or bringing highlighting Africa as such. So this does weaken the author's claim. The depiction of Africa in most Indian Ocean novels is driven by an Orientalist imagination of its cultural crudeness. Orientalist imagination is basically a Western European imagination of Asia. So basically how whites look at non-whites. So if the Indian Ocean novels are written from the perspective of whites looking at non-whites, and that is the perspective they've been, so this will definitely not be a perspective where you highlight the rich cultural history of the region. You'll in fact be highlighting all these negative stereotypes that are there about Asia, about like Eastern Africa, etc. So this is the opposite of what is given in the passage. The passage, the author is very happy that in these novels you are giving the global south its due. You are giving the, you are highlighting the global south, especially Africa as such. If this is true, in fact, it is humiliating the global south. If B is true, then the Indian Ocean world would not be doing the global south any favor. It would actually be humiliating it. So B, if true, is actually going to weaken the author's arguments. Very few mainstream English language novels have historically been set in American and European metropolitan cities. Now, if this is the case, then the authors claim that there was a whiteness, Eurocentric view. All these things were like set up in like Paris or New York, and the characters were white Europeans. That claim essentially is rejected if very few of them were actually settled, or very few of them were set in Europe and America. Then you can't really say that, okay, the Indian Ocean novels are very different because they're set far away from that. If that was, the point was that why is Indian Ocean novels, why is this particularly remapping the ideas of Global South? Because you had these ideas that were set from the Western point of view. Now, because you see these kind of novels, your idea of the Global South will be changed. Now, if C is true, then there was no predominantly white European idea that was shown in literature. So, if C is true, then the author's point is weakened. Most mainstream English language novels have historically privileged the Christian white male experience of travel and adventure. If this is true, this is actually in line with what the author is saying. See, the author is saying that the Global South members, that is Indians, Arabs, Africans, were never really showcased or highlighted in the European literature or English literature. They were essentially side characters. These Indian Ocean novels are firstly bringing these guys into the limelight. They are putting a spotlight onto the rich culture of this area, and they are essentially highlighting them as the complex characters that they are. It's not essentially like romanticizing that area, but it is showing that area. It is giving a place in the wider world to this area. So the author is saying that, okay, good, like we are finally getting highlighted. These guys are finally getting their place in the sun. If D is true, it is actually supporting the idea, because the author is saying that predominantly who is essentially highlighted in English literature, it is the white Europeans, Christians who are highlighted. So D, if anything, actually supports the author's assertion. It does not weaken it. So D is the right answer. The last question is, all of the following claims contribute to the remapping discussed in the passage except. Remapping is basically correcting old preconceived notions. So the preconceived notions were basically because you were only looking at the white perspective. You were looking at how white people looked at Asia and Africa. The remapping occurs when you actually show the Indian Ocean novels and you show stories which are based in the Indian Ocean and are influenced by the rich culture and history of this area. So then you change your perspective about these areas because your ideas about are corrected. So suddenly you realize that, okay, the Indian Ocean world was very interconnected. Globalization actually started here. These people were able to travel, and there was cultural interconnectedness between these kind of cities. So essentially, this remapping or changing of perceptions is what the author has discussed in the passage. So let's take a look at the options. Indian Ocean novels have gone beyond the specifics of national concerns to explore rich regional past. This is also contributing to the remapping because you are suddenly not having only a national view. So you are not only looking at India, but rather you are looking at the role played by India in this entire global South region. So it is going to change, or rather going to make your perspective on this region better. It is going to help you correct many of the inconsistencies or like incorrect beliefs. So remapping is being, this does help remapping. The world of early international trade and commerce was not the sole domain of white Europeans. No, they were not the only travelers and sailors. There were Arabs, Africans and Indians who were travelers and sailors, and this will change your preconceived notions. So this information will also change your preconceived notions. So this is something that would do remapping. Cosmopolitanism originated in the West and traveled to the East through globalization. If this is true, that this is an idea borrowed from the West and brought to the East, it would actually not really remap your idea. Your idea is just that, right? Your belief that these are the global South is the poorer areas, the global North is the richer areas, everything good started over here and that flew into South. So all the ideas of global North were exported to global South. That is the current preconceived notion. C actually is in line with the preconceived notions, incorrect preconceived notions, if I might add. The author is actually explaining how the global South was not something where there was no interconnection. In fact, globalization started in the global South. There was cosmopolitanism in the global South. So it was not that they imported it from anywhere else. This is the culture. If you understand the culture and history of this area, you will understand how these guys were also very developed at that point of time. So C would be one which would actually not contribute to the remapping, but it would actually bolster existing preconceived notions. The global South as opposed to the global North was the first center of globalization. This is also given as something that would remap your existing preconceived notions. So D also can be eliminated. C is the right answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Sayali Ma'am. In this particular video, we have the following passage that is given. Many human phenomena and characteristics such as behaviors, beliefs, economies, genes, incomes, life expectancies and other things are influenced both by geographic factors and by non-geographic factors. Geographic factors mean physical and biological factors tied to the geographical location, including the climate, the distributions of wild plant and animal species, soils and topography. Non-geographic factors include those factors subsumed under the term culture, other factors subsumed under the term history, and decisions by individual people. So the author is saying that if you consider most human phenomena and characteristics, for example, migration of people, the decision of what you wear, what you eat, etc. So human phenomena can be explained on the basis of two types of factor. One are geographic factors and non-geographic factors. The author explains what are geographic factors. So those are physical factors and physical and biological factors that are tied to the location as such, tied to the location, the geography, the topology, the animals that are there, etc. And non-geographic factors are basically those that are under history, culture and individual decisions. So human phenomena are mostly determined by these two factors. The differences between the current economies of North and South Korea cannot be attributed to the modest environmental differences between them. So if you look at North Korea, it is extremely underdeveloped, the economy is not great. South Korea is extremely developed, the other extreme. And the difference is not because of any geographical change. They would have mostly the same geography, the same climate, the same like coastline, etc. So there isn't much geographical difference between the two Koreas. But why is there such a huge difference between the two Koreas? Because of their governance, because of their history, because of who is governing them as such. So the differences between the Koreas can be entirely explained by the non-geographic factors. So Korean difference is entirely non-geographic. They are instead due entirely to the different government policies. At the opposite extreme, the Inuit and the other traditional peoples living north of the Arctic Circle develop warm fur clothes but no agriculture, while the equatorial lowland peoples around the world never developed warm fur clothes but often did develop agriculture. See, now this difference between the two Koreas is entirely non-geographic. But if you consider the difference between the Inuits, that is the people who live in igloos in the Arctic Circle as such, versus the equatorial tribes. So equatorial tribes basically means those African tribes or those living within in and around the equator as such. They would have very hot climate, they would also have agriculture. So the difference between these two is almost entirely geographic. Why is it entirely geographic? So the clothes that they wear is entirely dependent it is entirely determined by the climate they have. The Inuits have to wear warm fur clothing because they are in the Arctic, they are in freezing weather. The equatorial tribes do not need warm weather clothes because they will never face like that kind of icy extreme as such. The Inuits cannot do agriculture because they are living in an iceland, so they won't be able to farm. They will be able to fish but not farm. On the other hand, the equatorial tribes will have a lot of agriculture because they can farm. So here the difference between these two set of people is almost entirely geographic. The explanation is straightforwardly geographic rather than a cultural or historical quirk unrelated to geography. Aboriginal Australia remained the sole continent occupied by only hunter-gatherers and with no indigenous farming or herding. The explanation is biogeographic. The Australian continent has no domesticable native animal species and few domesticable native plant species. Instead, the crops and domestic animals that now make Australia a food and wool exporter are all non-native, mainly Eurasian species such as sheep, wheat and grapes brought to Australia by overseas colonists. So if you look at Australia, if you try to ask why did Australia remain a hunter-gatherer colony while the Aboriginal people were there was no farming, there were only hunter-gatherers and foragers. Why was that? It is biogeographic. It is biogeographic because of its isolation. It was not able to access the same resources, and biology also determined because they had no domesticable animal species and no real domesticable plant species also. So biogeographic factors essentially determine the human phenomenon that were visible or that was seen in Australia before the colonization. After colonization, whatever you are seeing is because of the colonization process where they transported the plants and the seeds, they transported the livestock, etc. So what you see now in Australia is post-colonization. What you saw before in Australia was entirely explainable by the biogeographic factors. Today, no scholar would be silly enough to deny that culture, history and individual choices play a big role in many human phenomena. Scholars don't react to cultural, historical and individual agent explanation by denouncing cultural determinism, historical determinism or individual determinism and then thinking no further. But many scholars do react to any explanation involving some geographic role by denouncing geographic determinism. Now here the author is essentially coming to his main grouse. So he's basically said, see, look, there are factors, if you see the phenomenon that are there are geographic factors and non-geographic factors. Now the author comes to his main grouse. What is his main grouse? His main grouse is, when you consider non-geographic factors, these non-geographic factors are considered valid by scholars. Nobody is denouncing whenever you say a non-geographic factor is responsible. The history of the place is responsible for its like food habits or etc. If you say that, okay, Vietnam's long history is responsible for its farming habits, what it farms, nobody is going to say, okay, this is historical determinism. Nobody is going to denounce it in any way. But you do the same thing by saying that, okay, its farming practices are because of its geographical factors. All scholars would be like, no, no, that is geographic determinism. You should not say that. So the author is saying that why are they denouncing geographic factors when such kind of opposition is not given for non-geographic factors? This is his main grouse as such. So non-geographic factors valid while geographic invalid, or their geographic factors are denounced as determinism. So this the author does not understand or appreciate as such. Several reasons may underlie this widespread but nonsensical view. One reason is that some geographic explanations advanced a century ago were racist, thereby causing all geographic explanations to become tainted by racist associations in the mind of many scholars other than geographers. But many genetic, historical, psychological and anthropological explanations advanced a century ago were also racist. Yet the validity of newer non-racist genetic explanations is widely accepted today. So the author is trying to identify reasons why people have such antagonistic view towards geographical explanation of human phenomenon. So the first view is that previous geographical explanations or geographic explanations were racist, and this has tainted geographical explanations in the mind of some scholars. So this has tainted that field. But the author says that this is not right, because many of the cultural explanations and individualistic explanations and historical explanations were also racist as such. So for example, if you were trying to explain the food habits, many people had these racist stereotypes about the history of people or the culture of people. So the racist tainting was there for the non-geographic factors also, for anthropological factors also. But here today you actually consider those factors valid. So the author feels that dismissing the entire geographical factors explanation study on the basis of its racist past is unfair. Consider the next one. Another reason for reflex rejection of geographic explanations is that historians have a tradition in their discipline of stressing the role of contingency, a favorite word among historians, based on individual decisions and chance. Often that view is warranted, but often too that view is unwarranted. The development of warm fur clothes among the Inuit living north of the Arctic Circle was not because one influential Inuit leader persuaded another Inuit in 1783 to adopt warm fur clothes for no good environmental reason. So the second reason is given is of contingency, where historians love contingency, and the author says that that is basically making them bias towards these non-geographic factors rather than geographic factors. So contingency basically means what? Contingency means that it was because this one individual suggested it that the entire course of history changed. They have a tendency to do that because it's dramatic. It's okay, like I have understood history, it was this one person who has changed the course of history, and they have a tendency to do that. Now, because they have a tendency to do that, they try to inflate the individual factors that I explain, or individual explanations of human phenomenon. And when they try to inflate the role of individual explanations of human phenomenon, they try to dismiss or devalue the role of geographic phenomenon. But the author says that clearly this makes no sense. If you look at some phenomenon, it was not that one person suddenly thought that I should have warm furry clothing. If you are living in the Arctic, obviously everybody will think that I should have warm furry clothing. I should have some way of protecting myself from the elements, and it was not the brainwave of one person or the decision of one person that changed the course of history. So the author says that this tendency or this bias also makes them dismiss geographical explanations. Then consider the next one. The third reason is that geographic explanations usually depend on detailed technical facts of geography and other fields of scholarship. Most historians and economists don't acquire that detailed knowledge as part of their professional training. So another reason that he gives is lack of technical knowledge required for understanding geographic explanations. Since they do not have expertise in that particular area, they dismiss those explanations. So essentially the author is having a valid grouse against the dismissal of geographic explanations. He says, why are you dismissing them out of hand? And then he gives three reasons and essentially counters each reason. That they say, okay, they were tainted by racism, but so were other factors tainted by racism. They were, it is contingency, people love contingency, but this is a nonsensical bias as such. You should not think of a contingent view for every explanation. And the third one is that they just don't have the knowledge. It's basically the author is a geographic person who believes in geographical explanations, and he is not happy with the historians dismissing geographical explanations of human phenomenon. And he gives reasons as to why they do it, but you can see that he is not happy about it. So essentially, you can understand the feelings of the author. He has a particular point of view, and he is arguing for it, and he is arguing against a prevalent behavior among the historians. So now that we understand what the passage is about, let's take a look at the questions. All of the following are advanced by the author as reasons why non-geographers disregard geographic influences on human phenomenon, except their lingering impressions of past geographic analysis that were politically offensive. This is the racism reason. So racism reason is given. So this is given. Belief in central role of humans unrelated to physical surrounding in influencing phenomenon. This is the contingency reason, the individualistic reason. This is also given. Disciplinary training, which typically does not include technical knowledge of geography. This is the third reason, which is the lack of technical knowledge reason. So also given. Dismissal of explanations that involve geographical causes for human behavior. Now dismissal, they do this. The question is, which of the following is not given as a reason for this behavior? This is the behavior, and the author gives 3 reasons for this behavior. But this is just giving the behavior rather than the reason behind it. So D is the right answer. The author criticizes scholars who are not geographers for all of the following reasons, except the rejection of the role of biogeographic factors in social and cultural phenomena. This he says that this is wrong, it's a nonsensical view. Their outdated interpretations of past cultural and historical phenomenon. This he does not criticize. He says that the past phenomenon of cultural and historical phenomenon were also racist and outdated, and nobody considers them valid anymore. So he also does not really consider them valid. So this is not true. He does not criticize them for this. He says that they consider those racist, even I consider them racist, but he's not saying that, okay, they are having outdated views. Nobody here has outdated views. He's not accusing them of having outdated views as such. So B would be incorrect. The importance they place on the role of individual decisions when they study human phenomenon. This is given. The historians love the word contingency, a favorite word among them, and how they overemphasize this. So this is also given as a form of criticism. Their labeling of geographic explanations are deterministic. This is also given at the start of it, where he says that nobody calls cultural determinism historical determinism. Then why do you say this is geographic determinism? So this is given. Only B is not correct. So B is the right answer. The third question is, all of the following can be inferred from the passage except individual diktat and contingency were not the causal factors for the use of fur clothing in some very cold climates. This is very clearly spelled out that it was not one person who decided, or it was not like individual who decided to use fur clothing. Geographic factors determine this behavior. So this is true. Agricultural practices changed drastically in the Australian continent after it was colonized. This is also true. The colonists brought in different types of wheat, etc., and different types of animals and livestock. So this did drastically change, because before the colonization, they were only hunter-gatherers as such. They were not farming in that sense, because they did not have the domesticated plants or animal species to do that. So B is also given. So B can be eliminated. While most human phenomena result from culture and individual choice, some have biogeographic origins. This is also given that there are, no, this is basically what is given is that some human phenomena result from culture and individual choice, while some have biogeographic origins, while some have pure geographic origins. This most is incorrect. Most is not from individual or cultural this. The author is saying that, okay, there's geographic and non-geographic. He's not saying that most are from non-geographic. If you take a look at the author's, the emphasis actually, the author's emphasis is that geographical reasons are also valid. They are also there. So this is incorrect. Saying while most is non-geographic is incorrect. The author makes no such assertion. So this would be incorrect. Several academic studies of human phenomenon in the past involved racist interpretations. This is true. The author says that there were anthropological studies, historical studies, all of these had racist elements, and so did geographical studies. So he is admitting to this. So D is incorrect. C is the correct answer. The last question is, the examples of the Inuit and Aboriginal Australians are offered in the passage to show. These are examples of where there is a clear geographical explanation for the behavior. So that's why it is given. Human resourcefulness across cultures in adapting to their surrounding. This might be a point being made by that, but that is not the reason why he has used the examples. The examples are to show that in some cases, geographical factors are clearly, straightforwardly the reason. So this is incorrect. How physical circumstances can dictate human behavior and cultures. This is the answer. Physical circumstances here is a word used in place of geographical factors, and how geographical factors can dictate human behavior. So this is exactly the reason why those particular examples were taken. So B is the right answer. That despite geographical isolation, traditional societies were self-sufficient and adaptive. Nothing of this sort is given at all in the passage. So C is straightforwardly we can eliminate it. How environmental factors led to comparatively divergent paths in livelihoods and development. So basically this has nothing to do with divergent paths. The author is basically saying that geographical factors almost entirely explain their behavior. So D also can be eliminated. B is the right answer.
We at Cracku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as XAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In front of us is a fairly easy reading comprehension passage which was there in CAT 2023 in slot 1. This is an informative passage. You have a lot of information. The point is that you should not get bogged down by the information. Look at it, make a note that that information is there and move on. The questions are also simple and objective. So the entire RC set is basically very easy to solve as long as you refer to the right source of information and then solve the set as such. So let's take a look at the passage. We'll go paragraph by paragraph and then take a look at the questions. Residents of Lozère, a hilly department in southern France, recite complaints familiar to many rural corners of Europe. In remote hamlets and villages with names such as Le Bécon and Le Bécon View, mayors grumble about a lack of local schools, jobs, or phone and internet connections. Farmers of grazing animals add another concern, the return of the wolves. So like in Lozère, like other smaller villages and smaller rural areas, the complaints are similar. Similar complaints. But there is an additional complaint as such. What is that? Farmers complain about the return of the wolves. So this is a new complaint. Eradicated from France last century, the predators are gradually creeping back towards to more forests and hillsides. The wolf must be taken in hand, said an aspiring parliamentarian, Francis Palombi, who when pressed by voters in an election campaign early this summer. Tourists enjoy visiting a wolf park in Lozère, but farmers fret over their livestock and their livelihoods. So the farmers are actually worried about the return of the wolf. So the wolf went extinct or basically got eradicated and is now back as such in parts of rural France. Eradicated but now back, and farmers are worried. Farmers are worried about their livestock as such. What is livestock? Basically, the farmers have sheep and they have goats, and they are worried that these wolves are going to eat them. So they are facing economic losses because of the return of the wolves. So they are essentially telling their parliamentarian, they are trying to pressurize people to take the issue at hand. They are trying to ask them to control the wolf population. So now let's take a look at the next paragraph. As early as the 9th century, the royal office of the Lupari, wolf catchers, was created in France to tackle the predators. Those official hunters and others completed their job in the 1930s when the last wolf disappeared from the mainland. Active hunting and improved technology such as rifles in the 19th century plus the use of a poison such as strychnine later on caused the population collapse. So the Lupari, or the house or the office of wolf catchers, successfully did its job, okay. So by 1930s, the wolf population had collapsed because of the advances in technology and advanced hunting measures as such. Okay, but in the early 1990s, the animals reappeared. They crossed the Alps from Italy, upsetting sheep farmers on the French side of the border. Wolves have since spread to areas such as Lozère, delighting environmentalists who see the predator's presence as a sign of wider ecological health. Farmers who say the wolves caused deaths of thousands of sheep and other grazing animals are less cheerful. They grumble that green activists and politically correct urban types have allowed the return of an old animal. So basically here you have a conflict. What is the conflict between? So these wolves were eradicated by 1930, but they have since reappeared. Where did they come back from? So they came back from Italy side. So reappeared from Italy. So they were eradicated from France, but they were never eradicated from Italy. And once the measures, after a few decades of disappearing from France, now they have slowly crept back from Italy. They have come back slowly, they have reclaimed, and they are now seen in France again. Now, after their reappearance from Italy, there is a conflict between two sets of people. You have the environmentalists who are happy about the return, and then there are the farmers who are unhappy about the return. Why are the environmentalists happy about the return? Because they feel that this is the right way in which nature should be. This is the wider ecology healing. You should have wild animals. If you do not have wild animals, it means that you have done something wrong. So they are happy at the reappearance of the wild animal. The farmers are unhappy. So these guys are happy. The farmers are unhappy at the return of the wolf. Why are they not unhappy? Because these wolves are killing their livestock. They are killing their grazing animals. They are killing their sheep. So because of that, these farmers are unhappy, and they are saying that, okay, these environmentalists and these green types and these PC people are very happy to see the wolves because they are not losing money because of the wolves. So they are very happy for ideological reasons, but we are losing money because of the wolves as such. So they want something to be done to remove the wolves. Various factors explain the change of the past few decades. Rural depopulation is part of the story. So here we try to understand factors attributing to the factors which essentially contributed to the return of the wolf. So let us see what are these factors. Rural depopulation is part of the story. In Lozere, for example, farming and once flourishing mining industry supported a population of over 140,000 residents in the mid-19th century. Today, the department has fewer than 80,000 people, many in its towns. As humans withdraw, forests are expanding. So basically, rural depopulation is the reason, one of the factors. So rural depopulation, what happens when the population decreases? As human population decreases, like essentially the forest expands. If people contract, forest expands. So forest expansion, and once the forest expands, the forest dwellers will also expand. So the wolves who are forest dwellers will also expand as such. So the forest expands. As humans withdraw, the forests are expanding. In France, between 1990 and 2015, the forest cover increased by an average of 102,000 hectares each year as more fields were given over to trees. So essentially, the farmers, as the population went down, the farming practices also went down, and instead of farms, you had more forest cover. Once you have more forest cover, you're going to get more wild animals like the wolves. Now, nearly 1/3 of mainland France is covered by woodland of some sort. The decline of hunting as a sport also means more forests fall quiet. So this one factor is the rural depopulation. The second factor, this is one. The second factor is lessening or lesser hunting as such. As hunting has become unpopular, the wild animals have increased. So the decline of hunting as a sport also means more forests fall quiet. In the mid to late 20th century, over 2 million hunters regularly spent winter weekends tramping in woodland, seeking boars, birds and other prey. Today, the Fédération Nationale des Chasseurs, a national body, claims 1.1 million people hold hunting licenses, though the number of active hunters is probably lower. So clearly, the number of hunters has halved. People who actually go hunting is more than halved as such. Now, if the number of people hunting has gone down, what will happen? The hunted will go up. And who are the hunted? The wolves who are hunted at one point of time. So clearly, this is also helping the return of the wolf as such. The mostly protected status of the wolf in Europe. So the third part is protected status. Protected status means that you do not allow the wolf to be hunted. Even if the hunters are there, you will not allow the wolf to be hunted because you have given it mostly a protected status of the wolf in Europe. Hunting them now is forbidden other than when occasional culls are sanctioned by the state. Plus the efforts of NGOs to track and count the animals also contribute to the recovery of the wolf population. So efforts by NGOs. So all of these four factors are essentially helping a growth in the wolf population. One is the expanding forest cover, second is a drop in hunting, third is the protected status of the wolf, and fourth is the contribution of the NGOs in efforts of the NGOs to track and count the animals. So they are essentially preventing the animals from being hunted or preventing them from essentially they are supporting the animal population in some way. So because of all of these factors, the animal population of wolves has gone up. As the lupine population in Europe spreads westward with occasional reports of wolves seen closer to urban areas, expect to hear more clashes between farmers and those who celebrate the predator's return. Farmers' losses are real but are not the only economic story. Tourist venues such as parks where wolves are kept and the animal spread is discussed also generate income and jobs in rural areas. So the author says that more clashes will happen between farmers and environmentalists or the green people, more clashes between farmers and those who essentially celebrate the bull's return. And the author says that, okay, the farmers' losses are real, but while there is economic loss because of the return of the wolf, there is also economic gain. The economic gain is due to increased tourism as such. So more clashes between farmers and environmentalists, and positive as well as negative impact, economic impact as such. So positive and negative impact, negative economic impact of wolves. Okay, so this is the entire point being made through the passage. So what is the passage about? The passage is essentially informing the reader about the return of the wolf in the French rural side. The author explains that, okay, this has come back, it was once eradicated, but it has now come back. The farmers are complaining about it because they are losing their livestock. The environmentalists are happy about it. The factors that actually led to an increase in the wolf population, and the author said that while the farmers' grouse is real and it is a real grouse to have, it is not the entire story as such. So now that we understand what the passage is about, let's take a look at the questions. Which one of the following has not contributed to the growing wolf population in Lozère? A decline in rural population of Lozère. This has been given as a rural depopulation has directly been given as a factor. The rural population goes down, the forest cover goes up. As the forest cover goes up, the animal habitat increases, which is why the wolves have wolf population is expanding. So this has been given as a reason. So A can be eliminated. An increase in woodlands and forest cover in Lozère. This and A and B together are the first reason given. So both have been given as such. The shutting down of the Royal Office of the Lupari. The Royal Office of the Lupari shut down in 1930s. The wolf made a reappearance in 1990s as such. So this has nothing to do with the reappearance as such. The Royal Office was shut down many decades back. So this has not contributed to the growing wolf population at all because the shutdown did not happen at that time. The granting of a protected status to wolves in Europe, this has been given as the third reason. So this is also true. C has not been given as a reason because C is not a factor which is helping the wolf population go up. The shutdown of the Royal Office of Lupari was done in 1930s or around that, when the this was completed the job in 1930s when the wolf disappeared. So from that you did not have the office as such. But again, they didn't even say that the shutdown of the office was done as such. The Royal was created to tackle the this. So there is nothing given about a shutdown of this. And there was 6 decades between when the job was completed and it was the wolf reappeared. So it had nothing to do with this Royal Office of Lupari, had nothing to do with the reappearance of the wolf. So C is the right answer. The inhabitants of Lozère have to grapple with all of the following except lack of educational facilities. It is given at the start that they complained in remote grumble about lack of local schools. So this is true. Poor rural communication infrastructure, phone or internet connection. So this is also true. Livestock losses. This is also true because the author is saying that the farmers are essentially complaining about the return of the wolves and basically the livestock that they are losing because of that. So C is also true as such. Decline in the number of hunting licenses. Nobody is really complaining that there are fewer hunters. People are complaining about the wolves. People are complaining about the lack of schools. People are complaining about all the other things. But nobody is complaining that, okay, there aren't enough hunters. The number of hunters has gone down and that has led to an increase in the number of wolves. But again, even if the hunters were there, if the wolf was having a protected status, that would not do much. The complaint is about the livestock losses and not that there aren't enough hunters as such. So D is the correct answer. Which one of the following statements, if true, would weaken the author's claim? Having migrated out in the last century, wolves are now returning to Lozère. This is true. The author is himself, and it didn't migrate, it was eradicated. But even if it was migrated, it migrated out to Italy and then came back. This does not weaken any of the author's claim. This is actually in line with what the author is claiming. So this can be eliminated. Unemployment concerns the residents of Lozere. This is there. The author has said that jobs is also an issue. So this is actually given in the passage. So this is not something that would weaken. Wolf attacks on tourists in Lozere are on the rise. Now, if the wolf are attacking tourists, how will they generate economic profit? The author is saying that, okay, the economic story is like the farmers are losing money, but tourism is booming, and that is actually bringing money to the rural areas because the tourism is booming. But if the wolves are attacking the tourists, will there be a booming tourism? Will money come into tourism if the wolves are attacking tourists? So if C is true, this entire point of tourist venues, etc., and generating income and jobs is not going to happen, because if the wolves are attacking tourists in Lozere, then the rural population is going to have an economic loss and not an economic gain from the wolves actually, and the wolves as such. So C actually does weaken the point being made by the author in the last paragraph. So C would be the right answer. The old mining sites of Lozere are now being used as grazing pastures for sheep. This neither strengthens nor weakens the point because it is irrelevant to the points being made. So D also can be eliminated. C is the right answer. The last question is, the author presents a possible economic solution to an existing issue facing Lozere that takes into account the divergent and competing interests of. So who is at loggerheads? Which are the two groups which are at loggerheads with each other? As we identified, the two groups which are at loggerheads with each other are the environmentalists and the farmers. The environmentalists want to see the wolves return, the farmers want the wolves to go away. So politicians and farmers, no. Environmentalists and politicians, no. Farmers and environmentalists, yes. Tourists and environmentalists have the same agenda. Both of them want the wolf to return. So only farmers and environmentalists have opposing agendas. So the correct answer is option C. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we'll be taking a look at a RC passage which is about the idea of the original affluent society. It was an essay written by Salin, and the author is essentially evaluating of how relevant the essay still is in today's times. So let's take a look at the passage. We'll go paragraph by paragraph and then take a look at the questions. 50 years after its publication in English in 1972, and just a year since Marshall Salins himself died, we may ask, why did his essay, Original Affluent Society, have such an impact, and how has it fared since? Salin's principal argument was simple but counterintuitive. Before being driven into marginal environments by colonial powers, hunter-gatherers or foragers were not engaged in a desperate struggle for meager survival. Quite the contrary, they satisfied their needs with far less work than people in agriculture and industrial societies, leaving them more time to use as they wished. Hunters equipped keep bankers asked. Refusing to maximize, many were more concerned with games of chance than with chances of gain. The so-called Neolithic Revolution, rather than improving life, imposed a harsher work regime and set in motion the long history of growing inequality. So what is being mentioned over here? So the author asks the question, the important question is, the Salins wrote this essay, Original Affluent Society, so how relevant is it? Is it still relevant, or is that particular essay now outdated? It is like completely irrelevant, it does not have any relevance anymore. So he asks the question, is that how relevant is the essay? And it's been 50 years since the essay was written, and 1 year, so I'm guessing Marshall Salins died in 2021. The essay was written in 1972. The author is writing this in 2022, 1 year after Salins died. So how relevant is the essay? The Original Affluent Society. And he basically describes what is the essay about. So in the essay, Salin is basically saying the principal argument of this particular essay was that the hunter-gatherers or foragers, so hunter-gatherers and foragers were not desperate or on the edge of survival as such. They were not desperately struggling for survival. So this is basically our understanding of like foragers or hunter-gatherers would be that they barely have anything to eat. They are just like trying to survive day by day. But Salin said that was not the case. In fact, they used to like forage for food for some time during the day. They used to like hunt for some time during the day. But apart from that, they had all the free time in the world. They had a lot of leisure time as such. So for example, if you are a hunter-gatherer or a forager, you wouldn't work 12 hours a day or 10 hours a day. You'd work a couple of hours, 2-3 hours a day, and then you would have a lot of time to relax, do things that you wanted. So essentially, he's saying that the principal argument was that before they were driven into marginal environments by colonial powers, marginal environments by colonial powers basically means that these hunter-gatherer or foraging communities which were there in, say, Africa or Asia, or some parts where basically development had not reached, civilization had not reached. Now they were essentially driven out to the very edges of survival by colonial powers who took their land away. So you consider Native Americans whose land was taken away, or basically African whose land was taken away. Once they were forced into the margins like that by the colonial powers, then they were not able to survive. But till that happened, the hunter-gatherers and foragers were not struggling to survive. So they were able to survive fairly okayishly. They were not struggling to survive, as is the common perception as such. So the common perception is that a life like that would be very difficult, you'd barely survive, but that was not the case. They were not fighting to survive, it was not difficult for them to survive as such. Quite to the contrary, they satisfied their needs with far less work. So they were doing less work than what we do today, leaving them more time as they wish. Hunters, he equipped, keep banking bankers as. So what is bankers are? So basically there would be an aristocratic or upper class of people who would be bankers at one point of time in England, and bankers hours is basically a way of saying that people who work 2-3 hours a day as such. So when the affluent class works for fewer hours a day, so that's basically what you are, when you say that okay, that person keeps bankers hours, you are basically saying that that person does not work a long working day as such. So the author is saying that Salin basically said that these guys were not struggling to survive. In fact, the hunter-gatherers worked very few hours a day, giving them a lot of free time to do what they wanted as such. Less work, more free time as such. Hunters, he kept bankers as, refusing to maximize. Many were more concerned with games of chance than with chances of gain. So they were not maximizing. Today, they were not thinking that, okay, if I work for 3 hours, I'll get, I'll be able to hunt for 1 day. But if I work for 6 hours, I'll be able to hunt for 6 days or anything of that sort. They were not trying to maximize the work in the day, but instead they were playing games of chance, basically mean they were gambling, etc. They were playing games which were gambling or doing other things with their leisure time. Chances of game is basically, is the worry that whether or not you will get meat. Game is essentially game meat, which is essentially deer or whatever you are hunting. So they were less worried about whether or not they will eat and more worried about the gambling that they were doing. That was what kept them occupied as such. So they had less work and a lot of free time as such. So the so-called Neolithic revolution, rather than improving life, imposed a harsher work regime and set in motion the long history of growing inequality. So the industrial revolution or the Neolithic revolution actually imposed a harsher work regime. Now you have to work for more number of hours, you have less free time, less leisure time, you have no hobbies that you can pursue as such. So this is the imposed harsher work regime. So the author is saying that Salin's essay, he's trying to figure out, is this still relevant today? And he says that what was surprising about Salin's essay, Salin said that the hunter-forager communities were not struggling to survive. In fact, they had a lot of leisure time, a lot of free time. They pursued their hobbies like gambling, etc. So they were not struggling to survive. This is the principal argument, which is counterintuitive, because you would think that somebody who is backward, who is hunter-gatherer, would be barely surviving, and I am more advanced, I am technologically advanced, I am happy. But Salin actually said that is not the case, because he was free, he had a lot of free time on your hands, and the revolution, Neolithic revolution, which imposed which essentially brought them into civilization, actually imposed a harsher worker regime. Now they had to work for 10 hours or 12 hours as such. So they had lesser free time, they had lesser time to do the things that they wanted. So this is the point being made in the first paragraph. Let's take a look at the second paragraph. Moreover, foragers had other options. The contemporary Hadza of Tanzania, who had long been surrounded by farmers, knew they had alternatives and rejected them. To Salins, this showed that foragers are not simply examples of human diversity or victimhood, but something more profound. They demonstrated that societies make real choices. Culture, a way of living oriented around a distinctive set of values, manifests a fundamental principle of collective self-determination. So here, Salins is also quoting about the Hadza. So what is the curious thing about the Hadza? So the Hadza lived next to farmers. So they were foragers. They were like plucking berries from the forest, and they knew that farming could be done. But they didn't switch to farming. Why? They chose not to do that. So the Hadza chose foraging over farming. And why did they do that? Because farming is hard work. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of labor. And the Hadza felt, you know what, as a culture, I value my free time over the over the produce that I'll eat, or over having a lot of food or a variety of food and having like grains and all. I value my free time more. So as a culture, they chose to remain foragers, even though that these guys were living next to farmers as such. They chose not to farm. So here the author is saying this is actually indicative of how it's not that, okay, somebody is backward, that they are in fact victims of ignorance as such. That's not the case. Somebody who is choosing not to advance technologically is not necessarily a victim, but could be making an informed choice of what is more important to them. So the Hadza made a choice based on their culture and what their priorities were to not advance and adopt agriculture as such. So the technologically less advanced are not necessarily victims, choice about culture and values. So what they valued their free time, they valued whatever they were doing currently, so they chose not to start farming, even though they knew about farming, even though they knew about agriculture. Now let's take a look at the next paragraph. But the point of the essay is not so much the empirical validity of the data. The real interest for most readers, after all, is not the foragers either today or in the Paleolithic, but rather its conceptual challenge to the contemporary economic life and bourgeois individualism. The empirical served a philosophical and political project, a thought experiment and stimulus to the imagination of the possibilities. Now the author is saying the point of this essay is not limited to the fact that, okay, there were hunter-gatherers and there were foragers who had worse or who had better life conditions than us. That was not the point. Or whether the validity of data really shows whether they were like choosing or not choosing. The point is a political and a philosophical point being made by that essay. The point is that you can choose not to advance. You can choose basically the idea that, okay, we have to advance or we have to adopt better technology, or somebody who is actually not adopting better technology is a victim, or who is not progressing by the definition of progress that we have adopted, is essentially like has fallen behind. The author is saying that Salin's essay essentially challenged all of these ideas, the ideas that we have to work more, work harder, produce more. So all of these ideas were challenged by Salin's essays by showing that these people were actually happier, they had more free time, their needs were being made, and they chose not to progress as such. They chose not to produce more, they chose not to maximize their output, they chose free time, they chose leisure time. So essentially the point made is larger than just about hunting and foraging as such. So this is about a thought experiment basically meaning that what if we choose not to progress further, what if we choose not to maximize production. So this is essentially the idea that it is a conceptual challenge to current economic life and individual. So conceptual challenge to current economic life. So basically our current economic life is what? We are always looking, how do I maximize production? Given this farm, how do I make the most yield? How do I best utilize my day so that I get most amount of work done? This is a conceptual challenge to all of this, because these guys chose not to do all of that and instead chose that, okay, you know what, I like my free time, I like my work life, like the work that I do for a couple of hours, I'm surviving, and I choose not to progress. So this is a conceptual challenge to our current economic life, our life that we currently live, where we are always striving to do more as such. With its titles nod toward the affluent society, 1958, economist John Kenneth Galbraith's famously skeptical portrait of America's post-war prosperity and inequality, and dripping with the new left contempt for consumerism, the original affluent society brought this critical perspective to bear on the contemporary world. It did so through the classic anthropological move of showing that radical alternatives to the reader's life really exist. If the capitalist world seeks wealth through ever greater material production to meet infinitely expansive desires, foraging societies follow the Zen road to affluence, not by getting more but by wanting less. If it seems that foragers have been left behind by progress, this is due only to the ethnocentric self-congratulation of the West. Rather than accumulate material goods, these societies are guided by other values, leisure, mobility, and above all, freedom. So here the author is essentially saying that why the name the original affluent society. So in 1972, Salin wrote the Original Affluent Society, which is his essay. And in 1958, Galbraith wrote the Affluent Society. Okay. Now, in the Affluent Society, what did he say about in Affluent Society? What did Galbraith say? So he wrote a skeptical portrait of America's post-war prosperity. So America was going through this boom after war. In 1958, Galbraith wrote a book basically which was critical of that idea, which was showing that this is not prosperity, because this is just consumerism, this is materialism, this is consumerism. So Galbraith was essentially also critical of this materialistic productivity maximizing idea of the world as such. Now, if you take a look at Salin, he's essentially adding or having the same perspective of Galbraith. Galbraith had this idea that, okay, this world that we are living in, which is super consumerist, super materialistic, and he essentially wrote a book which was skeptical of that worldview. Salin, in his nod to Galbraith's essay, basically has the same worldview, that we do not need to be super consumeristic and materialistic. So he essentially gave a nod to Galbraith by writing the name similar to Galbraith's name. So he wrote it as Original Affluent Society. Now, how does Salin makes his point that we need not be so consumeristic or so materialistic? He shows that by showing the alternative, that a radically opposite type of society is also possible. So how do you let people know that you don't really need this much materialism and you do not need this consumerism? How do you show that? You show them a society which is happy with lesser, which is more content with lesser. You with all your material are less happy, you have less freedom, you have less time, you have less hobbies, less everything as such. So the idea that, okay, you have maximized on happiness by progressing is a fake idea. You show that by showing people who are hunter-gatherers, who have free time, who have leisure time, who are surviving and doing things that they actually like. So essentially, this is the idea being conveyed, that the radically opposite set of people who are, like the author says, Zen or road to affluence, basically, who want less, non-consumeristic, and happy with their choice of wanting less. And they have something, they are rich in time and freedom. So this, both of them, Galbraith as well as Salin, are essentially holding a mirror to the consumerist society that is there present today, by showing, you know what, all this consumerism that you're doing is not making you happier, it's not giving you more time, it's not giving you more freedom. If you look at the original affluent society, these hunter-gatherers had more free time than you. So if you look at that, you would feel that this is like crazy, right? You would expect that somebody who lives in a jungle would have a much worse life than you, but they have a better work-life balance than you. So this is basically how Salin is making that case as such. Viewed in today's context, of course, not every aspect of the essay has aged well. While acknowledging the violence of colonialism, racism and dispossession, it does not thematize them as heavily as we might today. Rebuking evolutionary anthropologists for treating present-day foragers as left behind by progress, it too can succumb to the temptation to use them as proxies for the Paleolithic. Yet these characteristics should not distract us from appreciating Salin's effort to show that if we want to conjure new possibilities, we need to learn about actually inhabitable worlds. So here the author is saying that, okay, the author essentially starts with the idea, is the essay still relevant today? And he gives all the way in which the essay is still relevant today. What Salin did through the essay, what was it a nod to, what is the point being made by the essay? And all of those points are still relevant, because we are still consumeristic, we are still material, we are still materialistic, there is no work-life balance, we have much worse working hours, working regimes as such. So all of those arguments are still valid. So what exactly is he saying that? Now he is saying that, okay, not everything is still relevant. There are some things in which the essay has not aged well. Aged well basically means that if something ages well, it is still, in today's terms also, it would be considered good. If something ages poorly, you would say that, okay, looking through today's lenses, these things look problematic. So some things have not aged well. Some things have, in that essay, some things in essay not aged well. So what are the things that have not aged well? One is the fact that though he mentions there is racism, colonialism, etc., he does not really emphasize the role many of these things played in human life as such. He kind of under attributes the roles played by the negative influence of these racism, dispossession, colonialism as such. So under acknowledges, so while he does acknowledge, he under acknowledges the role played by many of these factors, like role played by colonialism, racism, and dispossession. So the author is saying that if you were talking today, you would talk a lot more about racism, a lot more about colonialism, etc. He just gave a like, yeah, it exists and it also affects, but he doesn't really delve into it as such. The other thing that which has not aged well is the fact that while Salin says that, okay, you should not say that the present day foragers have been left behind or they are backward. You should not use that kind of terminology for hunter-gatherers and foragers. They are not backward. They are in many ways as forward as you are as such. But what does he also do at the same time? So when he wants to say that how were the Paleolithic societies, to understand or to explain about Paleolithic societies, he uses the present day foragers as the proxy. So if you are saying that, okay, this society is the same as the Paleolithic society or the humans that existed thousands of years back, you are in a way admitting that these guys are also backward in a sense, right? So the author also objects the use of Salin's use of present day foragers as practice as proxy for the older foragers as such. So the author is saying these are not the same people as the Paleolithic foragers. If you say that, okay, these are the same, you are essentially having a very deprecative view of these people if you feel that these guys are Paleolithic as such. So it is really insulting to use them as a proxy for Paleolithic foragers. So he gives these two things which the author does not like, but in general the author is actually appreciative of the essay, saying that the essay still is very valid, very relevant, and these two minor issues should not distract you from the value that the essay has to offer. So if you take a look at the whole passage, the author is essentially appreciating an essay which shows the society that there is an alternative lifestyle than this consumeristic, materialistic lifestyle that we are following. There is the original affluent society, basically hunter-gatherers and foragers. They had a lot of free time, they had a lot of leisure time, they lived comfortably, they were not fighting for survival. And the author is showing this counterpoint to make us realize that maybe our priorities are not right, maybe what we are doing, what we are trying to maximize is not right as such. So the author is trying to use this original affluent society example to show the society that its priorities, its values might not be the best ones as such. So now that we understand what the essay is about, let's take a look at the questions. We can infer that Salin's main goal in writing his essay was, he's basically trying to show the current materialistic society and consumeristic society that there are other affluent societies possible, there are other ways of living which are fulfilling and which can make you feel happy and which can make you rich in time and freedom. The current makeup or what current society actually values might not be the best way to live as such. So let's take a look at the options. Put forth the view that despite egalitarian origins, economic progress brings greater inequality and social hierarchies. Now it's not just that economic progress brings this. The point is that a counterpoint exists. It's not that, okay, we have to maximize progress, we have to maximize production, we have to maximize productivity, don't rest during the day, work 12 hours a day. The point is not that, okay, all economic progress will bring inequality or economic progress is a bad thing. That is not the point. The point is that there is an alternative way of living, that maximizing productivity is not, or progressing or advancing technology is not the way that in which you can necessarily be happier or have a better life as such. So the point of the essay is to show the counterpoint that this also exists and these people are also choosing to live a life this way. So A is missing that point. Highlight the fact that while we started off as a fairly contented egalitarian people, we have progressively degenerated into materialism. Now it's not that we started off as a fairly contented egalitarian people. So the author is not just talking about Paleolithic foragers versus today's today, like the current day people. He's talking about forager communities which existed versus the economically developed communities that existed. So it's not that, okay, we were this earlier and now we are this. Many times the hunter-gatherers and foragers lived side by side as such. So the point is not that we evolved or we essentially became worse over time. The point is that these kind of societies also exist. These kind of societies have different values, they have different priorities, and they have a different way of living as such. And by giving this radical counterpoint, you're trying to show that the current society and the current societal structure might not be the best for us. So B is also missing that point. Hold a mirror to an acquisitive society with examples of other communities that have chosen successfully to be non-materialistic. This is exactly the point. You show today's current day society that you have this economic structure of production, maximizing the work done during the day. And what has that given you? Consumerism, materialism. You have less work, fewer hours to yourself, etc. But there is this other society which has not chosen the path and they have more time, they are not fighting for survival, and there are lessons for us to learn from that. So 3 is the point being made. Counter Galbraith's pessimistic view of the inevitability of a capitalist trajectory for economic growth. Galbraith did not have a pessimistic view firstly. He does not counter Galbraith's view. He is actually supporting Galbraith's view by saying that if you look at Galbraith's view, he basically said that America's post-war prosperity was not really a like this beautiful scenario it was made out to be. There, the author Galbraith was actually showing that this is not necessarily a affluent society. This is not necessarily a happy society. This society has its problems. So Salim was not countering Galbraith's view. His essay is a nod to Galbraith's view. It's a different perspective on the same view as such. So D is also incorrect. C is the right answer. The author mentions Tanzania's Hadza community to illustrate. So the point of the Tanzania's Hadza community was what? They were aware of farming, but they choose not to farm. So basically the point being made is that there are people who are living with lesser technology, with lesser advancement, with lesser progress. Not because they are ignorant of progress, but because they choose not to progress. They are choosing to live a life in the way that they are comfortable doing. So basically the author is trying to make the case that just because somebody has not progressed, it's not because, or has not adopted technology, it's not because they are backward or they don't know about technology. They could be not choosing the technology because they don't want to live in this kind of a material consumerist this as such. They didn't choose farming because they didn't want to live like that. They liked the way that they were living as foragers. So the point is that just because somebody is not choosing to progress, it's not because that they are ignorant. You can make choices about whether or not you want to progress in a particular way based on your values, your priorities, your wishes as such. That is the larger point being made. So let's take a look at the options. That hunter-gatherer community subsistence level techniques equipped them to survive well into the contemporary times. This is not the point being made. The Hadza community's whole point is that it lived side by side with a farmer community. So A is incorrect. How pre-agrarian societies did not hamper the emergence of more advanced agrarian practices in contiguous communities. Now again, these are not pre-agrarian societies. Hadza community is not a pre-agrarian society because it actually existed in the same time as agriculture was carried out. So this is not really true. And moreover, they did not, the point is not that the Hadzas did not prevent farming from taking place. The point is that the Hadzas did not try farming themselves because they were happy doing what they were doing. So B is also missing that point. That forager communities' lifestyles derived not from ignorance about alternatives, but from their own choice. This is the whole point. These guys knew that there was farming. These guys knew that the other community was farming, but they chose to be foragers. So their choice had nothing to do with ignorance, but had everything to do with a informed choice as such. So C is the point being made. How two vastly different ways of living and working were able to coexist in proximity for centuries. Now, while this might be true, this is not the point being made. This is true about the example, but this is not the point being made through the example. The purpose of the example is to show how people chose not to progress and not how they actually coexisted side by side as such. So D also can be eliminated. C is the right answer. The third question is, the author of the passage mentions Galbraith's The Affluent Society too. So the affluent society is also anti-consumerist, anti-materialist, and so is Salin's essay. Both are anti-consumerist, anti-materialist as such. So Salin was essentially giving a nod to Galbraith, saying that, okay, you know what, I agree with your views, so I'm going to name my book similar to your book. So I'm going to name my essay similar to your book as a nod to your this. And giving a nod to something basically means that you acknowledge the impact of that on you. You acknowledge that yes, I agree with you. So in a way, Salin agrees with Galbraith's point of view. So let's take a look at the options. Show how Galbraith's theories refute Salin's thesis on the contentment of pre-hunter-gatherer communities. So, if anything, firstly, Galbraith's theories had nothing to do with hunter-gatherer communities. It was about post-war America. And in fact, they were anti-consumerist, anti-materialistic. So, this is not true at all. So, A can be eliminated. Contrast the materialist nature of contemporary growth paths with the pacifist content ways of living among the foragers. The Galbraith was not mentioned for that. So Galbraith had nothing to do with foraging and hunter-gatherer. Galbraith had everything to do with post-war America as such. So post-war America, what was it like, and how this Galbraith also spoke about anti-materialism and anti-consumerism. So it had nothing to do about foraging as such. So B also can be eliminated. Document the influence of Galbraith's cynical views on modern consumerism on Salin's analysis of prehistoric societies. So this is kind of true, but this is not true. He does not have cynical views. So cynical basically means that you have a slightly negative view as such. But Galbraith is not cynical. He essentially is showing the point, or is trying to make the point, that all progress is not necessarily good progress. So it is not cynical, and neither is Galbraith cynical nor is Salin cynical as such. They are basically saying that an alternative exists, that this is not the idea of maximizing for happiness. So it is not cynical as such. He is not really saying that the world is a bad place or the world is negative as such. He is not cynical at all. So this is incorrect. So C can be eliminated. Show how Salin's views complemented Galbraith's criticism of consumerism and inequality of contemporary society. This is exactly the point, that both Salin and Galbraith are anti-consumerism, anti-materialism, and this is the point being made. So D is the right answer. The last question is, the author of the passage criticizes Salin's essays for. He criticizes for two things. Firstly, he criticizes for not giving enough importance to the impact of colonialism and racism and dispossession. He says that he mentions it but does not really delve deep into those factors. And the second thing is that he objects to the use of present-day foragers and hunter-gatherers as proxies for the Paleolithic people. So when you use them as proxy, you are in a way calling them backward, which the author disagrees with. So let's take a look at the options. Cursory treatment of the effects of racism and colonialism on societies. This is correct, because this is what the author feels, that you can't just mention and move on. You have to essentially consider what is the impact of racism, what is the impact of colonialism. So the author feels that he didn't do enough to actually delve into the impact of these parts on the human society as such. So A is the right answer. Outdated values regarding present-day foragers versus ancient foraging communities. So it's not regarding foragers, if present-day foragers versus ancient foraging communities. He is not pitting them against each other. The outdated value is basically using A as a proxy for B. So since this is not mentioned, I would say that B is not correct. The outdated value is basically that you can't use present day people as proxy for Paleolithic people without implying that the present day foragers are in some way backward as such. So that is the point, and B is not really capturing it, so B can be eliminated. Critique of anthropologists who disparage the choices of foragers in today's society. So Salin does not really critique anthropologists who disparage the choices of foragers as such. So this is not true as per the passage. This is factually not true. Failure to supplement its thesis with robust empirical data. Again, the author has not said that it has no empirical data. The author has just said that the empirical data is not important. The broader point being made is important. So he's not saying that the essay does not have empirical data. So D is incorrect. A is the right answer.
Google search Cracku CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. There is a sentence that is missing in the paragraph below. We need to look at the paragraph and decide where the following sentence would best fit. The sentence: the discovery helps to explain archaeological similarities between the Paleolithic peoples of China, Japan and the Americas. Paragraph:
The researchers also uncovered an unexpected genetic link between the Native Americans and Japanese people. During the deglaciation period, another group branched out from northern coastal China and traveled to Japan. We were surprised to find that this ancestral source also contributed to the Japanese gene pool, especially the indigenous Ainus, says Lee. They shared similarities in how they crafted stemmed projectile points for arrowheads and spears. This suggests that the Pleistocene connection among the Americas, China, and Japan was not confined to culture but also to genetics, says senior author King Peng Kong, an evolutionary geneticist at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. So we notice that the discussion appears to be about certain genetic and archaeological links between different communities, different groups. In this case, the given sentence states that something helps explain the archaeological similarities between these three group of people. So China, Japan, and the Americas. We notice that this must be a reference to Native Americans here. So a link here, a genetic link here is being first introduced between Native Americans and Japanese people. We see a similar link between the Chinese people and the Japanese people as well here in the next part of the discussion. And then towards the end, the author states that perhaps certain genetic traits might help explain certain archaeological similarities. So these are certain points that I could glean from the preliminary read here or skimming through the given statements. Let's break it down, what these statements are trying to convey here individually so that we can place the sentence properly. Here the first sentence before the first blank is trying to state that there is an unexpected genetic link between Native Americans and Japanese people. So this is one of the clues that is being presented to us. We notice that the given sentence is also talking about a link between certain category of people. So it's talking about archaeological similarities. However, does this explain or does this fit well with this discussion on the genetic link? Perhaps not. What about the next sentence here after blank one? It talks about another kind of link between people who traveled from China to Japan. So another kind of genetic link that exists here. We notice that the sentence after blank 2 is also continuing on this. So basically here there is this word also. So what it's trying to convey here is that aside from influence from Native American people, there is also influence from Chinese people. So the author is trying to say that there is pool 1, which is North America, pool 2 China, and both of these two genetic gene pools impacted Japan is what these sentences taken together is trying to convey here. So none of these places in blank 1 or 2 the sentence would fit properly because so far the author is trying to talk about genetic links. Then subsequently after blank 3 we notice that the tone shifts. The author is saying that they shared similarities. So perhaps they now could refer to these group of people here. And the author towards the end also notes that these similarities were not confined to culture but also to genetics. So now we can perhaps say that the author is trying to say that the similarities are not just limited to, let's say, archaeological similarities, and some of these similarities have been stated here, wherein they talk about stemmed projectiles being similar. So arrowheads and spearheads, these were quite similar. So this does categorize or this does qualify as an archaeological item and how these items were similar. So we notice that this sentence immediately after blank 3 is talking about certain archaeological aspects. So perhaps the given sentence would actually fit here in blank 3, wherein we are told of this archaeological similarities between these three group of people and how the author is trying to say that the genetic links between the people from China, Japan and Americas might explain the kind of similarity in certain archaeological aspects. And what are these similarities? These have been stated here. Further, the author says that he's also just citing the senior author of this particular discovery, saying that there is this connection that definitely exists between these people. And it's not just limited to archaeological or cultural similarities, but also genetic similarities. So blank 4 here would not be a good fit, primarily because immediately mentioning the archaeological similarities between these three group of people and then stating that it's not just archaeological similarity but also genetic similarity wouldn't make sense. So first the author is trying to talk about these similarities, then drawing based on the entire discussion, he's trying to make this comment here, the final comment here. So this in this particular part after blank 4 is not referring to the archaeological similarities, it's actually referring to this entire observation that precedes blank 4.
So I hope it's clear why the given sentence would best fit blank 3. We firstly notice that the author is trying to make a link between two different groups of people first and then link all three of them together. As a result, we cannot place the given sentence in blank 1 or 2 because it would create a discontinuity. It would fit aptly in blank 3 because the subsequent part is talking about certain archaeological features which we can link with this aspect here in the given sentence. And finally, we have also stated why 4 would not be a good fit, mainly because the sentence following blank 4 is actually talking about the entire observation and not just about the similarities mentioned in the sentence. So the correct answer here is option B. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. There is a sentence that is missing in the paragraph below. We need to look at the paragraph and decide where the following sentence would best fit. Sentence: this philosophical cut at one's core beliefs, values and way of life is difficult enough. Let's read the paragraph. The experience of reading philosophy is often disquieting. When reading philosophy, the values around which one has heretofore organized one's life may come to look provincial, flatly wrong, or even evil. When beliefs previously held as truths are rendered implausible, new beliefs, values, and ways of living may be required. What's worse, philosophers admonish each other to remain unsutured until such time as a defensible new answer is revealed or constructed. Sometimes philosophical writing is even strictly critical, in that it does not even attempt to provide an alternative after tearing down a cultural or conceptual citadel. The reader of philosophy must be prepared for the possibility of this experience. While reading philosophy can help one clarify one's values and even make one self-conscious for the first time of the fact that there are good reasons for believing what one believes, it can also generate unremediated doubt that is difficult to live with. So we notice that the discussion appears to be around certain problems or constraints associated with philosophical writing, and especially the roadblocks or hurdles that many of the readers of such philosophical writing might face. The author primarily states that one of the first issues that individuals face is that philosophical writings often disprove some of their beliefs. It points out that some of the existing belief systems, values, or ideals might be inaccurate or outright evil. So in this regard, the author says that it makes you question your own values and beliefs, which is definitely difficult for individuals to deal with, because then you have to find new ways of living, and which might be quite tricky. Altogether, the author states that aside from this, another issue is that these pieces of philosophical writing that are questioning a person's belief often fail to provide an alternate answer or response. So if you do not, for example, feel that value A is not acceptable or value A is evil, then what is the alternative to that particular value? Do we have another set of thoughts, or do we have another belief systems that we can rely on? So what alternative would in a way replace this particular value? This is a discussion that most of the philosophers might not undertake. So this is a problem that the author points out here before blank 3. And the author states that this is one good reason why individuals might be daunted at the fact that they have to sort of expose themselves to philosophical writing. So in a way, the author says that in many of the instances, individuals might reinforce their existing values, but in most others, this is a problem that they might come across. So this is how the author presents a viewpoint with regard to philosophical writing and certain challenges associated with it. The given sentence here talks about a philosophical cut. So this is basically talking about a philosophical attack at one's core beliefs, values, and ways of living. So we know that this discussion here is something that we observe here before blank 2 and blank 1. So here in blank 1, in the sentence before blank 1, the author talks about how some of the values which we believe in, or on which our belief system itself relies on, is often proven to be wrong, and this can definitely be difficult. So that difficulty here is emphasized aptly. Same is the case with the sentence preceding blank 2. It's also reiterating the very same point, that when beliefs that we previously believed to be true are shown to be false, it impacts us. We have to figure out new beliefs, values, and ways of living. So it's definitely a challenge that we face. So this difficulty is basically relevant to both these two statements here, which makes it a bit tricky for us to figure out where we can fit the given statement. So one important clue is this idea of way of life. So in the sentence preceding blank 2. This is where the author first talks about way of living. So he says that because our belief systems are proven wrong, we have to figure out a way of living. So this difficulty around way of life might be relevant if we place it here in blank 2. What if we place it in blank 1? Here, the author has not yet discussed this issue around figuring out new beliefs, values, or ways of living. So placing it in blank 1 might create some discontinuity. So to avoid that, it would be best if we place the given sentence here in blank 2, because then it would encompass the ideas that have been discussed in the preceding sentences. So right from here to here, the entire discussion can be appropriately summed up via this sentence here. Post which the author presents another issue. So it will definitely not fit here in blank 3 and 4, because here the discussion is totally different. So talking about this philosophical cut subsequently would not make any sense, because post here, when the author says what's worse, he's basically talking about another set of issue associated with this. He says that we have already seen an attack on our philosophical beliefs and systems. What's worse is that people don't give us any alternative beliefs to rely on. So this is the kind of conversation that he undertakes here. So in a way, you can say that the given sentence would best fit blank 2 here. The use of enough here as a descriptor is also helpful, because the author is saying that it's already difficult enough, but what's worse? So in a way, it's a good continuation here. So we note that of the given choices, option D here is correct, because the given sentence would best fit here in blank 2. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd sentence here and key in the number as our answer. Let us go through the given statements. 1. Having an appreciation for the workings of another person's mind is considered a prerequisite for natural language acquisition, strategic social interaction, reflexive thought, and moral judgment. 2. It is a theory of mind, though some scholars prefer to call it mentalizing or mind reading, which is important for the development of one's cognitive abilities. 3. Though we must speculate about its evolutionary origin, we do have indications that the capacity evolved sometime in the last few million years. This capacity develops from the early beginnings in the first year of life to the adult's fast and often effortless understanding of others' thoughts, feelings, and intentions. 5. One of the most fascinating human capacities is the ability to perceive and interpret other people's behavior in terms of their mental states. So I notice that many of these statements are linked in that they are talking about a particular capacity, and this capacity is first introduced here in statement 5, wherein the author talks about this capacity of being able to understand the mental states of other human beings. So he specifies that this is one of the most fascinating human capacities. We are also told about how this capacity develops and how it develops, let's say, when we are infants, and how it progresses, and by the time when we become adults, this entire ability to gauge the mental state of, let's say, a person we are interacting with becomes effortless. So 4 is also linked. I notice that 5, 4, both of these statements together are talking about this particular capacity. Same is the case here with 3. It is also talking about this capacity. More specifically, the author is trying to identify the evolutionary origin of this ability that we possess. He says that it's thought that this particular capacity developed in the last few million years in humans. So this is the point that is being presented here. Again, it's related to this ability that we possess to identify or to sort of measure the mental state of other individuals and interact with them. Statement 2 is talking about the theory of mind, mentalizing, mind reading. So in a way, it's placing a term to this particular capacity, which could be the case. However, it has not been explicitly stated whether this is linked with the capacity that is that we had observed in, let's say, statements 3, 4, and 5. The focus here in statement 2 appears on etymology. So the author says that it's called theory of mind by some scholars. Others want to call it mentalizing, mind reading. This appears a bit divergent from what is being discussed here in 3, 4, and 5. Here in 3, 4, and 5, we notice that the discussion is not on the terminology as such, but more about the capacity. And again, is this theory of mind actually referring to the capacity itself, or is the author more concerned about how to refer to this capacity? So that link here is missing between, let's say, 3, 4, 5 and statement 2. So perhaps if we had that link, then we could say that, okay, 2 is also part of this particular paragraph, but that's not the case. So I'll put option statement 2 here on hold. What about 1? One is also a continuation of what is being stated here in 5 and 4. Basically, it could be considered an extension, because we are told that this capacity is quite significant. How is it important? Because being able to appreciate the workings of another person's mind helps us to acquire language. So that idea around natural language acquisition is presented here. Interact with others, so social interaction, strategic social interaction. Reflexive thought, think about perhaps how the situation is relevant to us. Moral judgment, again around ethics and in general the society at large. So the author says that these components, which are essential, let's say, to our day-to-day functioning, is something that we could say stems from our capacity to appreciate other people's mind or to gauge their mental states. So one is also related to this discussion in 5 and 4. So we notice that 1, 3, 4, 5 are all talking about this capacity, and the author is referring to this particular ability that we possess, while 2 is more focused on the etymology or the terminology of this particular capacity that we possess. And more specifically, there is a missing link here between statement 2 and the remaining the sentences here 1, 3, 4 and 5. So I'd say that 2 here is the odd one out among the given statements. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. 5 jumbled up sentences related to a topic are given below. 4 of them can be put together to form a coherent paragraph. We need to identify the odd sentence and key in the correct answer. Let's read the given statements. 1. In English, there is no systematic rule for the naming of numbers. After 10, we have 11 and 12, and then the teens, 13, 14, 15, and so on. 2. Even more confusingly, some English words invert the numbers they refer to. The word 14 puts the 4 first, even though it appears last. 3. It can take children a while to learn all these words and understand that 14 is different from 40. 4. For multiples of 10, English speakers switch to a different pattern, 20, 30, 40, and so on. 5. If you didn't know the word for 11, you would be unable to just guess it. You might come up with something like 1T. So it appears that this passage is around, or the given set of sentences is around the confusion that stems from a lack of proper systematic process or ruling mechanism for the naming of numbers. So the author is concerned about this. He says that it's quite confusing in a way. So for example, here in 1, he says that there's no systematic rule for naming of numbers. We have 11 and 12 after 10, and then it is followed by 13, 14, 15, and so on. So any person who didn't know the word 11, for example, so 5 here would be a likely continuation, because the author is saying that a person who would not know 11 would actually say that, okay, it's just 1T based on the remaining numbers that we have seen here. So it's not systematic enough. There is no consistent structure in the naming. So this is what the author is trying to emphasize here. So I can create a link between 1 and 5. The remaining sentences are also relevant in this regard. So for example, here it presents the difference between 14. The author emphasizes that 14 is quite odd because you write it as 1 and 4 and not 4 and then let's say 10 or something along those lines. So the author says that you put the 4 last, but you are presenting it first when you are spelling it out in 14. So the author says that this is also quite confusing. So 2 is also related to the confusion that is associated with this lack of a systematic rule for naming numbers. What about 3 and 4? 3 here diverges a bit, primarily because it talks about the difficulty children might face as a result of this confusing system of naming numbers. So in a way, 3 is still relevant to the discussion, but for now it immediately jumps to a different idea, which is about the difficulty in learning. 4 here. What is 4 about? 4 is also some confusion around the naming system. So the author says that for multiples of 10, we have a different system altogether for naming them. So the author says that this is also not consistent with what we might generally expect. So 4 is also talking about the confusion related to the way in which we name numbers. So we notice that statements 1, 5, 2 and 4, they all talk about issues associated with naming of numbers, the lack of proper structure or consistent structure, while 3 here is talking about the difficulty in learning. So this is also definitely relevant to this, because in a way this confusion is stemming from this lack of naming here. But we note that 1, 5, 2 and 4 is having a specific kind of idea being presented, which is the lack of consistency in naming, while 3 is presenting a different idea, associated idea, but a different idea. So in this regard, 3 would be the odd one out here among the given sentences, because 1, 5, 2, 4 together convey the confusing nature of naming numbers, while 3 is talking about an associated issue. It contains a different idea altogether, which is the difficulty in learning. So 3 here is the correct answer. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The 4 sentences given below, when properly sequenced, would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide on the proper sequencing of the order of sentences and key in the sequence of the 4 numbers as our answer. Let us read the given statements. 1. What precisely are the unusual elements that make a particular case so attractive to a certain kind of audience? 2. It might be a particularly savage or unfathomable level of depravity. Very often it has something to do with the precise amount of mystery involved. 3. Unsolved and perhaps unsolvable cases offer something that ordinary murder doesn't. 4. Why are some crimes destined for perpetual re-examination and others locked into permanent obscurity? So here the discussion appears to be about why certain format or certain kinds of cases are more appealing to audiences compared to others, and the author is trying to explore this particular line of thought. Some set of questions have been posed here. So I noticed that 1 and 4 are in the form of open-ended questions. 2 here might be linked with one of the question, primarily because it attempts to answer this point around unusual elements. In the preliminary read itself, I noticed that there are certain links here between 1 and 2. So here there is a discussion on unusual elements, and then 2 such elements have been stated here in 2. So depravity and mystery. I could call them as element 1 and element 2. So these 2 elements in a way can be linked with this question. So the author is posing this question: what are these elements that would make a particular case attractive to certain kinds of audience? So the author says that in terms of, let's say, when we are talking about these criminal cases, perhaps one could be the level of depravity that we observe and a sort of sense of mystery around that particular subject. These 2 aspects could be contributing to the appeal of these particular kind of cases, is what these 2 statements taken together is trying to convey. So I can definitely form this link between 1 and 2. What about 3 and 4? 3 looks like a blanket statement, but it can again be attached to one of these elements mentioned here. So there is this discussion around mystery in statement 2, and this idea around unsolved and unsolvable cases and this point around ordinary might also be linked with these 2 statements taken together. So there is this discussion around unusual elements, then the author talks about depravity and mystery. This idea of depravity and mystery is definitely something that we would not categorize as ordinary. It's something that is a bit extraordinary about that particular case. And in this regard, the author is trying to juxtapose these 2 points. He's trying to say that there are these ordinary murder cases, there is this extraordinary cases which we could say are, let's say, unsolved or are unsolvable, which is again emphasizing this idea around the appeal of a particular kind of case. So I could say that 3 could be a blanket statement. It could be something that could, let's say, precede 1, 2. It could be something, or rather than preceding, it would be a better fit after 2, primarily because it's a continuation around this point around depravity and mystery, because it's saying that these 2 elements make a particular case not ordinary, is what is being implied here. So I could, let's say, place here in 3, or maybe 3 could be a blanket statement followed by, let's say, 4. But placing 4 after 3 sort of creates a discontinuity because it's not linear. You're posing a question, you're making a statement, you're posing a question which might be a bit distinct, and it might not clearly present what the author is trying to convey. On the other hand, if I place 3 at the end of 1 and 2, it still makes sense because the author is in fact trying to contrast these ideas around ordinary and what would qualify as not ordinary. So 1, 2, 3 would make sense. What about 4? 4 as a question would also precede 1, because the author is saying that why is it that some cases are taken up again? Why is it that some cases are very interesting to individuals while others are locked into permanent obscurity? So in this way, 4 is setting the tone for the subsequent question. So the second question that he asks is that what are these unusual elements that is sort of causing us to re-examine certain cases, and this is what he's trying to emphasize here, and then going forward to answer it. So I could make this coherent paragraph out of 4, 1, 2, 3. 3, placing 3, which is a broad statement at the beginning, and then following it up with some questions, might be a bit discontinuous compared to, let's say, this particular arrangement of 4, 1, 2, 3, which is why the correct answer to this question is 4, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The 4 sentences given below, when properly sequenced, would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide on the proper sequencing of the order of sentences and key in the answer. Let's read the given set of sentences. 1. Algorithms hosted on the internet are accessed by many. So biases in AI models have resulted in much larger impact, adversely affecting far larger groups of people too. Though algorithmic bias is the popular term, the foundation of such bias is not algorithms, but in the data. Algorithms are not biased, data is, as algorithms merely reflect persistent patterns that are present in the training data. 3. Despite their widespread impact, it is relatively easier to fix AI biases than human-generated biases, as it is simpler to identify the former than to try to make people unlearn behaviors learned over generations. 4. The impact of biased decisions made by humans is localized and geographically confined. But with the advent of AI, the impact of such decisions is spread over a much wider scale. So I note that the discussion appears to be about AI models, certain biases present in them, as well as how this is linked to human-based decisions. So statements 4 and 1 here showcase an evident link. Why is that the case? Firstly, I note that the author talks about the wide-scale impact of biases that we observe in AI, or more specifically, the impact of biased decisions made by humans. The author says that with the advent of AI, the impact has become much wider, it has expanded. So why is that the case? This answer is presented here in statement 1, which tells us that this is the case mainly because of the internet. These algorithms are hosted on the internet, so people can easily access this. So as a result, the impact is much larger, and this can have much more adverse effect compared to, let's say, not being able to access such algorithms. So in a way, 4 and 1 present a logical block which is presenting a particular idea. In this case, it's saying that all the biased human decisions are often localized. With the advent of AI, this has changed. It has changed primarily because the impact has become wider. Why has the impact become wider? Mainly because the AI algorithms or models are hosted on the internet, so they can be accessed by many people. So it's because of this that it can have much larger and adverse effect. So this is the kind of thinking that the author is presenting here. What about statements 2 and 3? I notice here that the author says that the algorithmic bias, the way in which we are saying it's algorithmic bias, is not actually valid. That this is the case mainly because the author says that the issue here is with the data and not with the algorithm as such. He says that the algorithm is not at fault. It is the kind of data that we are feeding into this algorithm that is problematic. So the data itself, the training data itself is biased, which in turn is causing the algorithm to not function as expected and introducing certain biases in the kind of outputs. So in a way, the author says that though we are terming it as algorithmic bias, the problem is with the data, and data is primarily from humans. And in this regard, we notice that 3 is also discussing about humans. The author says that one way for us to deal with this bias is to sort of fix the kind of data that we are putting in, rather than, let's say, changing the decisions that are made by humans. So in a way, the author says that human generated biases are more tricky to deal with, mainly because you can't change people, but you can definitely change the data that you are planning to use, and perhaps in a way you can deal with these AI biases. So fixing AI biases are much easier than, let's say, fixing human generated biases. This is one of the lines of discussions that the author presents here. So in a way, I note that 2-3 also forms a block, mainly because the author says that we come across this particular bias, and fixing this bias should be much more easier for us than, let's say, fixing the human generated bias, although the data might to some extent be contingent on humans itself. So that discussion might be something that the author might undertake subsequently. Nevertheless, we note that 4-1-2-3 would render us with a logical paragraph. Why can we not sequence it as 2-3-4-1? Primarily because 4 is much more general. It presents a broader idea, and more specifically, it uses this term here, advent of AI. So in a way, the author is saying that this was a situation, and now with the advent of AI, so and so things have changed. And then he goes on to talk about stuff. So when he talks about AI models here, or the algorithmic biases in AI, he first is talking about the advent of AI and then going on to this discussion. So sequencing it as 4-1-2-3 would be much more sensible than, let's say, coming up with another arrangement here. So the correct answer here is 4-1-2-3 to this particular question. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The passage given below is followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. Manipulating information was a feature of history long before modern journalism established rules of integrity. A record dates back to ancient Rome, when Antony met Cleopatra and his political enemy Octavian launched a spear campaign against him with short, sharp slogans written upon coins. The perpetrator became the first Roman emperor, and fake news had allowed Octavian to hack the republican system once and for all. But the 21st century has seen the weaponization of information on an unprecedented scale. Powerful new technology makes the fabrication of content simple, and social networks amplify falsehood peddled by states, populist politicians, and dishonest corporate entities. The platforms have become fertile ground for computational propaganda, trolling, and troll armies. So in this passage, there are two segments. The first, wherein the author presents a historical anecdote, a particular event that he then uses to build an idea. The idea is around misinformation or manipulating information towards certain ends. So at the very beginning, the author says that this idea of misinformation or manipulating information has been a feature of history. It has been a part of history long before journalists came up with rules of integrity, that this is the correct way to do journalism. Even before that, the author is trying to say that people have used information for their own benefits. They have tried to manipulate information for certain gains. In this case, we are given the example of Octavian, who launched a smear campaign, a misinformation campaign against his political rival, and this allowed him to gain on the political front. So he became the first Roman emperor. And in this regard, the author states that this kind of fake news or misinformation campaign allowed Octavian to hack the republican system. So in a way, he was able to perhaps swindle individuals. He was able to gain public support via this misinformation campaign. So the author is giving us this particular example to showcase how misinformation has been part of history, how it has been used for certain political agendas or towards certain ends. In this particular case, he is having some kind of political gains through this smear campaign that he's running. So this example has been provided here, but the author also adds that this was a situation in ancient times. Right now, the situation is even worse, mainly because of the kind of advancements we have seen in technology. The author says that it has become very easy for us to create or fabricate content and then to spread it via social networks. So he says that technology has in a way fueled or facilitated this process of spreading misinformation, and this again has been used by certain bad actors. So in this case, he says that states, populist politicians, dishonest corporate entities, certain special interest groups use misinformation campaigns for their own gains is what is being implied here. And the author adds that these social network platforms have become ground for computational propaganda, trolling, troll armies. Again, just to iterate that this misinformation campaigns in today's world is perhaps in a much worse state than it was in ancient times. And nevertheless, the idea all around here is that this process of manipulating information for a specific purpose has been age-old, is what the author is trying to convey via this discussion. Let us check which of the options aptly summarizes these key points here in the passage. A. Disinformation, which is mediated by technology today, is not new and has existed since ancient times. This is true. This conveys what the author is trying to cover here. However, it merely states that it has been part of ancient times. Here, the author is much more specific and he's trying to present this point that disinformation was used for certain purposes to certain end. So that idea is missing here, but nevertheless, it's a good summary so far of what we have seen here. B. People need to become critical of what they read, since historically weaponization of information has led to corruption. So this link between information and corruption might be a bit misconstrued, and aside from that, it misses out on certain points. So this comment here about how people need to read, it's advocating for a particular action, which is not necessarily something that we can glean from the information that we have observed here. So if I had to make a comparison between A and B, A is definitely better, so I can eliminate B. C. Use of misinformation for attaining power, a practice that is as old as the Octavian era, is currently fueled by technology. Now, this is an even better summary of what is being presented here, primarily because it states that misinformation is being used with a specific purpose in mind. So that idea of attaining power, something that we observe here in the case of Octavian, as well as in the case of these bad actors such as states, politicians, and dishonest corporate entities. Both of these ideas around attaining power or using it for certain means is aptly presented here in option C. So if I had to compare A and C, I would say that C is much better, much more comprehensive, much more specific than, let's say, A. So it specifies this reference to Octavian era. It also showcases how it is fueled by technology. So if I had to compare between these terms, mediated and fueled is much better. So I can eliminate option A and retain option C. This is the best choice that we have seen so far among A, B and C. D. Octavian used fake news to manipulate people and attain power and influence, just as people do today. Again, this goes on a tangent and it specifically focuses on the example that is provided. The author uses that example, that historical anecdote, and then draws an idea. So option D misses out on that completely. We can easily eliminate option D as the correct choice. So among the given ones, we notice that C here is the correct answer. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The passage given below is followed by 4 alternate summaries. We need to choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. Let's read the passage. Colonialism is not a modern phenomenon. World history is full of examples of one society gradually expanding by incorporating adjacent territory and settling its people on newly conquered territory. In the 16th century, colonialism changed decisively because of the technological developments in navigation that began to connect more remote parts of the world. The modern European colonial project emerged when it became possible to move large numbers of people across the ocean to maintain political control in spite of geographical dispersion. The term colonialism is used to describe the process of European settlement, violent dispossession and political domination over the rest of the world, including the Americas, Australia and parts of Africa and Asia. So here the discussion is centered around colonialism, the concept itself. The author says that it's not a modern concept, it's a pre-modern concept. It has been there for quite some time because we have a set of examples. The history is rife with examples according to him, wherein one particular territory has conquered its adjacent territory and the people have settled there together. So in a way, the author says that the concept of colonialism is not new. What's new is the kind of definition that we have attached to it. Aside from that, the author says that there was a very significant development that took place in 16th century, which was the advancement in navigation. And the author says that this allowed us to connect communities across the world, even to the most remotest parts. And the author says that another thing it allowed is for Europeans or the European counterparts who have mainly colonialized most of these regions to maintain their political control in spite of being so far away. So that's one of the important aspects. Another aspect is that it allowed Europeans to move large number of people across the ocean. So they were able to perhaps transport their armies from region A to region B, which might be in a very remote part of the world. And altogether, the author says that this ability to sort of transfer people from far off regions and to maintain political control, staying away from that particular place, is what transformed colonialism in a way. So this is the idea the author emphasizes here. He says that this particular advancement in 16th century allowed for a change in the concept of colonialism that we generally observe. So in a way, it was a step further. And this is exactly what we might relate to as term colonialism in the current sense, in the modern sense at least, which we attach to European settlement and certain violent dispossession and political domination that entail as a result. So this appears to be the gist of the discussion. Let's see which of the options would aptly capture the ideas that we have seen so far without any distortions. A. As a result of developments in navigation technology, European colonialism led to the displacement of indigenous populations and global political changes in the 16th century. So for one, some aspect of this is definitely true, but it misses out on the broader points that have been mentioned. So displacement of indigenous population, this is not at the core of the discussion as such. The author does mention that there is an outcome, but it's not the central point. What the author is more concerned about is the kind of change that took place in the concept of colonialism, how it was a pre-modern concept, but in the 16th century, certain developments led it to transform, led it to metamorphosize into something totally different. So there's something a bit further. So this is the idea the author is trying to convey via the passage, and option A doesn't capture that. So we can eliminate A. B. Colonialism, conceptualized in the 16th century, allowed colonizers to expand their territories, establish settlements, and exercise political control. So for beginners, we know that this aspect here, this modifier here, is incorrect. We are told that colonialism is not a modern concept. It's not a modern phenomenon. So saying that it was conceptualized in the 16th century would be inaccurate. So we can eliminate option B easily. C. Technological advancements in navigation in the 16th century transformed colonialism, enabling Europeans to establish settlements and exert political dominance over distant regions. So it touches upon all the key points. Firstly, it talks about the advancement that brought about certain changes, so transformation in the concept of colonialism, and what was the outcome. So it enabled Europeans to establish settlements in even remote parts of the world, across the world, and exert political dominance. So the outcomes have also been touched upon sufficiently here. So we notice that option C is a very well-rounded summary of what is being discussed here in the passage. It captures the crux of the discussion and also talks about some of the ancillary points, such as the outcome of this transformation. So option C here is likely to be the correct choice. D. Colonialism surged in the 16th century due to advancements in navigation, enabling British settlements abroad and global dominance. So here, compared to C, we can very evidently see that D is not a good choice. Firstly, surged in 16th century would be a bit of a misrepresentation, primarily because what the author intends to convey is that it transformed, it changed. Saying that it surged in the 16th century would be a bit inaccurate. Secondly, the focus is not purely on British settlements. The author talks about European colonialism in general. So that aspect is not correctly presented here in option D. So we can eliminate option D as well. Among the given choices, we notice that option C would be the best summary that is provided for this particular passage. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below. Let us read it carefully and answer the questions that follow. So this is a CAT 2023 RC. Let us dive right in. The positivists, anxious to stake out their claim for history as a science, contributed the weight of their influence to the cult of facts. First, ascertain the facts, said the positivists, then draw your conclusions from them. This is what may be called the common sense view of history. History consists of a corpus of ascertained facts. The facts are available to the historian in documents, inscriptions, and so on. Sir George Clarke contrasted the hardcore of facts in history with the surrounding pulp of disputable interpretation, forgetting perhaps that the pulpy part of the fruit is more rewarding than the hardcore. It recalls the favorite dictum of the great liberal journalist C.P. Scott, facts are sacred, opinion is free. So here in this first paragraph, I note two distinct points. Firstly, the author is using the example of positivists to establish an idea. This idea is how history itself is determined by facts or factual accuracy. This is at the core of this first paragraph, and then the author is counteracting this point. He's presenting his disagreement with this stated idea. He's trying to say that perhaps the interpretive aspect rather than, let's say, factual accuracy is what takes precedence. So this is the opinion according to him. How did we come to this particular idea? So firstly, in this part here at the beginning, the author says that positivists, they wanted to emphasize that history is basically a science. And why is it a science? They first want to establish the facts and then they want to draw conclusions. So in a way, positivists are presenting this particular idea of how factual accuracy is definitely significant. The author calls this as the common sense view of history. In the common sense view of history, we are giving more emphasis, or we are placing more emphasis on facts. So facts need to be correct. Only after you have established the facts can you draw conclusions or make interpretations perhaps. The author also states this idea by Sir George Clarke, who is trying to contrast two different aspects. So aspect number one here is the hardcore of facts. Aspect number two here is the pulp of disputable interpretation. What does both these ideas indicate? So firstly, the hardcore of facts is basically highlighting how facts might be the center of history or any kind of historical study. Secondly, the pulp of disputable interpretation. Here he's trying to say that factual accuracy is perhaps more significant than interpretation. But the author says that when Mr. Clarke here is, or when Sir Clarke here is making this particular contrast, he's forgetting that the pulpy part of the fruit is more rewarding than the hardcore. So in a way, the author is trying to say that perhaps interpretation is more significant than establishing the factual accuracy itself. This might be the line of thought that the author possesses. He might not have explicitly stated this here in the first paragraph, but we can see, or we can note, that the author does not agree with this idea of facts being at the center of any kind of historical study, or facts being given more emphasis than, let's say, interpretation. He also cites this idea by journalist C.P. Scott, who says that facts are sacred, opinion is free. This again aligns with this idea mentioned earlier on, how facts are very much significant. And this particular claim here, or this particular quote here, is aligning with the common sense view of history, which is placing facts at the center, which is giving more significance to facts compared to, let's say, opinions. So this is the point here. Again, opinion and fact, it's trying to present this idea of something that is much more objective to, let's say, something that is subjective. So this subjective versus objective appears to be at the core of this first paragraph, and the author is taking the side of the subjective aspects. He's saying that interpretation might be perhaps more significant than, let's say, establishing facts themselves. So this is the first paragraph. I hope that the idea here is clear. Let's move on to the next part of the discussion and see how the author is extending on his thought. What is a historical fact? According to the common sense view, there are certain basic facts which are the same for all historians and which form, so to speak, the backbone of history. The fact, for example, that the Battle of Hastings was fought in 1066. But this view calls for two observations. In the first place, it is not with facts like these that the historian is primarily concerned. It is no doubt important to know that the great battle was fought in 1066 and not in 1065 or 1067, and that it was fought at Hastings and not Eastbourne or Brighton. The historian must not get these things wrong. But to praise a historian for his accuracy is like praising an architect for using well-seasoned timber or properly mixed concrete in his building. It is a necessary condition of his work, but not his essential function. It is precisely for matters of this kind that the historian is entitled to rely on what have been called the auxiliary sciences of history: archaeology, epigraphy, numismatics, chronology, and so forth. So here the author is building his case. He's trying to present the idea that this entire point or this entire statement around the significance of facts might be misplaced. He's trying to communicate this via certain observations here. So firstly, in this paragraph, he's trying to discuss the nature of facts itself. He's trying to first define what would qualify as an historical fact according to the common sense view. And then he's trying to say that, okay, I can observe certain discrepancies here. Let me note down those observations. The first observation he's presenting is with regard to how a historian is not necessarily concerned or not primarily concerned with establishing the accuracy of facts. So he says that the factual accuracy is not something that can be considered as the essence of a historian's work. So a historian's work is perhaps something totally different. So in a way, the author is trying to indicate that that the accuracy of historical facts is not what a historian needs to be too much worried about. He says that that's something that is an essential condition. It's something that is already necessary. It's not something that can be considered as a contribution made by the historian himself. So in a way, he might be implying that perhaps the interpretation of these facts might be what makes a historian a historian. So this is what he's perhaps trying to convey to the readers, not again explicitly stated, but he's just trying to say that this entire point around facts might be a bit misplaced, because establishing the accuracy of facts is not something that can be considered as the primary function of a historian's job. This is what the author is trying to say. He says that it's for this very same reason, to establish the accuracy of a fact, we have something called as auxiliary sciences, and he says that this would be archaeology, this would be numismatics, epigraphy, chronology. So all of this would help us to establish the accuracy of a fact. You cannot say that a historian needs to be primarily concerned with establishing the accuracy of a fact. And he says that to praise a historian for his accuracy in terms of the facts that he's presenting in his work would be equivalent to praising an architect for using well-seasoned timber. So in a way, the author is saying that it is automatically expected of an architect to use good quality material while building something or while constructing something. You cannot say that, okay, oh, he's an architect, so his primary job is to establish or to make sure that the materials used are of the best quality. No, that is automatically expected of him. Perhaps the design, the kind of design that the architect comes up with is what gives value to his work. So similarly, perhaps the kind of interpretation that a historian presents of a set of facts that he has is perhaps what adds value to his work. This is the idea the author might be trying to convey here, and this appears to be the first observation here in the passage. So he says that firstly, we need to identify what would qualify as a fact according to the to this common sense view. So he says that, for example, common sense view, we know that the Battle of Hastings took place in so and so year, and this might be quite an important piece of information, but by its own, this is not what the author or this is not what the historian is supposed to be concerned about. The historian is not necessarily worried about, let's say, establishing that, okay, the Battle of Hastings took place in so and so here. This is something that is automatically expected of him, that he is, let's say, checking archaeological records to establish that this was the particular year. Now, why did the Battle of Hastings take place in this particular year might be what would be more significant, or what would actually add value to the work of a historian. This is what the author is trying to perhaps convey here. And how are we making this particular or how are we making this particular claim here? We are making this claim based on what we understood in the first paragraph. The author says that there is this common sense view of history which he doesn't agree with. So his disagreement is something that we gleaned in the very first paragraph, and now whatever interpretations we are making is based on that particular understanding of ours. So I hope this paragraph as well is clear. It appears a bit complicated in terms of what the author is trying to discuss, but our agenda here is to identify that this is what the author intends to convey, this is his position so far, and this is the information he's trying to present. So in terms of the information he's presenting these information to establish his own claim. He's trying to make a point. He's trying to say that purely focusing on facts might be counterintuitive, especially in the context of, let's say, the kind of work that a historian undertakes. This is what the author is primarily concerned with here in the passage. So I hope this idea is very much clear. We are just trying to see what kind of arguments the author himself is presenting to sort of support this idea he presents at the very beginning of the passage. Let's move on to the next part of the discussion. The second observation is that the necessity to establish these basic facts rests not on any quality in the facts themselves, but on an a priori decision of the historian. In spite of C.P. Scott's motto, every journalist knows today that the most effective way to influence opinion is by selection and arrangement of the appropriate facts. It used to be said that the facts speak for themselves. This is, of course, untrue. The facts speak only when the historian calls on them. It is he who decides to which facts to give the floor and in what order or context. The only reason why we are interested to know that the battle was fought at Hastings in 1066 is that the historians regard it as a major historical event. Professor Talcott Parsons once called science a selective system of cognitive orientations to reality. It might perhaps have been put more simply, but history is, among other things, that the historian is necessarily selective. The belief in a hard core of historical facts existing objectively and independently of the interpretation of the historian is a preposterous fallacy, but one which is very hard to eradicate. So we get this clear-cut claim that the author is presenting at the very end of the passage. So far we have been just making certain interpretations based on the kind of attitude we saw in the first paragraph that the author had. But now here the author is making a very clear-cut claim. He's saying that the very idea that facts exist objectively and independently outside the interpretation of a historian is completely fallacious. It's completely flawed. It's not something that we can agree, or that the author at least agrees with. And he says that it's very difficult to eradicate in itself. So he's saying that this fallacy or this misbelief is something that persists or continues to, let's say, pervade the historical the community of historians. And in a way he's trying to emphasize that facts themselves are chosen not based on their inherent quality. So this is the second observation that he's presenting, and together with the first observation he's trying to make this idea very clear that facts do not exist objectively. The way in which these facts are presented also influences certain things. In this case, it's influencing opinions of people. So the author says that you cannot say that the facts speak for themselves. The facts themselves are perhaps not of very much use, and it's only after the historian has arranged or presented the facts in a certain manner that you can come up with a particular idea or you can establish something. So this is the point that the author is trying to make here. So in this first part here, when the author mentions the second observation, he's trying to say that we do not choose facts based on their inherent quality. So it's not because they have some kind of quality or they have some kind of inherent value in themselves, which is why we are choosing them. The author is saying that it's based on the decision of the historian. So there might be, let's say, fact A, B and C, and the historian might choose to just present, let's say, fact A. And that choice, that particular choice is definitely going to influence the kind of opinion that we have. And this is where the author again invokes C.P. Scott. So earlier on he talks about how C.P. Scott, who is a journalist, says that facts are sacred and opinions are free. And in this regard, we might have interpreted it as, let's say, facts being very important and opinions being, let's say, less important. But that's not the case. The author is saying that opinion is very much dependent on the way in which we are presenting the facts, in a way in which the historian is presenting facts. So this is the point that is being presented here. Again, the author's intention here is to showcase that facts do not exist objectively, or it's not independent of the historian and his, let's say, selective bias. That's not the case. It's dependent on the historian and the way in which the historian chooses to present the fact. So that's what eventually infuses or gets translated into an opinion. So he's trying to say here that this entire logic of, let's say, saying that facts are very important or facts is at the center of history is perhaps not of much value to the author himself. He's saying that this common sense view of history might not be making much sense to him. So in a way, when he says earlier that the pulp of interpretation is what might be more rewarding, he might be trying to say that the interpretive nature of history is what he values, rather than, let's say, compared to this this perspective wherein we are purely dependent on facts and we are considering facts to be objective. When he says that facts themselves are not objective, they are based on the kind of bias or the kind of selection that historians undertake. So this is the point that the author is trying to make here. Altogether, this appears to be a criticism of a particular viewpoint that the author is undertaking. He's presenting certain observations to make his point. So I hope the discussion so far is clear. We notice that in the very first paragraph, the author mentions the positivist to establish an idea, to establish the common sense view of history, which is based on facts. The author says, or he presents his position subtly by saying that he disagrees with this idea, and then he goes on to explore the nature of facts itself. And while exploring the nature of facts, he draws two observations. The first observation is how the historian's job is not to establish the accuracy of facts, it is automatically expected of him. The second observation is how facts are not chosen based on their innate quality, but based on the historian's preference. And this selective nature of work that historians undertake is exactly what makes historical facts less objective or less independent of the historian itself. So this is the point the author is trying to make. He makes this statement very clearly towards the end of the passage, and it's only after we have read the entire discussion that we understand that the author is trying to make a point. He's trying to criticize a particular position. Now that we have understood what this discussion is about, let us move on to the questions and try answering them. According to the passage, which one of the following statements best describes the significance of archaeology for historians? So the author labels archaeology as an auxiliary science, and he says that we use such auxiliary sciences to establish the accuracy of some kind of historical fact that is being presented. Let us check which of the options aligns with this. A. Archaeology helps historians to locate the oldest civilizations in history. We know that this is totally irrelevant to the discussion, so we can easily eliminate A. B. Archaeology helps historians to ascertain factual accuracy, something that we can understand based on the discussion that we have seen. C. Archaeology helps historians to carry out their primary duty, not something that is implied. The author says that such auxiliary sciences might aid their work, but to carry out their primary duty, this primary duty is not specifically clarified, but we can perhaps understand that the primary duty might be along the lines of interpreting or coming up with a interpretation of certain historical events. That could be what the author might qualify as the primary duty. But again, there is no explicit mention that archaeology helps historians carry out their primary duty. So this is also totally off topic. D. Archaeology helps historians to interpret historical facts. Again, this is not exactly what the author is trying to convey when he talks about archaeology. The significance here is that such auxiliary sciences help us establish factual accuracy. So this is what the author intends to convey when he mentions these auxiliary sciences. So option B correctly captures that. We can easily eliminate all the other choices once we come across option B. So option D is also incorrect. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 2. All of the following, if true, can weaken the passage's claim that facts do not speak for themselves, except. So what would actually align with the idea that facts are not objective? So this is what this particular question is trying to test. So we are told that all of the following will actually weaken the claim that facts do not speak for themselves. This is the position that the author himself presents. He says that facts do not speak for themselves, they are not objective, they are not independent of the historian's interpretation. This is what he's trying to present. So which of the following, if true, would actually align with this? This is what this question is trying to test. Let's check. A. The truth value of a fact is independent of the historian who expresses it. So if this is true, this is actually weakening this claim. So we can eliminate option A because it's in fact actually weakening, and we have to find something that does not weaken this particular idea. So A is incorrect. B. A fact by its very nature is objective and universal, irrespective of the context in which it is placed. Again, this is contrary to this particular statement here that facts do not speak for themselves. So in a way, it's actually weakening this claim here. So when we say that facts are actually objective, we are going against the point that the author has presented here. So option B is also weakening this particular claim that is being stated here in the question. We can eliminate option B. C. Facts like truth can be relative. What is fact for person X may not be so for person Y. So this is aligning with this particular idea here. When we say that facts do not speak for themselves, we can in fact say that facts are relative. So what might be a factual, what might be a fact for person, let's say X, might not be a fact for person Y. So in this way, we are indicating that facts are actually not objective. So when we say that it's not objective, this, if true, would actually align with this claim here that the author is making when he says that facts are not independent. So option C here is the correct answer, likely to be the correct answer to this question here. D, the order in which a series of facts is presented does not have any bearing on the production of meaning. So this is again going against what the author presents towards the end of the passage. He says that the order in which a historian selects and presents facts is definitely going to influence opinion. So when we say that that's not the case here, it's actually weakening the claim that is being stated in the passage. So we can eliminate option D as well. Among the given choices, we notice that only option C aligns with the given claim here. So whenever we come across such double negatives, it is essential for us to identify what the question is trying to ask here. When we are told that all of the following can weaken the passage's claim except, so we have to find something that does not weaken the passage's claim. And this claim here is that facts do not speak for themselves. So we have to find something among the choices that is aligning with this particular claim, or that is something that is going to strengthen or add value or add support to this particular statement here. So only option C does that, and hence it is the correct choice. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 3. If the author of the passage were to write a book on the Battle of Hastings along the lines of his or her own reasoning, the focus of the historical account would be on. So firstly, this question tests us on the attitude or the kind of intention that the author had while writing this particular piece. So it helps us gain some insight into the author's own reasoning. So what could be his reasoning? We know for sure that the author is someone who, let's say, supports interpretation over factual accuracy. So he's not a big fan of factual accuracy. He's someone who is not a big fan of the hardcore of facts. He's someone who is more interested in the pulp of disputable interpretation. That is something that we can understand based on the discussion. So it has to be something that might perhaps, let's say, explore why this particular battle took place, what led to this particular battle, what are some of the subjective aspects associated with this historical event. This is something that the author would most likely explore, as opposed to, let's say, just presenting a sort of list of facts attached to this event here. So this is a understanding that we have of the author, and based on this understanding, let us try to assess the given choices. A, exploring the socio-political and economic factors that led to the battle. This is something that the author is likely to do, primarily because it might contain certain interpretive aspects rather than, let's say, just factual elements. So option A is something that fits the bill here, something that definitely aligns with the author's reasoning. We'll put it on hold for now. Let us examine the other choices. B, producing a detailed timeline of various events that led to the battle. Again, this is something that we could qualify as purely factual, or something that would involve using just facts, a list of facts perhaps. So establishing a timeline doesn't involve any interpretive elements here. So option B is something that we can reject. So basically this question is assessing us to figure out what would involve fact versus what would involve interpretation, and we can easily eliminate choices that are just purely, let's say, along the lines of factual information. C, deriving historical facts from the relevant documents and inscriptions. Again, we know this is definitely not something that the author might be interested about, because he is again going against or talking about how facts are not necessarily the center of any kind of historical discussion. So not necessarily that it's not at the center of historical discussion, but he's just trying to say that this entire view of placing facts on the pedestal is not something that he agrees with. So option C and D are both purely focusing on facts. So the author might not be too interested in presenting a historical account along these lines. D, providing a nuanced interpretation by relying on auxiliary sciences. This is also not something that is far off from what is being discussed here. The author might be interested in presenting a nuanced interpretation, but this mention of auxiliary sciences here is a bit odd. Again, why do we use auxiliary sciences? It's to establish the accuracy of facts. So perhaps we could say that this interpretation is largely dependent on
let's say, establishing the accuracy of facts, which again the author might not be very happy about. So if I had to make a choice between A and D, A is a much more better choice, primarily because it doesn't involve this term here about on auxiliary sciences, and it is much more clear that that A involves interpretation. Whether or not the interpretation in D is something that the author might be interested in is unclear to us. So we could say that between A and D, A is definitely the better choice. Let us move on to the next question. Question number 4. All of the following describe the common sense view of history except. So we have to find a choice that does not describe or does not align with this common sense view of history. Let us inspect the choices. A. Real history can be found in ancient engravings and archival documents. We know that common sense view of history is very much for establishing historical facts. So in a way, they say that these are facts that are actually available to historian documents, inscriptions, and so on. So option A is something that we can eliminate, mainly because it describes the common sense view of history, or it might align with this particular view of history. B. Only the positivist methods can lead to credible historical knowledge is also something that we could link with this common sense view of history, although it appears to be a bit ambiguous. But since this is a previous year question, one way to rationalize this is what the author is trying to do when he talks about how positivists are emphasizing history as a science. So by this, they are trying to say that we first establish the facts and then we draw conclusions, and they feel that this is the correct way to do history, or to sort of explore history. So option B is actually trying to convey that particular idea, and in this regard, again, it aligns, or it can be linked with this common sense view of history. So we can eliminate option B as well. C. History is like science, a selective system of cognitive orientations to reality. Now, this first half here is definitely true. This is something that we observe in the beginning itself. But the second half, where this is something that I think Mr. Parsons here had mentioned, but what the author is trying to do when he mentions this particular quote here is to emphasize how how the selection of facts takes place, and how facts themselves are not objective. So in a way, both these points here are contradictory. So what is being stated here is basically showcasing how science itself is selective in nature. We are having selective interpretations of, let's say, reality, and the author is trying to emphasize that in this regard, you can say that history is definitely like science. But again, this is not aligning with the common sense view of history, because in common sense view of history, we are saying that history is like science because first we are establishing facts. Facts according to the common sense view of history is objective, and then based on this, then we are drawing conclusions. So both these points in C are actually contrary to the common sense view of history. This first part might somewhat align with the common sense view of history, but the second part, the interpretation, or this analogy between history and science is sort of telling us that it's not the common sense view of history, or it's against the common sense view of history. So option C here is the correct answer. D. History can be objective like the sciences if it is derived from historical facts. This is true. This is what is being presented here with regard to the common sense view of history. So we can eliminate option D as well. Among the given statements, we notice that A, B, and D align with the common sense view of history, while option C is not something that we could say can be used to describe this particular view or perspective of history. So option C here is the correct answer. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage is given below. Let us read it carefully and answer the questions that follow. This is a CAT 2023 RC. Let us dive right into the first paragraph. Umberto Eco, an Italian writer, was right when he said, "The language of Europe is translation. Netflix and other deep-pocketed global firms speak it well." Just as the EU employs a small army of translators and interpreters to turn intricate laws or impassioned speeches of Romanian MEPs into the EU's 24 official languages, so do the likes of Netflix. It now offers dubbing in 34 languages and subtitling in a few more. So in this first paragraph, the author is discussing the role of translation, drawing parallels between the platforms of Netflix and how there are multilingual operations of the EU in terms of how they are translating certain speeches or content that takes place during any kind of EP discussions or European Parliament discussions. More specifically, the author is trying to talk about the impact of Netflix, how Netflix is employing individuals in to undertake translation services. And this is then further emphasized by how they offer dubbing and subtitling services in more than 34 languages. So altogether, what the author is trying to do here in the first paragraph is trying to talk about the role of translation in the global success of streaming platforms, perhaps. This is the intention here. What the author intends to convey is this extensive use of dubbing and subtitling in various languages that is undertaken by Netflix. That appears to be the center of the discussion here. Let us see how that's relevant to the overall theme. The economics of European productions are more appealing too. American audiences are more willing than before to give dubbed or subtitled viewing a chance. This means shows such as Lupin, a French crime caper, on Netflix can become global hits. In 2015, about 75% of Netflix's original content was American. Now the figure is half, according to Ampere, a media analysis company. Netflix has about 100 productions underway in Europe, which is more than the public broadcasters in France or Germany. So in this paragraph, the author emphasizes the economic appeal of European productions, with American audiences increasingly viewing dubbed or subtitled programs. So altogether, what the author wants to convey here is that this entire aspect of translation that we came across in the first paragraph might be primarily driven or fueled by this economics here in terms of the productions and the programs that are broadcasted. The author says that American audiences are in a way showcasing more demand and more inclination towards these dubbed or subtitled programs. So he's basically saying that European programs, which were perhaps not in much demand earlier on, are now in demand. This is the idea he wants to convey, and he is presenting certain evidence in this regard to support this particular idea that there is more demand now more than ever for these European shows, for these European productions. He gives us statistics here. He says that in 2015, 75% of the shows that were produced were American. Now that has become half, in a way indicating that the remaining half perhaps has some kind of global appeal. It is not purely American and caters to a wider audience. This is what the author intends to convey via this statistics or this data point presented here. He also highlights how this appeal might translate to European productions being more popular. So shows such as Lupin, the author says that this is a French show. This might become a global hit primarily because American audiences now find such shows appealing, and this appeal is in a way driven by the translation services, the subtitling, the dubbing of these productions that we came across in the first paragraph. So this is how the author is linking these two different texts. In the first paragraph, he talks about how translation plays a significant role in terms of the success that we observe for streaming platforms like Netflix. He says that they deploy or they employ a large group of translators perhaps to subtitle and dub their content. And this in turn is fueled or driven by the interest shown by American audiences. So the author is giving us this complete picture here in the first two paragraphs. Let us read further and see how the next segment of the discussion is relevant. Not everything works across borders. Comedy sometimes struggles. Whodunits and bloodthirsty maelstroms between arch Romans and uppity tribesmen have a more universal appeal. Some do it better than others. Barbarians aside, German television is not always built for export, says one executive, being polite. A bigger problem is that national broadcasters still dominate. Streaming services such as Netflix or Disney Plus account for about a third of all viewing hours, even in markets where they are well established. Europe is an aging continent. The generation of teens staring at phones is outnumbered by their elders who prefer to gawp at the box. So in this paragraph, the author presents certain constraints associated with this streaming success that we have observed of platforms, certain platforms. Here the author says that not everything works across borders. So not all kind of programs have the same appeal. He says that some set of programs or some genre of programs might work, others might not. So comedy is one such example, which the author says often struggles, and perhaps primarily because it could be that comedy is often localized in a certain sense. Some of the jokes that might be relevant, let's say in one country, might not be relevant in another country, or might not be understood well in another country despite proper translation. So in a way, the author says that this particular genre of comedy struggles. It doesn't work well across borders, while certain other genres such as whodunits, which are mystery or thrillers, and any kind of shows that showcase some form of conflict, they often perform better. So the author says that there are certain genres that work, others that don't. The author also here tells how executives in these media houses or that are part of these streaming services often feel that German television might also not work properly across borders. So that's another opinion that is being presented. So this first half is discussing certain constraints associated with streaming platforms like Netflix, more specifically how they might face certain hurdles, how certain genres might work, others might not. The second half of this particular paragraph is presenting another issue, how media houses or how national broadcasters are still in a way leading the game. So the author says that a large chunk of the market share is still held by these national broadcasters. So, and this is the case in which this is the case even in geographies where Netflix or Disney Plus or such streaming platforms are well established. So the author says that it's not as if it's the case in some small niche region. That's not the case. Even in well-established markets where these streaming platforms are popular, even in such markets, the national broadcasters still dominate. We are given another statistics here wherein the author says that a third of all viewing hours is still held by these national broadcasters. So they are the ones who are benefiting. And in a way, the author justifies that this could be primarily because the European population is aging, so that information is presented here, and more info is presented, wherein the author says that the number of old people, they outnumber the young ones who generally tend to prefer streaming platforms and prefer to watch it in their phones perhaps. Altogether, what the author is trying to showcase here via this paragraph is certain constraints associated with the growth or the proliferation of these streaming platforms, like Netflix more specifically. So the author says that in the first paragraphs that there is definitely an increase in demand that we have observed because of, let's say, XYZ reasons, but there are also certain limitations, and he's listing these limitations here. Firstly, he says that only certain kinds of genres might work. Not all genres have an equal appeal. Second, he says that national broadcasters continue to dominate the market. So streaming platforms might have to find a way to crack the market and to perhaps cater to the larger audiences. And in a way, this might be difficult primarily because of the aging population in Europe. This is the information being provided to us so far. Let us read further. In Brussels and national capitals, the prospect of Netflix as a cultural hegemon is seen as a threat. Cultural sovereignty is the watchword of European executives, worried that Americans will eat their lunch. To be fair, Netflix content sometimes seems stuck in an uncanny valley somewhere in the mid-Atlantic, with local quirks stripped out. Netflix originals tend to have fewer specific cultural references than shows produced by domestic rivals, according to Enders, a market analyst. The company used to have an imperial model of commissioning, with executives in Los Angeles cooking up ideas French people might like. Now, Netflix has offices across Europe, but ultimately the big decisions rest with American executives. This makes European politicians nervous. So another issue associated with the streaming platforms is presented here. More specifically, the kind of cultural impact that Europeans perceive such streaming platforms might have. So the author says that cultural hegemon. So by this, he's trying to say that viewing Netflix as a cultural leader, having some form of cultural impact, is sort of threatening for many of these European executives, for many of the European politicians. In the case of executives, they are worried that the increasing popularity of Netflix would eat into their profits. So that's one of the worries that they have. As for the politicians, they might be worried primarily because they feel that there is a loss in the cultural values that is often portrayed in many of the Netflix programs. And the author says that it is in a way fair. It's a fair kind of tension that exists here, primarily because the content that Netflix churns out might not align well with the cultural values in many of these European regions. And he's giving us the reason behind this as well. Why is that the case? So this is primarily because the decisions that at the top level is often made by executives who are sitting in, let's say, US, and they might not have a well-rounded understanding of what's appealing or what aligns with the values of, let's say, certain European regions. And in this regard, because of this detachment, this sort of alienated way of making decisions in terms of the content that is being produced, the author says that it's definitely a worthwhile worry for many of these politicians, because the content that is churned out is definitely detached from what might be actually taking place in Europe. So in a way, the author is trying to say that there is a form of decentralization that has taken place, wherein the decisions with regard to content that needs to be, let's say, presented in Europe is being taken in the US. So that might not work well. Perhaps the author is intending to say that European audiences or European individuals should be deciding what kind of content needs to be produced within Europe and produced and spread in Europe. So that is what the author is trying to imply in a way, that there needs to be this dismantling of the existing structure in terms of what kind of content is being produced and what would appeal to the audiences. So this is the idea that is being implied here. Altogether, the purpose of this particular paragraph is to showcase another issue or another limitation associated with this proliferation of streaming platforms. The author has already presented us with two issues. One with regard to how many national broadcasters continue to dominate the market and how certain genres might be less appealing than others, and how that there has to be this decision or perhaps this dichotomy that might exist of choosing between, let's say, one particular genre and the other. So these are two problems that were mentioned in the earlier paragraph, and now the author is presenting another issue, that there is this perceived cultural threat around these streaming platforms. The author also presents the reasoning behind it. Why would that be the case? What could be leading to this particular perceived threat? That is also being discussed here in this paragraph here. I hope that aspect is clear. Let us move on to the next part. They should not be. So this is with reference to the fears of the European politicians. The author says that they should not be afraid. So why is it the case? Let's read further. An irony of European integration is that it is often American companies that facilitate it. Google Translate makes European newspapers comprehensible, even if a little clunky, for the continent's non-polyglots. American social media companies make it easier for Europeans to talk politics across borders. That they do not always like to hear what they say about each other is another matter. Now, Netflix and Friends pump the same content into homes across a continent, making culture a cross-border endeavor too. If Europeans are to share a currency, bail each other out in times of financial need, and share vaccines in a pandemic, then they need to have something in common, even if it's just binging on the same series. Watching fictitious Northern and Southern Europeans tear each other apart 2000 years ago beats doing so in reality. So for one, we identify that one of the objectives why the author is undertaking this discussion is to showcase how these streaming platforms such as Netflix serve a purpose. And in this case, according to him, what kind of problem might it be resolving? The author is trying to say that in a way, it furthers cultural unity amongst the people. So the author says that there is definitely a diverse set of opinions and voices that might exist, but such streaming platforms might enable people to understand other cultures better within the same region, and this in a way might help unite these different regions. This is what the author is trying to imply here via this last part of the discussion. Earlier on, the author says that European politicians should not be nervous. Why is it the case? For one, he says that European integration, so the unity that we observe in Europe, is in a way supported or facilitated by American companies. So American companies are in a way responsible for furthering European integration or European unity. And how is that the case? The author says that, for example, Google Translate helps people to translate the opinions and content and allows it to be spread across Europe. So people who are perhaps not able to speak languages of their immediate neighbors might be able to still understand the opinions and viewpoints that are shared on social media. Similarly, social media platforms also enables people to have open discussions, and this also is integral part of having some form of integration or unity. So in a way, the author says that these companies are inherently American, and in this regard, it's ironic in a way. So these European politicians should not be worried about, let's say, such American streaming platforms having a negative impact on their culture, primarily because a lot of the cultural unity that they see now in Europe has been enabled by American companies. So this is the irony here that the author wants to emphasize. But more specifically, the author is trying to say that these streaming platforms such as Netflix have the potential to sort of improve or to sort of allow for or facilitate cultural unity or European integration. So this is what he's trying to convey via the discussion here. He ends on a funny note as well, saying that certain kinds of shows might be counterintuitive to this entire process. That's a totally different discussion perhaps that the author might have undertaken subsequently. But altogether, this appears to be the gist of the discussion. The author begins via how streaming platforms have proliferated, certain reasons behind this particular phenomenon, how it's fueled by demand of Americans and let's say other entities globally. And then the author is presenting certain constraints and issues, and towards the end he's making his agenda clear that he feels perhaps that these streaming platforms have certain potential in enabling the cultural unity, European integration. That is what he feels here. So I hope this discussion so far is clear and the ideas that have been presented in each of the paragraphs is understood. Let us move on to the questions and try answering them. Question number 1. Based on the information provided in the passage, all of the following are true except, so we have to find something that does not align with the information provided in the passage. Let us examine the choices. A. European television production have the potential to become global hits. This is true based on what has been stated in the passage. We have been given the example of Lupin, and the author definitely feels that such shows can become global hits mainly because of the translation, dubbing and subtitling of such European productions. So in a way, A is true based on the information provided to us, so we can eliminate A. B. Netflix has been able to transform itself into a truly European entity. If anything, the author is saying the very opposite of this. He says that Netflix, the kind of content that Netflix turns out might not truly align with the local preferences in terms of what it's being presented. And this is primarily because of the way in which the top brass makes decisions. So the author says that they are sitting in America and then they are making decisions about what the European audiences might find appealing. So that might not truly work. So in a way, the author says that Netflix is yet to transform itself into a truly European entity. This is what the author is trying to convey. So option B is something that is not true based on the information. This is likely to be the correct choice. Let us examine options C and D as well. Only half of Netflix original programming in the EU is now produced in America. So this is true. The author says that in 2015, it was roughly 75% of the content that was American. Now it has become half. So in a way, option C aligns with this piece of information, although it might be a bit awkwardly phrased, but option C is still valid based on the information or statistics that is being provided in the passage. D. National broadcasters dominate in the EU in terms of total television viewing hours. We know this is the case. The author says that even in well-established markets, streaming platforms such as Netflix or Disney Plus, they sort of possess just 1/3 of the total viewing hours. So the remaining 2/3 is still under the national broadcasters. So in a way, they are definitely dominating the EU market. So option D is also true based on the information provided to us. We notice that option B here is the correct answer because it's not valid based on the discussion that we have observed so far. Let us move on to the next question. Question number 2. The author sees the rise of Netflix in Europe as a unifying force, as filling an entertainment gap, as a looming cultural threat and economic threat. So the opinions here in D and C are definitely not presented. This idea of Netflix being a cultural threat is something that we could ascribe to, let's say, the European politicians. This is not necessarily what the author himself is presenting. If anything, he feels that the rise of Netflix allows for European integration. It in a way helps bring people together within Europe itself, because if anything, if Europeans want to help each other out, they might be having certain points of differences, and one of the common points could be the kind of shows that they are watching. This is what the author is presenting. So in a way, he feels that Netflix could be a unifying force rather than a threat in any format. Filling an entertainment gap, we are not being presented with any entertainment gap in the passage, so B is off topic. Of the given choices, it's very easy for us to eliminate options B, C and D and figure out that option A is the correct answer here. It correctly presents the author's position on this topic. Question number 3. Based on the information provided in the passage, which one of the following hypothetical Netflix shows would be most successful with the audiences across EU? So we have been given very limited information with regard to preferences. Let's examine the given choices and identify the correct one. A. An Italian comedy show hosted by an international star. If anything, we are told that comedy as a genre might not work well, because perhaps there are certain nuances or contextual elements that people might not figure out. So comedy in general struggles according to the author. So any such comedy show might not work well. We can eliminate A based on the information given to us. An original German TV science fiction production. Again, this is something that the author states in the passage might not work well. He says that German production in general is not something that people might find palatable. So he says this via the words of an executive, but again, nevertheless, that conveys the kind of preferences that people have in EU. So option B is also something that might not work well. So we can do this via the process of elimination. What would work well based on the information, what would not work well. So we notice that A and B again go against what has been presented as, let's say, that the EU audiences might find appealing. C, a murder mystery drama set in North Africa and France. So mystery is popular. It's definitely a popular genre. Furthermore, it talks about the conflict, some kind of conflict here that's taking place in two different parts of the world. So option C is something that the audiences might find appealing, because we're told that mystery genre is something that definitely fares well. D, a transatlantic romantic drama set in Europe and America. This might or might not work well. We cannot definitively say, because there is not much mention of this particular genre, romance. The only pieces of information provided to us are about these three here. So among the given choices, option C is our best bet here. Let us move on to the next question. Question 4. Which one of the following research findings would weaken the author's conclusion in the final paragraph? Let's inspect the choices here. A. Research shows there is a wide variance in the popularity and viewing of Netflix shows across different EU countries. If true, this would to some extent undermine the idea of cultural unity that the author emphasizes in the last paragraph. He does say how perhaps having common shows to watch, common preferences in terms of the shows that we can watch might benefit us, especially if we expect to interact and cooperate with each other. This is what he conveys in the last part of the discussion in the context of EU. So if there is a wide variance in the kind of popularity, if people have varying preferences in terms of the kinds of show that they watch, then this idea of having similar shows to watch, similar genres that people prefer to watch, this would definitely be undermined, because people would be watching different kinds of shows. So it's not necessarily that they will have similar interest in terms of, let's say, shows. So this is what the author is trying to say. He says that watching similar shows might help us. Option A is counteracting this point, saying that people have different interests, so they might not watch similar shows. So option A to some extent does weaken what the author is trying to present in the final paragraph, especially in terms of the kind of genres that might appeal to people, the kind of topics that might appeal to people. Let us examine the other choices as well, see whether they are relevant or not. B. Research shows that Netflix has been gradually losing market share in other streaming television service providers. Does this weaken what the author is presenting in the final paragraphs? Definitely not. It's not relevant at all, mainly because it talks about Netflix market share, which is something that would have been relevant in the earlier parts of the discussion. But again, does it necessarily weaken what is being presented in the passage? No. So option B can be eliminated. C. Research shows that Netflix hits produced in France are very popular with North American audiences. Again, this is not relevant to the discussion in the last paragraph, so we can eliminate option C easily. We notice that both B and C are not at all relevant to the final paragraph, so it's very easy for us to eliminate these choices. D. Research shows that older women across EU enjoy watching romantic comedies on Netflix, whereas younger women prefer historical fiction dramas. Now, this difference in preferences again does not in any way weaken what is being discussed in the last paragraph. The only option among the given ones that appears relevant in the context of the last paragraph is option A. So option A here is the correct answer.
Google search Cracku free cat mock. Click on the first link. You can attempt a free mock test which was attempted by 30,000 cat aspirants in the actual exam format. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis and percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your All India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below. Let us read it carefully and answer the questions that follow. The Second-Hand September campaign, led by Oxfam, seeks to encourage shopping at local organizations and charities as alternatives to fast fashion brands such as Primark and Boohoo in the name of saving our planet. As innocent as mindless scrolling through the online shops may seem, such consumers are unintentionally or perhaps even knowingly contributing to an industry that uses more energy than aviation. So in the first paragraph, the author talks about this particular phenomenon of second-hand shopping. He specifies that there are certain campaigns, in this case one led by Oxfam, wherein they are encouraging individuals to shop from local organizations or charities. So as the name suggests, it is basically imploring people to buy second-hand clothes potentially, and this is as an alternative to fast fashion brands. So the author cites two fast fashion brands here, and the objective here is to encourage people to have some kind of sustainable clothing options. More specifically, the campaigns are intended to save our planet. So that is the mission or the objective here. What the author is trying to convey is that this fast fashion system that exists currently is something that is causing some form of detriment to the environment. So it's not sustainable at all. And this comparison here is being presented. So the author says that these fast fashion brands, they might be sort of fueling a system which is consuming more energy, which is using more energy than the aviation sector, which is usually known to be, or usually condemned to be, a very environmentally unsustainable sector. So altogether, the indication here is that there is a particular trend that exists wherein people are being asked to sort of ditch these fast fashion brands and shop locally and choose second-hand clothing options. And the objective here is to find an environmentally sustainable option, which the current industry, the fashion industry, is not. So this is the idea that is conveyed here in the first paragraph. Let us move on to the next part of the discussion. Brits buy more garments than any other country in Europe. So it comes as no shock that many of those clothes end up in UK landfills each year. 300,000 tons of them to be exact. This waste of clothing is destructive to our planet, releasing greenhouse gases as clothes are burnt, as well as bleeding toxins and dyes into surrounding soil and water. As ecologist Chelsea Rockman bluntly put it, the mismanagement of our waste have even come back to haunt us on our dinner plate. So here, there is more information being provided to showcase how our existing consumer tendencies are unsustainable. So here in the earlier part, in the earlier paragraph, the author says that the entire facet of online shopping might seem harmless, it might seem innocent, but it is definitely not beneficial to the environment. It's causing some form of negative impact to the environment. So that's one of the points that is highlighted here. And we have been given more information here to back up that claim. So we are told that we have this tendency to shop, and this kind of fast fashion trend that exists right now is definitely not sustainable, mainly because a large chunk of the clothes that we shop end up in landfills. So that's one point that the author wants us to pay attention to. Furthermore, the kind of issues associated with these landfills are also presented. So we burn these clothes and that releases greenhouse gases, which is again not good for the environment. Similarly, the toxins and dyes from these clothes that end up in landfill is another big issue. So the author brings these problems to our notice, and in this regard is trying to showcase how our existing consumption of, let's say, these clothes is not sustainable at all. It's not environmental friendly in any way. Here they are citing, the author is citing the ecologist Chelsea Rockman as well, in a way to showcase that perhaps the kind of these leached elements or the kind of components from these clothes might also end up in our own food. So perhaps it might find its way into, let's say, some of the underground crops that we consume. So that's one possibility. Or it might find its way into, let's say, rivers, into the fish that we consume. So that's one of the ideas that is subtly implied here. Altogether, the agenda is to showcase how the existing system is not environmental friendly, how it's not sustainable. So that's the point the author wants to drive home. Let us read the next part of the discussion to see what else the author presents here. It's not surprising then that people are scrambling for a solution, the most common of which is second-hand shopping. Retailers selling consigned clothing are currently expanding at a rapid rate. If everyone bought just one used item in a year, it would save 449 million pounds of waste, equivalent to the weight of 1 million polar bears. Thrifting has increasingly become a trendy practice. London is home to many second-hand, or more commonly coined vintage, shops across the city, from Bayswater to Brixton. So here the author says that given the kind of environmental issues we observe here, second-hand shopping has picked up as a trend. So that's one of the ideas the author highlights here in this particular paragraph. So at the very beginning, he talks about this second-hand campaign, second-hand November campaign. And now he's trying to say that, okay, given that we have observed these kind of environmental issues, people are becoming more and more conscious. And perhaps in a way, they are trying to use this idea of second-hand shopping as a way to counteract the kind of pollution we have observed. So the author also gives us certain statistics in this regard, saying that if even one person is buying one used item a year, it would save 449 million pounds of waste. So that's a very huge figure, a substantial figure. And just to give us a perspective, the author says that it's equivalent to the weight of 1 million polar bears. So just to give us an idea of the scale and how a small action could have a considerable impact. That is the objective here. And this trend has been labeled as thrifting, wherein people are buying second-hand clothes, second-hand objects. And the author also gives us insight or a peek into how this particular trend is picking up, especially in London, in UK. The author says that there are many these kind of thrift stores or second-hand shops that are cropping up in the city. Altogether, the idea here is to say that, okay, given so and so environmental problems, people are now looking towards this particular trend. So the trend that is being that is under focus here is second-hand shopping. So this is how the author is presenting the discussion so far. Let us read further. So you are cool and you care about the planet. You have killed two birds with one stone. But do people simply purchase a second-hand item, flash it on Instagram with #vintage, and call it a day without considering whether what they are doing is actually effective? So here the author is presenting another line of thinking perhaps. It's not clear as to what this idea is, but an open-ended question is often an indication that there is another line of thought that the author wants to introduce. Here the author says that this idea around thrift stores, this second-hand shopping, is definitely something that could be considered beneficial. It's beneficial for the planet. It makes you look cool as well, according to him. So it's basically two birds in one stone. Altogether, the author isn't saying that do people generally tend to buy these second-hand clothes, just flash the, show it on social media platforms and then do not actually use it, or do not actually mull over whether or not it's causing some kind of impact, whether it's beneficial for the environment, or so on and so forth. So basically the author is saying that do people give much thought into the kind of purchases that they are making, even if it is second-hand? So this is the question the author is posing. This definitely has some significance. Let us read the next part of the discussion to see what the author intends to convey here. According to a study commissioned by Patagonia, for instance, older clothes shed more microfibers. These can end up in our rivers and seas after just one wash due to the worn material, thus contributing to microfiber pollution. To break it down, the amount of microfibers released by laundering 100,000 fleece jackets is equivalent to as many as 11,900 plastic grocery bags, and up to 40% of that ends up in our oceans. So where does this leave second-hand consumers? They would be well advised to buy high-quality items that shed less and last longer, as this combats both microfiber pollution and excess garments ending up in landfills. So a very critical point that the author is presenting here. Earlier on, he asked whether or not people tend to think about whether or not the kind of actions that they are taking, especially even in the context of second-hand shopping, is having some kind of environmental impact. And here the author is actually presenting the kind of environmental impact, even if it's second-hand shopping. So firstly, second-hand shopping was presented as an alternative to the fast fashion industry, the kind of system wherein we are purchasing clothes at, let's say, a tremendous pace, and then these clothes eventually end up in landfills. So as an alternative to that, we were told of second-hand shopping and how this entire trend of thrifting is picking up. But the author says that even this second-hand shopping trend also has some kind of environmental impact, and that is then now being presented. So most of the people who buy these second-hand clothes, they are perhaps unaware of the microfiber pollution that's taking place, and the author is giving us insight into that very same aspect here. He says that these older clothes shed more microfibers, and this is definitely not something that is desirable, according to the author at least. He says that this is contributing immensely to microfiber pollution, and the scale of such pollution is then being presented here. That, for example, if you are laundering, if you are washing 100,000 fleece jackets. By fleece jackets, the author is in a way trying to talk about second-hand clothes. He's trying to say that it's equivalent to the pollution caused by, let's say, approximately 12,000 plastic bags. And this is the scale of impact that these second-hand clothes have as well. The alternative to this, according to the author, it would be best if the kind of second-hand clothes that you are buying is of good quality, it's of high quality. And this would cause less microfibers to be shed, and these clothes will definitely be more durable. So perhaps they might not end up in landfills as quickly as, let's say, other category of worn second-hand clothes, or let's say the kind of clothes that usually end up in landfills. So in a way, this is the alternative that the author is suggesting. He's saying that even if you go forward with thrifting, make sure that the clothes that you're buying is of high quality, because it will contribute less to the microfiber pollution, which is definitely a big issue, according to the author, given the kind of information he is provided with regard to the scale of such pollution. So altogether, the chain of thought so far is that the author says that thrifting or second-hand shopping is picking up as a trend, mainly because of the kind of environmental issues we observe in the current fashion industry because of fast fashion stores, online shopping, and the pace at which people are perhaps buying clothes, and these clothes end up in landfills. So second-hand shopping is definitely beneficial, but there are certain issues, limitations associated with this second-hand market as well. And what is that issue? The issue is with regard to microfiber pollution. So the author is presenting an alternative. He is presenting a recommendation telling people that it's important that the kind of second-hand clothes you are buying is of high quality. If it's of high quality, these clothes will shed less microfibers, these will last longer, and the kind of environmental impact that we will be observing is perhaps much reduced. This is the idea the author is trying to convey here. Let's read further. Luxury brands would rather not circulate their latest season stock around the globe to be sold at cheaper price, which is why companies like ThreadUp, a US fashion resale marketplace, have not yet caught on in the UK. There will always be a market for consignment, but there is also a whole generation of people who have been taught that only buying new products is the norm. Second-hand luxury goods are not in their psyche. Ben Whittaker, director at liquidation firm B Stock, told Prospect that unless recycling becomes cost-effective and filters into mass production, with the right technology to partner it, high-end retailers would rather put brand before sustainability. So the author is giving us another insight into the market constraints that exist, especially in the context of this second-hand shopping trend that we are observing. Firstly, the author mentions that luxury brands are not very keen on circulating, let's say, used products. So the refurbishing market or the resale market, it has not picked up quite yet. They would perhaps in a way perceive this as being substandard or not up to the kind of expectations that they have as brands. That could be one possible reasoning behind why they're not keen about, let's say, selling their products at a cheaper price or reselling their products at a cheaper price. And in a way, the author says that this trend, this idea of resale has definitely been something that has existed in the US market, but we have not seen a similar kind of demand or development in the UK. This is what the author is conveying here via this comparison or this example of ThreadUp here. He also says that there is this kind of rationale or ideology or perspective that exists as well, that the generation itself has been taught to buy new products. So buying used products or second-hand products is not something in our psyche. So the author says that we have been hardwired in such a way that we might not think of buying used goods. So that's another issue the author notes here. The author also says that the entire affair of recycling goods is not cost effective enough as of yet. So it's not financially attractive to these brands. So as long as that's the case, as long as it's not viable or financially attractive to these brands, they are going to focus more on, let's say, improving their brand presence, or they'll not put much emphasis on whether or not their goods or their products are going to be environmentally sustainable. So sustainability will always take the backseat as long as this affair of recycling and reselling goods is not financially attractive. That's the idea the author is trying to convey towards the end of the passage. So 3 important points with regard to the constraints associated with the second-hand market is being presented here in the final paragraph. So I hope the discussion so far is clear. Now that we've understood what this passage is about, let's examine the questions and try answering them. Question number 1. The central idea of the passage would be undermined if. So we have to find a statement or an option that would actually weaken the central idea of the passage. So what is the passage about? Essentially, it's trying to talk about the environmental impact, firstly, of the existing fashion industry, fast fashion industry. Then the author talks about how second-hand shopping is picking up, primarily because we are able to reduce the extent of waste, or at least that's what people tend to believe, that we are able to reduce waste through second-hand shopping. But the author also talks about certain challenges and considerations within the second-hand market. He says that firstly, the kind of products that we buy also impacts the kind of environmental impact that exists. So we have to buy high quality products that will last longer and will shed less microfibers. So that's one important consideration. Secondly, the kind of psychological ideas with regard to purchases is an important constraint. Secondly, the kind of perspective or viewpoints that these luxury brands have also needs to be factored in. So these are the different set of points that the author discusses with regard to the central idea. So it's basically about all these taken together, wherein the author is trying to say that we need to purchase high quality items, or at least that is something at the center of the discussion, when he says that we need to purchase high quality items in order to sort of mitigate the impact of the existing fashion industry, fast fashion industry. And he's trying to say that there are a range of factors that we need to consider in this regard. That's the kind of message the author is trying to present via the discussion. Let's see which of the options, if true, would actually go against this particular thought. A, customers bought all their clothes online. So if true, it doesn't as such weaken any of the points mentioned in the passage. The author himself is saying that right now we continue to shop online, which is why he's saying that we need to consider second-hand shopping as well, and more specifically we need to buy high quality second-hand goods that will shed less microfibers and that will that will last longer. So it will as such have reduced environmental impact. That's the point the author is presenting. So A is not undermining that point. If anything, it aligns with the information the author presents in the very first paragraph, that we are focusing on online shopping. So the mode of shopping is being discussed here in A, which as such is not undermining the central idea. B, clothes were not thrown and burnt in landfills. If true, this would perhaps, let's say, go against some of the points mentioned, but as such it's not weakening what the author is trying to convey. So if anything, it would say that okay, it's not as such aligned with the discussion of second-hand clothing. So it's unclear how B would attack the central idea heavily, or it would undermine what the author is trying to say heavily. More specifically, the author's prescription is with regard to the kind of second-hand clothes you should buy, and that appears to be at the center of the passage, because that's the recommendation the author himself is presenting. So option B as such is not relevant to that particular recommendation. So we can put B on hold. In the absence of a better choice, perhaps we can select B, because it is presenting a sort of opposing information presented in the passage. C, second-hand stores sold only high quality clothes. If this is true, then it would weaken the author's recommendation. Why is that the case? Because the author is making that recommendation that second-hand stores do not sell high quality clothes, which is why the kind of products we buy shed more microfibers. That's the kind of thinking that he undertakes here. When he says that we should buy high quality clothes, he's already assuming that currently second-hand stores do not offer high quality clothes, which is why he then transitions into a discussion on luxury brands and sort of resale of these luxury brands or high quality luxury goods. So that's the kind of rationale he has here. So if it is already proven that second-hand stores sell only high quality clothes, then it's going to undermine the recommendation the author is presenting in the passage. So it would definitely undermine the central idea of the discussion. So C here is the best option so far among the given ones that we have seen. So C is likely to be the correct choice. Let's examine D as well. Primark and Boohoo recycled their clothes for vintage stores. Even if this is true, this is a very specific instance. So it's an example that even if true, would not necessarily undermine the recommendation that is being presented in the passage. So we observe that only option C is something that attacks what the author has stated in the passage, because it's basically refuting one of the assumptions that is necessary for the recommendation he's providing. So option C here is the correct choice. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 2. According to the author, companies like ThreadUp have not caught on in the UK for all of the following reasons except that. Let's examine the choices. A, recycling is currently not financially attractive for luxury brands. This is something that the author mentions, that these brands might prefer to focus on their brand visibility or the brand value rather than, let's say, sustainability, because recycling at this point in time might not be a financially viable or attractive affair for them. So A is in line with what is being presented in the passage. B, luxury brands want to maintain their brand image. This also is to some extent logical inference that we can derive from the discussion that we have observed, that they might not be very keen on reselling their products at a cheaper price. So the author does mention this at the beginning of the last paragraph. So B is also to some extent in line with what is being presented here in the passage. He says that there is this particular kind of perception around resale and second-hand goods that exists, at least in the UK, which is why companies like ThreadUp have not sort of developed or caught up here in the UK market, UK second-hand market. That's the idea the author is conveying here. C, luxury brands do not like their product to be devalued. This to some extent might be considered an extension of what is being stated in B, that they don't want to sell their their goods at cheaper value, primarily because they feel that it might be devaluing their brand. So although it's a bit of an exaggeration, you could say that it aligns with the idea in B. We'll put option C on hold. In the absence of, let's say, a better choice, we'll go with option C. D, the British don't buy second-hand clothing. So I can definitively say that D is incorrect, because we know that thrifting is already picking up in the UK. The author talks about the sort of the kind of numerous thrift stores that or second-hand stores that have come up in London, and the author in general says that this entire idea of thrifting is definitely picking up pace in the UK. So option D, I can say, is definitively incorrect, while option C is something that we can say aligns with option B, and we cannot definitively comment whether or not C is incorrect or not. I can say that C aligns with what is being discussed here with regard to B and A. So C is also something that we could say is correct. So A, B and C are correct, while D is something that we can say is not mentioned here as a reason. So D here is the correct choice. Let's move on to the next question, question number 3. Based on the passage, we can infer that the opposite of fast fashion, slow fashion, would most likely refer to clothes that, let's examine the choices. A, are of high quality and long lasting. B, do not bleed toxins and dyes. C, are sold by genuine vintage stores. D, do not shed microfibers. So for one, we can say that A is the most comprehensive option we have here. Fast fashion, the author says that slow fashion, it's not explicitly stated here, but we know what fast fashion is, in the sense that the author says that it's not desirable. And then he goes forward and gives us a recommendation of how we should focus on buying second-hand high quality clothes which last longer and shed less microfibers. So in a way, we could say that slow fashion is all about sustainability, especially causing less waste or causing lower impact on environment. And in this regard, option A would be the best choice among the given ones. This idea around bleeding toxins and dyes is very specific. It's true, it would be part of, let's say, the second-hand clothes that we would expect to buy, but again, it's not what the author would what we could say is the best choice here. Same with option D, not shedding microfibers is also a part of what the author talks about here in A. So we could say that both B and D are in a way a subset of option A. So we can reject these two choices. This focus on genuine vintage stores is not something that we can understand based on discussion. This is not something that the author is very worried about. So of the given choices, by the process of elimination, we can see that A is the best among the given choices, and it aptly presents what the author would tag as, let's say, slow fashion in the context of the discussion. Let's move on to the next question, question number 4. The act of thrifting as described in the passage can be considered ironic because A, has created environmental problems. B, it is not cost effective for retailers. C, it offers luxury clothing at cut rate prices. D, it is an anti-consumerist attitude. So right off the bat, I can eliminate options A and B because they are totally irrelevant. They don't align with any of the points that is mentioned in the passage. The author doesn't talk about any anti-consumerist attitude. He doesn't talk about it not being cost effective for the retailers, or at least it is not what the author is worried about in the passage at all. He finds it ironic mainly because the primary agenda of thrifting is to be environmentally sustainable. So people buy second-hand clothes mainly because they feel that they are causing less detriment to the environment. So that is the objective here. But then the author points out that when people buy second-hand clothes which are of low quality, they are in fact contributing to microfiber pollution. So the author says that this is why it's ironic. People think they are not causing any kind of environmental issues, but they are in fact contributing to certain environmental issues. So this is why he feels it's ironic. It's mainly because thrifting or the second-hand market itself has certain environmental constraints or problems associated with it. So there are certain environmental problems associated with thrifting, which is why the author is calling it ironic, because the objective of thrifting is to have or to not create any environmental problems. So option A here is the correct choice. The author is again not worried about luxury clothing or offering luxury clothing at cut rate prices. This is not why he calls it ironic. So of the given choices, I can see that option A here is the evident answer. and hence we can mark it as the correct choice. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. A passage has been given below. Let us read it carefully and answer the questions that follow. Over the past 4 centuries, liberalism has been so successful, it has driven all its opponents off the battlefield. Now it is disintegrating, destroyed by a mix of hubris and internal contradictions. According to Patrick Deneen, a professor of politics at the University of Notre Dame, equality of opportunity has produced a new meritocratic aristocracy that has all the aloofness of the old aristocracy, with none of its sense of noblesse oblige. Democracy has degenerated into a theatre of the absurd, and technological advances are reducing ever more areas of work into meaningless drudgery. The gap between liberalism's claim about itself and the lived reality of the citizenry is now so wide that the lie can no longer be accepted, Mr. Deneen writes. What better proof of this than the vision of 1,000 private planes whisking their occupants to Davos to discuss the question of creating a shared future in a fragmented world? There are a set of critical ideas that is being presented here. On the surface, it looks like the author is trying to talk about Mr. Deneen's opinion on liberalism or its decline. So the author says that over the past 4 centuries, so for the past 400 years, liberalism has definitely dominated the political battlefield. And what he means by this is that it has been a prominent ideology. So just let's recap what liberalism is. Liberalism is this political belief or idea that individual liberties of freedom must be kept at the forefront, and how these liberties might be at threat by the government or by other entities. Regardless, what liberalism in a very simple term means is that individual freedom is important. There are certain rights and freedoms that every individual must have. So that focus on individual expression is at the center of liberalism. There are certain other ideas as well, but in the context of the passage, just to understand what it is about, let us just say that liberalism is a political ideology that focuses on individual liberty. And the author says that this particular political ideology has dominated the political realm for quite some time. It has been very successful. It has been something that we could consider in the context of today's democracy, because today's democracy is often used interchangeably with liberal democracy. And the author says that liberalism at this point in time is now in a decline. Rather than the author's opinion, the author is saying that this is what Mr. Patrick Deneen, who is a professor of politics at the University of Notre Dame, is presenting. So Patrick Deneen states that liberalism is now facing a decline, and this is primarily due to a mix of hubris and internal contradictions. So there are certain underlying contradictions or certain mismatches in the ideas that are existent today, which Mr. Deneen holds responsible for the disintegration or for the decline of liberalism. So this is one of the first ideas the author emphasizes here. Certain associated problems, such as how the equality of opportunity has created a meritocratic elite, is also presented here, where what the author is trying to say here is that given the outcomes of liberalism, we now see meritocratic aristocracy, and the author is comparing this with the old aristocracy, so perhaps in the previous centuries. And he says that they are quite similar in some sense, but different in other. So this sense of noblesse oblige. So what this means is basically how certain privileges entail responsibility. So that is the meaning of this particular term here. So what the author is trying to convey via this line here is that we have a group of people, a group of elite today, who have the set of privileges that the old aristocracy had, who are just as aloof as the old aristocracy. So perhaps they are not very well aware of the problems, social problems that exist in the society, or rather they choose to ignore these social problems. But at least the old aristocracy had a sense of responsibility. They felt that, okay, with their privileges came certain social responsibility, certain responsibility to change or reform the people around them and the situation and circumstances around them. So the author says that this ideal of noblesse oblige is no longer existing in the new meritocratic aristocracy according to him. So in simple words, the author is presenting this as a problem, and he says that you can link this to the decline of liberalism. That is the idea the author presents here. He also states that the democracy has degenerated into a theatre of the absurd. So in a way, he's saying that you can feel that certain political processes or democratic values are also being undermined. And this is also something that the author links to the disintegration of liberalism. So these are two components so far. The author also presents another societal issue here, which is basically how technological developments have created problems within our society, how people are now pushed into meaningless drudgery. So the author says that perhaps a large section of the people or the society are now doing meaningless work. And this is primarily a result of technological advances. So per se, perhaps technological advances might not be a problem, but we notice that it has had certain detrimental impact as well. So this is what the author is trying to convey here. So far, we notice that perhaps rather than the author, this is the idea that is being linked with liberalism by Mr. Deneen. And we also note that Mr. Deneen says that the gap between liberalism's claim about itself and the lived reality of citizenry is quite wide. So basically, he's saying that there are certain promises that entail liberalism, the ideal of liberalism, and the reality, the ground reality is quite different from these promises, is what Mr. Deneen believes. And he says that this gap between the promises versus reality has become so wide that it's now perhaps unfillable. So this might be the idea he might be implying here. Altogether, we notice that the author in the first paragraph is concerned with Mr. Deneen's perspective, especially on the decline of liberalism. He firstly says that because of certain internal contradictions, liberalism in a state of decline or in a state of decay, and despite dominating the political realm for quite some time. And now the author is saying that, okay, so and so things can be observed in the society, which we can then link to the decline of liberalism. So he's giving this example of the creation of a meritocratic elite who are not very concerned about social changes. He also talks about how democratic processes and values might be undermined, and how this is also reflective of the decline of liberalism, and how technological advances have also impacted certain societal aspects. Subsequently, he says that Mr. Deneen specifically believes how there is this mismatch between the promises or the ideals or values of liberalism and the reality of citizens. So he's saying that this is good enough for us to see that liberalism is definitely disintegrating. It's in a state of decay. Finally, here in the last part of the first paragraph, there is this example of certain elite. So here we are told of individuals who are traveling in their private planes to Davos. So Davos is a place in Switzerland, and the author, what he's trying to convey here is this gap that he mentioned earlier on. So he states that there is this mismatch in what's actually happening and what liberalism actually promises. So here there is an example of a group of individuals who are traveling in private planes, which indicates that they are definitely well off. These are people who perhaps are super rich, and they are traveling to Davos perhaps for some kind of political meet, for some kind of, let's say, discussion on creating a shared future in a fragmented world. And this is quite ironic. Why is that the case? Because these are individuals who are quite privileged. They can be considered to be, let's say, the top 1% of the society. They're traveling in private planes. So we can definitely believe that they are in the top 1% of the society. And they are having a discussion on how to create a shared future. By shared future, perhaps it means that they want to share their future with the less privileged masses. And this is what we could infer from, let's say, a fragmented world here. And altogether, what the author is trying to convey here is that there is definitely this mismatch. So on one side, we have these category of people who are privileged. On the other hand, they're trying to say that, okay, we will create this shared future. But again, the intention here is to showcase this stark contrast, that these are the very same individuals who are traveling on private jets to places and then trying to promise this particular future to the world at large. And in this way, it showcases kind of the double standards that people might have. And this might be something that we can equate to the meritocratic aristocracy that the author had mentioned earlier on. So altogether, our objective is just to simplify and state that in this first paragraph, the author is presenting Mr. Deneen's argument that liberalism, despite its historical success, is now failing due to certain internal contradictions. And the author is basically focusing on certain consequences of this decline, or rather certain aspects of this particular decline here in the first paragraph. Let's read further. Deneen does an impressive job of capturing the current mood of disillusionment, echoing left-wing complaints about rampant commercialism, right-wing complaints about narcissistic and bullying students, and general worries about atomization and selfishness. But when he concludes that all this adds up to a failure of liberalism, is his argument convincing? He argues that the essence of liberalism lies in freeing individuals from constraints. In fact, liberalism contains a wide range of intellectual traditions which provide different answers to the question of how to trade off the relative claims of rights and responsibilities, individual expression, and social ties. Liberals experimented with a range of ideas from devolving power from the center to creating national education systems. So another pertinent point being presented by the author here, more specifically, he's focusing on Mr. Deneen's interpretation of this decline of liberalism. So the author says that Mr. Deneen writes something. So he, in a way, is trying to say that this might be part of an essay or a book that Mr. Deneen had written. And he says that he agrees with certain aspects of this particular written work. He says that Mr. Deneen does a good job at capturing certain elements of this discussion around the failure of liberalism. But when he says that these set of factors that is being discussed here, for example, capturing this mood of disillusionment here, then the left-wing complaints, the right-wing complaints, and the general worries. So all these different components, the author says he's capturing this correctly. But when he's saying that all these components are responsible for the failure of liberalism, is his argument convincing? So in a way, the author is posing this open-ended question, but his agenda is to showcase that perhaps he doesn't necessarily agree with Mr. Deneen's argument or Deneen's position that liberalism is failing, liberalism is dying. Perhaps this is what the author is trying to convey here. So he says that he agrees with XYZ stuff, he does not agree with other set of stuff. So this is what he's trying to present here. And the author is also saying that, okay, Mr. Deneen focuses on individual freedom or individual expression. That is at the center of his definition of liberalism. This is what the author states. But the author says that this is not necessarily true. When Mr. Deneen emphasizes individual freedom too much, he might not be correct and he might be very narrow in scope. So this is what the author conveys, primarily because he states that liberalism as an idea is pretty broad. He says that people have over centuries tried to figure out a good balance, or they have experimented with different kinds of answers, different kinds of mixes when it comes to, let's say, individual freedom, individual expression, responsibilities that are entailing as a result, the impact on society. So in a way, the author is trying to say that liberalism encompasses more set of ideas than Mr. Deneen lets it in his work. This is the point that the author is trying to make here. And this might be one point of disagreement between Mr. Deneen and author. So the author in a way is conveying his agreement with certain aspects of Mr. Deneen's work and his disagreement with other set of aspects. So this is the gist of the second paragraph. I hope this part is clear here. What the author is trying to say is that he doesn't necessarily agree with Mr. Deneen when he says that some set of factors are contributing to the failure of liberalism, and he also doesn't agree with Mr. Deneen's specific definition of liberalism as being purely focused on individual freedom. The author says that liberalism has a broader usage, it has a broader set of ideas that it entails. This is the point he is making here. Let's read further. Mr. Deneen's fixation on the essence of liberalism leads to the second big problem of his book, his failure to recognize liberalism's ability to reform itself and address its internal problems. The late 19th century saw America suffering from many of the problems that are reappearing today, including the creation of a business aristocracy, the rise of vast companies, the corruption of politics, and the sense that society was dividing into winners and losers. But a wide variety of reformers working within the liberal tradition tackled these problems head-on. Theodore Roosevelt took on the trust, progressive cleaned up government corruption, university reformers modernized academic syllabuses and built ladders of opportunity. Rather than dying, liberalism reformed itself. So here the author presents another point of disagreement. Earlier on, he said that Mr. Deneen is focusing too much on one specific aspect of liberalism, which is individual freedom or the constraints associated with individual freedom. The author says that from this particular focus arises another big problem according to him. So he says that there is another issue he has with Mr. Deneen's book, which is that when he says that liberalism is dying, he fails to capture the self-reforming or self-correcting ability or capacity of liberalism itself as an idea. So this is one of the points he specifies here. He says that his failure to recognize liberalism's ability to reform itself and address its internal problems. So in a way, Mr. Deneen does not factor in this particular aspect, and the author gives us a set of points in this regard. He says that the problems that we observe today, that we associated with liberalism, was something that also appeared in the 19th century as well. So in the late 19th century, some set of problems that America saw are reappearing even today. But then there were certain reformers who made certain corrections in the trajectory that the society took, and they were able to make changes, make amends, and liberalism was able to perhaps reform itself. And in this regard, the author says that you cannot necessarily say that liberalism is dying or liberalism is failing, because it is too soon. There is quite a possibility that we might be able to make amends, we might be able to make changes and reform liberalism as it is right now. So this is the point the author is trying to make. He's saying that Mr. Deenan is saying that liberalism is failing, but I don't agree with that. I feel that there is still a capacity for us to reform and make amends. This is the point the author is trying to convey to us as readers. So firstly, in the earlier paragraph, he talks about one point of disagreement. Here we come across another core critique of Mr. Dineen's fixation that the author presents with regard to the failure of liberalism. The author says that liberalism is not necessarily dying. There is still room for some form of reformation or some kind of self-correction that we can undertake. And in this regard, the author is trying to say that you can just look at this historical reformative capacity of liberalism in order to see that Mr. Dineen might not be correct. So this is the idea he is trying to present here. A set of examples here, these are not of too much significance to us, but the author does state some set of problems which might be relevant. He talks about this creation of business aristocracy. So this is quite similar to the individuals that he mentioned in the first paragraph perhaps, who went to Davos in their private jets, and they were trying to have this discussion on creating a shared future, ironically. So that could be the business aristocracy that might be referred to here. The rise of vast companies, again, something along the lines of concentration of wealth potentially. Then the corruption of politics. So again, some degradation of political processes. This also aligns with the author saying that democracy is in a way failing as well in the first paragraph. The sense of society dividing into winners and losers. Altogether, these are certain problems that the author states we observed in the late 19th century. And here the author says that these are the actions that were taken and people were able to make amends. So for example, Roosevelt was able to take on trusts that were created. So some historical anecdote around this might help us, but nevertheless, it's beyond the scope of the discussion. The intention here is to just showcase that certain amends or reforms were undertaken that helped us deal with these problems. So the author says that it's too soon for us to say that we will not be able to deal with the problems that we see today. So you cannot say that liberalism per se is failing. There is still room for amends, and this is what the author is trying to convey as a point, and this is his position on the topic. Let's read further. Mr. Dineen is right to point out that the record of liberalism in recent years has been dismal. He is also right to assert that the world has much to learn from the pre-modern notions of liberty as self-mastery and self-denial. The biggest enemy of liberalism is not so much the atomization but old-fashioned greed, as members of the Davos elite pile their plates even higher with perks and share options. But he is wrong to argue that the only way for people to liberate themselves from the contradictions of liberalism is liberation from liberalism itself. The best way to read why liberalism failed is not as a funeral oration, but as a call to action, up your game or else. So here, another important set of points. The author is simply reiterating his points of agreement and disagreement with Mr. Dineen. So firstly, the author says that he agrees with some set of ideas that have been discussed in Mr. Dineen's work. So we gain more clarity on what this passage is about when the author talks about this particular work here, Why Liberalism Failed. So this appears to be the book written by Mr. Dineen, and this entire passage that we read was a review of that particular book by the author. So he says that in this book, I agree with so and so points that Mr. Dineen has presented. I disagree with this particular argument that Mr. Dineen has stated in his book. So this is how the author is trying to undertake this discussion. So in this first part, he says that he agrees when Mr. Dineen points out that liberalism is declining, it's disintegrating. That's definitely true given the situation. But he doesn't agree with the aspect that this is the end of liberalism. He feels that there is still room for some kind of reformation, some kind of actions that can be taken to make changes. And the author says that we just need to look at the historical demonstrations or examples wherein liberalism was able to reform itself and to sort of become new concept altogether perhaps. So in a way, the author is trying to say that there is still room for amends, and in a way he says that we can read this book not as a funeral oration. It's not as if liberalism is dying or liberalism is dead, but rather that there is room for actions. There is some kind of amends that need to be made, some kind of reforms that need to be undertaken in order for liberalism to stay. So in a way, that is the idea the author is presenting, and he says that he doesn't agree with Mr. Dineen on this particular point. The author again mentions the Davos elite, so the same reference in the first paragraph, just to showcase how rather than, certain aspects of liberalism being threatened by old-fashioned greed. So in a way, he's saying that what is actually threatening liberalism is greed, and he gives the example of this Davos elite. He says that these are individuals, these are super rich individuals who are, let's say, talking about a shared future, but are trying to benefit and profit themselves. So the author says that they are piling their plates. By piling their plates, the author is saying that they are sort of stuffing more money into their pockets with perks and share options. So this is what he's trying to convey here. In a way, again, to reiterate the idea that what is actually threatening liberalism is not necessarily atomization or other set of problems that might be presented, but old-fashioned greed. And in a way, he's trying to, again, call out the double standards or two-facedness of these individuals, as he did in the first paragraph. So I hope the discussion so far is clear. A lot of complicated ideas being presented here, but any person who has, let's say, read about liberalism should be able to go forward with this particular RC. So far, we notice that the author begins by citing Mr. Dineen's position of how liberalism is failing. Then he states that, okay, so and so ideas have been presented by Mr. Dineen. I agree with, let's say, points A and B, but I disagree with the point C that Mr. Dineen has presented. This is how he's undertaking this critique here in this passage. So I hope that chain of thought is clear enough. Let's move on to the questions and try answering them. Question number 1. The author of the passage refers to the Davos elite to illustrate his views on. So we notice that this has been the case. This reference has been made in two parts of the discussion, in the first paragraph, in the last paragraph. So what the author is trying to say here is that these are individuals who are quite privileged, who are undertaking a discussion on helping out, let's say, their less privileged counterparts, but at the same time, they are trying to increase their profits, increase their share of wealth in the society. So in a way, the author is saying that their very actions are counterintuitive to the actions that they're calling out. So the intention here is to showcase this double standards that these individuals possess. And it is in this regard that the author had earlier mentioned the meritocratic aristocracy, perhaps. He's trying to say that these individuals don't have a sense of responsibility that we would have seen in the, let's say, earlier aristocracy. So this is the point he had made earlier on as well. Perhaps he might be referencing to the Davos elite here in this regard. So altogether, the intention is to showcase the two-faced nature of this particular category of individuals. Let's check which of the options would align with this understanding of ours. A. The unlikelihood of a return to the liberalism of the past as long as the rich continue to benefit from the decline in liberal values. This is not necessarily the purpose of this particular example. The author doesn't say that we won't be able to return to the liberalism of the past. If anything, he's simply trying to say that these individuals have quite a contradictory behavior. They're showcasing two different agendas here. So this is what the author is trying to do, not necessarily saying that we won't be able to reform ourselves or we won't be able to change liberalism and bring back the old ideals. That is not the intention here. So option A can be rejected. B. The way the debate around liberalism has been captured by the rich who have managed to insulate themselves from the economic hardships. So the agenda is not to showcase how this particular category of individuals, let's say, view the debate on liberalism. That is not the intention here. The author is not concerned with their perspective. The author is simply stating a fact. He's saying that these are individuals, or Mr. Dineen is simply stating that these are individuals who fly in their private planes to a particular city, and then they complain that, okay, we need to figure out a way to create a shared future. And then at the same time, they're also stuffing their pockets with more profits and more money. So in a way, the author is calling them out. He's not saying that, okay, their perspective on so and so issue is this. That is not the agenda here. So saying that the intention is to capture the way in which they perceive the debate would be incorrect. We can eliminate option B. C. The hypocrisy of the liberal rich who profess to subscribe to liberal values while cornering most of the wealth. This is exactly what he's trying to do. In a way, he does say that these are individuals who are subscribing to liberal values. How is that the case? They want to create a shared future. So that is in a way aligning with some of the ideals of liberalism, at least, to create a liberal society. But at the same time, they are cornering most of the wealth. So this is also a point the author mentions at the end of the passage. So in a way, his agenda is in fact to emphasize the double standards of this particular category of individuals. So option C is likely to be the correct choice. D. The fact that the rise in liberalism has led to a greater interest in shared futures from unlikely social classes. Again, the author doesn't say that these guys are genuinely interested in a shared future. That is not his point here. And it's not as if to say that, okay, these are individuals who are concerned about a shared future. That is definitely not the kind of positive representation we observe in the passage. So option D is also out of the picture. We noticed that we could have eliminated options A, B and D easily and figured out that the agenda here was to showcase how these individuals have certain double standards. So if you had understood what the passage was about, this would have been perhaps a relatively easier question to mark based on elimination. So option C here is the correct answer. Let's move on to the next part of the discussion. All of the following statements are evidence of the decline of liberalism today except. So we have to find a particular option that would not qualify as an evidence of the decline of liberalism today. A bit tricky question because all of these statements have been cited in the passage or presented in the passage. Let's examine them. A. And technological advances are reducing ever more areas of work into meaningless drudgery. So for one, the author does mention this in the first paragraph, but we need to think a bit deeper and figure out whether or not this is linked with the decline of liberalism. So the author presents this as the situation that exists today. He's saying that, okay, this is a problem that we observe, but liberalism per se is promising us with a set of outcomes. Is technological advancement undermining this particular promise, or is it part of that particular promise? Is difficult for us to figure out. And as such, the author is not saying that technological advances is bad. He's just saying that one of the outcomes of this is the kind of meaningless drudgery that a large chunk of the population might have to undertake. So he's just presenting this as the situation in the society, and it is not necessarily linked with liberalism or the promises or issues with liberalism. So option A we can put on hold, primarily because we cannot necessarily say that it's the evidence of the decline of liberalism. So option A can be put on hold. Let's examine the other choices. B, the creation of a business aristocracy, the rise of vast companies. This is one of the problems that the author mentions, I believe, in the penultimate paragraph, wherein he talks about the problems associated with liberalism that we observed in the late 19th century in America. So this is in fact an evidence of the decline of liberalism, because the author states that, okay, these traits were something, or these characteristics were something that we also observed in the previous century, and in the previous century when we could say liberalism was also on a decline, but then reformers made some changes. So option D has been stated in the passage as an evidence, so we can say that B is definitely an evidence. C, democracy has degenerated into a threat theater of the absurd. A bit tricky, primarily because it's quite similar to A. Why is that the case? It could be a very broad statement that the author is trying to present about, let's say, the current status quo of the society. That could be the case. But if you notice in this paragraph, in the penultimate paragraph, the author also talks about how the politics has become corrupted. And this is not necessarily about the corruption in general. What he's trying to say is that political processes have degraded. They have become worse. And in this way, he could have been trying to say that democratic values are also being undermined. So we can link this idea of corruption of politics to democracy having degenerated. So in a way, C is also linked to this decline of liberalism. So we can say that, okay, it qualifies as an evidence. So C is also valid. We cannot say the same for A because it's not being presented anywhere in the passage except for the first paragraph. So A and C, while they appear similar, we can say that C is definitely linked with one of the issues that the author discusses subsequently. So C is also an evidence of the decline of liberalism. What about D? The gap between liberalism's claim about itself and the lived reality of citizenry now is so wide that the lie can no longer be accepted. Now, this is also something that the author mentions, or Mr. Deneen mentions here in the passage, when he says that you should look at this particular aspect to infer how liberalism is in a state of decay. So this is definitely one of the points that we could state as an evidence of the decline of liberalism. So we notice that B, C and D, we could have figured out that B and D are definitely valid based on what is being discussed in the passage. Between A and C, there is definitely a confusion because both of these have been presented in the first paragraph in a general sense, in a broader manner. So how do we figure out which one of these is correct? We could say that this discussion around democracy is something that the author reiterates in the penultimate paragraph, and he talks about the corruption of politics and how the society divided into this system of winners and losers. So we could say that in a way it might be related to that particular point, while option A is not something that we can definitively say is attached to liberalism or the promises of that we see in liberalism. So option A here is the correct answer. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 3. The author of the passage is likely to disagree with all of the following statements except. So given the double negatives, we can simply state what the question requires us is to find a statement that the author will agree with. So let's examine the given choices. A, claims about liberalism's disintegration are exaggerated and misunderstand its core features. This is not something that the author will necessarily agree with, mainly because he says that liberalism is definitely disintegrating. It's in a state of decline. It's not exaggerated. So the author agrees with this position that Mr. Deneen presents. He says that this disillusionment and this dismal state has been correctly presented by Mr. Deneen. So the author is bound to disagree, or he won't agree with this particular statement here in A, which is why we can reject it. B, if we accept that liberalism is a dying ideal, we must work to find a viable substitute. So for beginners, the author is definitely not going to agree that liberalism is a dying ideal, because he says that there is a capacity to reform. If you look at history, you'll see that liberalism has an ability to autocorrect or self-correct. And this is what we might also observe in the, perhaps let's say, in the near future. This is the point the author is trying to convey. He doesn't believe that liberalism is dying or dead. And in this regard, he might also not agree with that we can find a viable substitute. So that idea itself is not something that we can definitively comment on. So B is also something that we can say the author will disagree with. C, liberalism was the dominant ideal in the past century, but it had to reform itself to remain so. This is something that the author presents explicitly. He states that one point that Mr. Deneen misses out on is the ability or the capacity of liberalism to reform itself. And he says that perhaps we could say that in a way the author will agree that liberalism has stayed dominant mainly because it was able to reform itself and become a new ideal in a way. So option C aligns with the point that the author himself presents in the passage, so he'll agree with it. D, the essence of liberalism lies in greater individual self-expression and freedoms. So the author says that liberalism has a wider range of ideas rather than, let's say, this emphasis on self-expression. So it's not just, he in a way agrees that the essence of liberalism can be, let's say, focused to this particular idea. So he says that there is more set of ideas and there have been varied interpretations on how we balance off, let's say, individual freedom, self-expression, the responsibilities that entail, so certain societal ties. All of these ideas have had, let's say, been given emphasis in varying degree in varied interpretation. So this is what he's trying to say when he talks about liberalism, and he says that you cannot say that the essence of liberalism boils down to this particular trait. So he disagrees with that. So option D is also out of the window. So we notice that of the given choices, option C has been presented by the author himself when he says that there is this capacity that liberalism has to reform itself, and we need to definitely pay heed to that. So option C here is the correct answer. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 4. The author of the passage faults Deneen's conclusion for all of the following reasons except. So we have to find a point, a reason that the author has not used to actually criticize Deneen's views. Let's examine the choices. A, it's repeated harking back to pre-modern notions of liberty. If anything, we are told that Deneen doesn't pay much heed to the pre-modern notion of liberty, or rather, the author says that he might touch upon this particular idea, but he fails to look at certain historical aspects, such as the historical ability of liberalism to reform itself, to correct itself. That's something that Mr. Deneen has not focused on, according to the author. So this is not presented as a criticism of Mr. Deneen's work. So we can say that option A is likely to be the correct choice. B, its failure to note historical instances in which the process of declining liberalism has managed to reverse itself. This is something that the author states. He says that this is the second problem of Mr. Deneen's work or his book. So option B is true. It's one of the points that the author is using to attack Mr. Deneen's conclusions. So option B is valid. C, its extreme pessimism about the future of liberalism today and predictions of an ultimate decline. This is also something that the author comments on. He says that it's not necessary that liberalism will die. That's not the case. He feels that if anything, we should consider it as a call to action. There is room for amends, there is room for changes and reforms via which we can perhaps revive liberalism. That is the position that the author takes here. So in a way, he is critical about the extreme pessimism that Mr. Deneen showcases. So option C is also valid. D, its very narrow definition of liberalism limited to individual freedoms. This is also one of the problems the author mentions. He presents problem number 1 as this narrow focus on liberalism, this narrow definition of liberalism being limited to individual freedom. That's the problem number 1 he presents. Second is this aspect of how Mr. Deneen misses out on this ability or capacity of liberalism to reform itself. So he mentions these two criticisms very clearly in the passage. So we can say that B, C and D can be are valid criticisms, while option A is not something that the author uses to actually fault or to actually criticize Mr. Dineen's conclusion. So option A here is the correct answer.
Google search Cracku CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular para insertion question, the sentence that is given to us is, dualism was long held as the defining feature of developing countries in contrast to developed countries where frontier technologies and high productivity were assumed to prevail. But let us take a look at the paragraph. At the core of development economics lies the idea of productive dualism, that poor countries' economies are split between the narrow modern sector that uses advanced technologies and larger traditional sector characterized by very low productivity. While this distinction between developing and developed and advanced economies may have made sense in the 1950s and 1960s, it no longer appears to be very relevant. A combination of forces have produced a widening gap between the winners and those left behind. Convergence between rich and poor parts of the economy was arrested and regional disparities widened. As a result, policymakers in advanced economies are now grappling with the same questions that have long preoccupied developing economies, mainly how to close the gap with the more advanced parts of the economy. So earlier, what was the case? So what is productive dualism? Productive dualism is that your economy is split into two parts. There is this modern part of your technology, so basically like the tech driven part, which is a small sector, okay, and then there is the traditional economy, so consider like your smaller businessmen, agriculture, etc. This modern part is rich, it is growing rapidly, it is the part of the economy which is doing well, and the traditional part which is poor, which struggles, which has low productivity. This was usually the disparity that was seen. The developing countries had this kind of model of economy which was split into two parts, and developed countries did not have it. So developed countries had more or less an economy which was neither like split into traditional and modern, and this kind of dualism was absent in developed economies earlier. But what has happened now? Now this kind of dualism is even seen in the developed economies. So this productive dualism is no longer a distinction factor between developed and developing economies, because it is seen everywhere now. So what is the point? That this dualism was long the defining feature of developing countries. Defining feature means how do you identify whether a country is a developed country or a developing country? A developed country would not have dualism, a developing country would have dualism. Now the situation has changed, even developed countries are having that. So there are regional disparities, there is a widening income gap. So this dualism is seen everywhere, so it's no longer a defining feature. This is part of the past. And if you take a look at the sentences, while this distinction between was may have made sense in the 50s, this starts with the shift to now. So what is the case now? It no longer appears to remain relevant, because now, because of a combination of forces, the widening gap between the winners and those left behind. So now even in modern economies, even in developed economies, you are seeing this shift. Those who are rich are becoming richer, those who are poor have become poorer. So the convergence between rich and poor and rich parts of the economy was arrested. Arrested means it was stopped, and regional disparities widened. As a result, policymakers in advanced economies are now grappling with the same questions that have long preoccupied developing economies, mainly how to close the gap between the more advanced parts of the economy. So now the developed countries politicians are also thinking that how do I reduce the income gap? Earlier thinking about how income inequality was affecting. Income inequality, all of these ideas were ideas in the developing countries. Now these ideas have become actually mainstream in developed countries, because the idea of productive dualism is there now even in developed countries as such. So this part entirely is the situation now. This was the earlier part, the earlier situation. And if you see the given sentence is also what was there earlier. So that means a given sentence should either be in one or two. Dualism is basically mentioned over here. The dualism is mentioned over here is the defining feature. But before you say that dualism was the defining feature, you have to essentially mention it. You have to tell what is dualism, which is essentially done in this particular sentence. So this given sentence, which is a missing sentence, should come after this sentence. So the only place in which you can actually place this given sentence is blank 2. First, you define what is productive dualism, and then say why it was a defining feature of the developing countries, because it was what separated developing countries from developed countries. Now that is no longer the case. So the only place where this sentence fits is option 2. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this para insertion question, we have been given the following sentence. and probably much earlier, moving the documentation for kissing back 1000 years compared to what was acknowledged in the scientific community. So the paragraph itself is, so the sentence is talking about how the time in which kissing started has been moved by 1000 years backward. The date at which we recognize kissing started has been pushed back by 1000 years. So let us take a look at the paragraph. Research has hypothesized that the earliest evidence of human lip kissing originated in a very specific geographical location in South Asia 3500 years ago. From there, it may have spread to other regions, simultaneously accelerating the spread of herpes simplex virus 1. So from there is referring to the area in South Asia. So the sentence cannot fit over here because this is talking about time, and this there over here, this pronoun there requires this location. So this sentence, if it puts in, you put in 1, the pronoun antecedent flow is broken, so it cannot be put in 1. According to Troel Spank Arbol and Sophie Land Rasmussen, who in a new article in the journal Science draw on a range of written sources from the earliest Mesopotamian societies, kissing was already a well-established practice 4500 years ago in the Middle East. Now, 4500 years ago, 3500 years ago, the difference is 1000 years, which means that this idea, the new article research is essentially pushing back the date from 3500 to 4500. So it is pushing back the date from by 1000 years. So this sentence is essentially giving the conclusion of this new discovery made by these people in the research paper. So this given sentence does fit in option 2. It tells you what is the significance of what they have discovered. The significance is that it pushes back the date from when we had the first documentation of kissing from 3500 back by 1000 years to 4500. In ancient Mesopotamia, people wrote in cuneiform scripts on clay tablets. Many thousand of these clay tablets. So again, these clay tablets refer to these clay tablets. Again, it does not fit over here because it will break the flow. These clay tablets, that pronoun requires the object mentioned in the earlier sentence. So this sentence would actually break that flow. So 3 is also gone. Have survived to their day, and they contain clear examples that kissing was considered part of romantic intimacy in ancient times. Kissing could have been part of friendships and family members' relationships, says Troel Spank Arbol, an expert of the history of medicine in Mesopotamia. So again, 4 is giving you an example or essentially elaborating on the part that is mentioned over here. So again, this sentence which talks about how the date was shifted by 1000 years does not fit in 4. It only fits in 2, which basically tells you that okay, now the date is shifted from 3500 BC to 4500 BC as such. Oh, so 4500 years ago, not BC or this. 3500 years ago to 4500 years ago. That 1000 year shift is mentioned over here. So the given sentence fits in option 2, which is option D. Hi friends, in this particular OOC parajumble question, we are given the following sentences. The banning of northern lights could be considered a precursor to censoring books for moral worldview or religious reasons. Attempts to ban books are attempts to silence authors who have summoned immense courage in telling their stories. Now, the banning and challenging of books in the US has escalated to an unprecedented level. The widely acclaimed fantasy novel Northern Lights was banned in some parts of the US and was the second most challenged book in the US. The American Library Association documented an unparalleled number of reported book challenges in 2022, about 2500 unique titles. So over here, let us see which sentences are essentially connected to each other. So if you see 4 introduces the novel Fantasy Lights, and it tells you that it was the second most challenged book in the US. The banning of the Northern Lights could be considered a precursor to other things as such. So 4 and 1 are related, and it should be in that particular order. So firstly, you say that it is the second most banned challenge of book in the US, and the banning of it was a precursor of censoring book for moral or worldview or religious reasons. So this was essentially at some point of time, this book was banned, and it was a precursor of things to come. And what things came? Now you have a huge culture of banning books. So 4.1 tells you that it was a precursor of the things to come about how much people started banning books. Now you are told there's another link of sentences. There is now the banning and challenging of books has escalated to an unprecedented level, and 5 tells you the level. There are 2500 unique titles that are essentially banned. So 3.5 tell you the current situation. So this was the precursor to the current situation, which is given in the 3.5 sentences as such. So essentially 3.5 is the current situation, 4.1 is the older situation. So 4.1, 3.5 together make a coherent paragraph. If you take a look at 2, it gives you the reasons why people are banning books. So it's an attempt to silence authors and who have summoned immense courage. But this is the reason why books are banned and has nothing to do with the 4135, which essentially tells you what was one of the starts of the book banning phase and what heights it has reached at this point of time. So 4135 together tell you about the craze for banning books, how widespread it has become, and 2 tells you the reason. So the reason for banning books is a different topic entirely. 4135 is only about how it has become, a problem out of hand as such. So 2 is telling you about the reasons for that. So that is a separate paragraph entirely. So 2 is the odd one out. 4135 together forms a coherent paragraph which tells you that this book banning mania has just gotten out of hand. It started with that, with Northern Lights, which was one of the precursors of what is going to happen. And now look at it, we have now reached 2500 titles which have been banned. So 4135 is a coherent paragraph, 2 is the odd one out. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular OOC parajumble question, we have the following 5 sentences given. Self-care particularly links to loneliness, behavioral problems and negative academic outcomes. Latchkey children refers to children who routinely return home from school to empty homes and take care of themselves for extended periods of time. Although self-care generally points to negative outcomes, it is important to consider that the bulk of research has yet to track long-term consequences. In research and practice, the phrase children in self-care has come to replace latchkey in an effort to more accurately reflect the nature of their circumstances. Although parents might believe that self-care would be beneficial for development, recent research has found quite the opposite. So if you take a look at 5, okay, 5 tells you that people might think that it is good, but it has had, the recent research shows that self-care actually has negative outcomes. Where are these negative outcomes mentioned? In 1. 1 tells you that self-care particularly links to loneliness, behavioral problems and negative academic outcomes. So 5-1 forms a pair which shows that self-care among children might be thought to be actually good for the child, that they will get independent earlier, but it is actually bad for them, and then the negative outcomes are listed. So 5-1 is a pair definitely. Now if you take a look at 2, the whole topic of children who are taking care of themselves, or first were called latchkey children, now children in health self-care, is essentially introduced in 2. Who they are, what exactly defines latchkey children is given in 2. Now 4 essentially corrects that by saying that in practice now the name has been changed from latchkey children to children in self-care to represent what it is actually the case. It's not that they are, latchkey essentially means that they open the latch with their own key. The children who come home from school and open the own door and they have their own keys and there's nobody at home when they come. So that's why they were called latchkey children. But that is not a correct way of describing them. They are essentially children who are taking care of themselves, and because of that, the term has now been changed to children in self-care. So 2, 4 are also related, which essentially describe the children and tell how they are named as such. Now if you take a look at 2, 4 and 5-1, 2, 4 describes who the children are. 5-1 talks about the negative impact of self-care or children in self-care as such. So 2, 4, 5-1 together forms a coherent paragraph which introduces us to children in self-care and gives us the negatives of putting children in self-care. So 2, 4, 5-1 forms a coherent paragraph. 3, if you see, 3 tells you that okay, that the self-care points to negative outcomes, but we have yet to track the long-term effects as such. Now, this has nothing to do with the remaining points that are being made. Now, you can essentially say that okay, after 5, you can say that okay, the things points are like there are no negative. People believe that there are only negative outcomes, but we do not know the long-term trend. Now, if you are actually going on that track after 2, 4, if you are actually going on that track, you have to give at least some positive or neutral outcome of that. But there is nothing else which has a positive or neutral outcome. 5 tells there are negative outcomes. 1 gives you what the negative outcomes are. So 3 really there is nothing to continue with 3. So because there is no precursor nor successor to 3, 2, 4, 3 cannot be the case. The order should be 2, 4, 5, 1 and 3 would be the odd one out.
Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The 4 sentences given below, when properly sequenced, would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide on the proper sequencing of the order of sentences and key in the sequence of the 4 numbers as our answer. Let us go through the given statements. 1. Like the ants that make up a colony, no single neuron holds complex information like self-awareness, hope, or pride. 2. Although the human brain is not yet understood enough to identify the mechanism by which emergence functions, most neurobiologists agree that complex interconnections among the parts give rise to qualities that belong only to the whole. 3. Nonetheless, the sum of all neurons in the nervous system generate complex human emotions like fear and joy, none of which can be attributed to a single neuron. 4. Human consciousness is often called an emergent property of the human brain. So at the very beginning, I noticed that 4 is a very broad statement, a very general statement, which usually serves as the introductory statement here. What about the others? There is also a link that I notice here between 1 and 3. Why is that the case? So here there is discussion on no single neuron. And here the author presents a contrast by saying the sum of all neurons. So in a way, he's trying to present these two contrasting ideas together. He says that no single neuron holds complex information. It doesn't, let's say, encode self-awareness, hope, or pride, but together they can present, or they contain this complex human emotion or complex information together. This is what he's trying to present. So in a way, he's trying to say how all the neurons together are necessary for consciousness. They represent something that we cannot attribute to a single neuron. So in a way, 1 and 3 are definitely linked, mainly because the author is presenting this contrast of, let's say, one entity versus all entities taken together. So 1, 3 is definitely a pair here. What about 4? We can place 4 at the very beginning. It's a very broad statement, a blanket comment here. Statement 2 here is basically re-emphasizing what is being highlighted here in 3. We are being presented more information. We are told that we don't have a mechanism as such at this point in time to understand how human brain functions, but this is something that most neurobiologists agree, that the point stated in 3, how all neurons taken together, the complex interconnection between these neurons is responsible for certain qualities that we possess as individuals. So 2 is basically reinforcing the idea that is presented in 3. So I can place 2 after 3. So I can first create this link between 1 and 3. I notice that 4 is a broad statement, so maybe it can serve as a conclusion, or maybe in most cases, in this case at least, it would serve as an introduction. So 413 is a logical block, and this can be followed up with 2, which is basically reinforcing what is being stated in 3. So 4132 is the correct answer to this particular question. I hope this is clear. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video by Cracku. The 4 sentences given below, when properly sequenced, would yield a coherent paragraph. We need to decide on the proper sequencing of the order of sentences and key in the correct answer. Let's read the given set of statements. 1. Contemporary African writing, like the bottled leopard, voices this theme using 2 children and 2 backgrounds to juxtapose 2 varying cultures. 2. Chukwumeka Ike explores the conflict and casts Western traditions as condescending, enveloping, and unaccommodating towards local African practice. 3. However, their views contradict the reality, for a rich and sustaining local African cultural ethos exists for all who care to see and experience. 4. Western Christian concepts tend to deny or feign ignorance about the existence of a genuine and enduring indigenous African tradition. So from the very onset, I noticed that 4 would be a good introduction, primarily because the author is presenting an assertion. He states something, and I noticed that the remaining sentences are linked with this. Firstly, this point here, contemporary African writing. So an example is being cited here and voices this theme. So this has to be related to some particular theme that the author is discussing early on. And in this regard, 4 is a point that that is presenting sort of attitude that exists, a kind of theme that might be relevant to the discussion altogether. So 4 would definitely be a good introduction. It's an independent statement, while the remaining ones are dependent on some other points. So for example, here 3 says that their views. So their here has to refer to something. Similarly, the author mentions here Ike here, so some particular person who is presenting something. And in this regard, we can note that 1 and 2 might be linked, because here the author talks about one example, and this particular person might be the author of this particular work here, and trying to put forward a message or to drive home a message. So 1, 2 might be linked somehow. What about 4? So in 4, the idea that the author is trying to convey is that Western Christian concepts, they tend to deny or feign ignorance. So in a way, the author says that Western Christian concepts are critical of the indigenous African traditions. So this is the gist of what the author is conveying here in 4. But 3 here says that this is not necessarily the case, and he says the author is trying to criticize and tell us that their views, so their views here in this regard is talking about Western Christian concepts. The author says that their views contradict reality. So he says that this is not actually the case. There is a genuine and enduring indigenous African tradition, but for people who actually care, people who actually want to see and experience it. So it's not as if it is this criticism is relevant or valid in any manner. So the author is trying to state that he or she does not agree with this particular setup or this particular belief system, wherein they say that okay, there is no genuine or relevant or enduring indigenous African tradition. So the author is trying to use 4 and 3 together here to put forward an idea, saying that there is definitely a cultural ethos, an African cultural ethos for people to see and to experience. So it's not as if the Western Christian concepts that is actually feeling ignorance is correct. It's not something that the author agrees with. He's criticizing the Western Christian concept. The example here in 1 is actually supplementing this idea, saying that this particular book is voicing the theme that we observed here. It is trying to present how perhaps this kind of condescension that we observe here, how Christian concepts are being condescending of African traditions, and how there might be actually some kind of valuable African cultural ethos that people can view. So in a way, the author is giving this example to say that you can look at this, or you can turn to this particular book to see this particular theme or this particular idea that I mentioned in 4 and 3 play out. This is how the author is presenting this discussion. And the example of author Ike here is just trying to show that this is what he's doing in this book. This is the attempt that he's making to make certain corrections or to present certain ideas with regard to the kind of points we observed in 4 and 3, the kind of condescension or this conflict that exists between Western Christian concepts and African tradition. So the author here is using 1 and 2 to elaborate, or as an example, to present the ideas mentioned here in statements 4 and 3. So 4, 3, 1, 2 here forms a logical block, and hence is the correct answer to this particular question.
Hi friends, in this particular para summary question, we are given the following paragraph. People spontaneously create counterfactual alternatives to reality when they think of if only or what if, and imagine how the past could have been different. The mind computes counterfactuals for many reasons. Counterfactuals explain the past and prepare for the future. They implicate various relations, including causal ones, and they affect intentions and decisions. They modulate emotions such as regret and relief. They support moral judgments such as blame. The ability to create counterfactuals develops throughout childhood and contributes to reasoning about other people's beliefs, including their false beliefs. So there are 3 main points that I can see. People spontaneously create counterfactuals, and what are counterfactuals is given. Spontaneously create counterfactuals. So what are counterfactuals? That if only this had happened, there is reality, and then there is this imaginary thing that you hope would be reality. So if only I had called this person, or if only we had met, or if only XYZ. So this is reality, and counterfactual is essentially alternate reality almost. So what is counterfactual is given, and how people spontaneously create counterfactuals is given, the first one. Then the reasons for creating counterfactuals is given. There are multiple reasons given. The mind computes this for many reasons. One is that it explains the past and prepares for the future. They implicate various relations, including causal ones. So why something happened, the causality of it can be understood by creating this counterfactual. You understand that this was the key point. Because of this happened. If that had not happened, this would not be the reality. And they affect intentions and decisions. So this affects how you take decisions. This affects what you intend to do, because you know exactly what led to what kind of scenario. So essentially, these counterfactuals help you reason as to what is the chain of events, what is the stimulus for the next event as such. So that helps you take prepare your intentions, prepare your decisions, because you know what is the cause-effect relationship as such. They modulate emotions such as regret and relief. So basically, it helps you overcome whenever you're feeling regret. It is basically from this, that okay, if only I had done this, or relief is basically that what if I had done this, then I would have been in a better position. So all of these are related to your emotions also. So this is also one of the reasons why you actually generate counterfactuals. So all of this is essentially reasons for generating counterfactuals. The ability to create counterfactuals develops throughout childhood and contributes to reasoning about other people's beliefs, including their false beliefs. So the reasons for counterfactuals is given. The ability is developed through childhood, and it helps you in doing other inferences as such. So this ability also helps in understanding other people's intentions as such. So 3 essential points are there that you'd spontaneously develop it. What are the reasons for that? And the ability develops through childhood, and it essentially helps you, also enables you to do other things like understand other people's intentions. So now that we understand what are the main points, let's take a look at the options. Counterfactuals help people to prepare for the future by understanding intentions and making decisions. So these two are reasons. This is not exclusively the reason that prepare for the future. It helps you understand the past, it helps you prepare for the future, it helps you understand intentions and make decisions, it helps you modulate emotions like regret and all. So this kind of focuses only on one of the points and is like very myopic in its view. So A can be eliminated. People create counterfactual alternatives to reality for various reasons, including reasoning about other people's beliefs. So this is true. This part is the second reason, but it is not including reasoning about people's belief is not one of the reasons. Reasoning about people's beliefs is an ability which is conferred by counterfactuals. So if you are able to create counterfactuals, you get the ability to reason about other people's beliefs. It is not one of the contributing reasons why counterfactuals are created. So there's a distortion here, so I can eliminate option B. Counterfactual alternatives to reality are created for a variety of reasons and is part of one's developmental process. So if you look at C, it ticks both 2 and 3 as such. The only part is that the spontaneity is not mentioned, but essentially these are alternatives to reality is mentioned. So essentially explaining what are counterfactuals, and they are created for various reasons, giving point 2, and they are part of developmental process. So it develops through your childhood and it helps you understand other people's intentions and beliefs and false beliefs also. So this is a correct summary of all 3 points. So I'd say that C would be the correct answer. But let's take a look at option D also. Counterfactual thinking helps to reverse past and future actions. How can it reverse past actions? Can your alternative reality thinking help you reverse past? Nothing can reverse the past, right? And reason out false beliefs. Again, it does not help you reason out false beliefs. It helps you understand what are other people's beliefs, including false beliefs as such. So this is completely distorted. Very easy to eliminate option D. C is the right answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we have the following paragraph. Heat waves are becoming longer, frequent and intense due to climate change. The impacts of extreme heat are unevenly experienced with older people and young children, those with pre-existing medical conditions and on low incomes significantly more vulnerable. Adaptation to heat waves is a significant public policy concern. Research conducted among at-risk people in the UK reveals that even vulnerable people do not perceive themselves as at risk of extreme heat. Therefore, early warnings of extreme heat events do not perform as intended. This suggests that understanding how extreme heat is narrated is very important. The news media plays a central role in this process and can help warn people about the potential danger as well as about the impacts on infrastructure and society. So I can basically cut this paragraph into 2 parts. 2 points are being made. The first point is that heat waves are dangerous and many people are very vulnerable to heat waves as such. Some very vulnerable and to heat waves. Basically, they can it's a big danger for a small or for a subset of people. It is a big danger as such. So heat waves are dangerous. Some vulnerable, especially vulnerable to it. Okay, this is the part of this is the point being made by these lines. Okay. Now consider the second part. What is being mentioned or what point is being made over here? The point being made over here is that even those who are actually vulnerable to heat waves don't think that they are vulnerable to heat waves. People don't feel that, okay, I can actually die from a heat wave. But it is actually the case. Some people will die of heat waves. And that is basically of how the risk is being perceived. So the author is basically saying that it is extremely important that we convey the risk properly. And then he says that this is where news media comes in. It is the responsibility of us to properly convey the potential danger of heat waves through these news media as such. So the author is essentially saying what is the problem, and he also proposes the solution to the problem, which is properly conveying the dangers of heat waves using news media. So people don't people don't recognize the risk. News media central to correctly conveying the risk. So these are the two main points being made in the paragraph. Our correct option should have these 2 points. Protection from heat waves is important, but current reports and public policies seem ineffective. Now here, it's not about current reports and public policies. Protection from heat waves is important, but people are not recognizing the risk. That is the problem. So this part is incorrect. So A can be eliminated. People are vulnerable to heat waves caused due to climate change. Measures taken are ineffective. It's not just that measures taken are ineffective. People are not recognizing the risk, and we need to make them recognize the risk through use of news media. They have given a solution. B is missing that, so B is incorrect. Heat waves pose an enormous risk, correct. The media plays a pivotal role in alerting people to this danger. Both A and B have been covered. I would say C is the right answer. News stories help in warning about heat waves, but they have to become more effective. Now, while this part is correct, it's not about them become effective, it is how they should be utilized properly in raising awareness or making people recognize the danger of heat waves. Moreover, D does not contain the first part, which is about the danger posed by heat waves. That is not there at all. So C is the right answer.
We at Cracku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular reading comprehension passage, we have the following passage. So the first paragraph is, in 2006, the Met Art Museum in the US agreed to return the Euphrates crater, a masterpiece Greek urn that had been a museum draw since 1972. In 2007, the Getty Art Museum in the US agreed to return 40 objects to Italy, including a marble Aphrodite in the midst of looting scandals. And in December, Sotheby's and a private owner agreed to return an ancient Khmer statue of a warrior pulled from auction 2 years before to Cambodia. So here we have 3 examples of antiques being returned to countries. These are all just examples of the same thing, same type of return, where a particular antique, instead of being displayed in a museum, is being returned to the home country as such. So let's take a look at the next paragraph. Cultural property or patrimony laws limit the transfer of cultural property outside the source country's territory, including outright export prohibitions and national ownership laws. Most art historians, archaeologists, museum officials, and policymakers portray cultural property laws in general as invaluable tools for counteracting the ugly legacy of Western cultural imperialism. So, what is cultural patrimony? These are essentially laws preventing the export or movement of cultural property outside a home country. It means that there is national ownership, so all cultural property of a country belongs to the nation as such, and nobody can buy it and take it outside the country. For example, even in India, the ancient statues of India cannot be essentially exported out of India. They are the property of India as such. So these are the cultural patrimony laws. So these are laws that prohibit the export or movement of cultural property outside the country. Now, why are these laws there? So many people, the archaeologists, historians, museum officials, say that these are good laws. And why do they say these are good laws? Because these laws prevent the kind of looting that was seen in the Western cultural imperialism. So basically, there was Western cultural imperialism where you have statues, antiques, cultural property was looted by these guys, and to prevent that kind of looting, these laws are necessary. So these laws were deemed necessary to prevent looting. Now let's take a look at the next paragraph. During the late 19th and early 20th century, an era former Met director Thomas Hoving called the Age of Piracy, American and European art museums acquired antiquities by hook or by crook, from grave robbers or souvenir collectors, bounty from digs and ancient sites in impoverished but art-rich source countries. Patrimony laws were intended to protect future archaeological discoveries against Western imperialist design. So as I mentioned over here, there was an age of piracy when many Western museums essentially stole antiquities, stole cultural property, and these laws, these patrimony laws were essentially acted to stop that. I surveyed 90 countries with one or more archaeological sites on the UNESCO World Heritage Site list, and my study shows that in most cases, the number of discovered sites diminishes sharply after a country passes a cultural property law. There are 222 archaeological sites listed for those 90 countries. When you look into history of the sites, you see that all but 21 were discovered before the passage of the cultural property laws. So what is the point being made over here? So the author says, I looked at 90 countries, okay? And each of these countries has some version of cultural property law, and of these there were a total of 222 archaeological sites. Of these 222 archaeological sites, 21 were discovered after the passing of the cultural property law and 201 were there before passing the cultural patrimony law, and this is after cultural patrimony. So what is the point being made over here? That before the laws were there were a lot of sites being discovered. After the laws came into being, very few sites were discovered. Most of the sites that were discovered were in fact discovered before the patrimony laws came into place. So this is a claim made by the author. Strict cultural patrimony laws are popular in most countries, but the downside may be that they reduce incentives for foreign governments, non-governmental organizations and educational institutions to invest in overseas exploration, because their efforts will not necessarily be rewarded by opportunities to hold, display and study what is uncovered. To the extent that source countries can fund their own archaeological projects, artifacts and sites may still be discovered. The survey has far-reaching implications. It suggests that source countries, particularly in the developing world, should narrow their cultural property laws so that they can reap the benefits of new archaeological discoveries, which typically increase tourism and enhance cultural pride. This does not mean these nations should abolish restrictions on foreign excavation and foreign claims to artifacts. So what is the author saying? So what the author is saying is that when you have strict cultural property laws, what happens? There is no incentive for foreign organizations to dig, to find or discover these archaeological sites. So once you remove the incentive, there are very few people who are actually doing these archaeological discoveries. If the source country is a rich country, that is fine. The source country itself can fund those kind of discoveries. But if it's a poor country, with a lot of archaeological sites, then what should it do? It should actually narrow the cultural property laws so as to allow some amount of essentially some right to those foreign guys. So they are not saying that you should remove all the rights. He's not saying that remove all rights. He's just saying like narrow the cultural property laws. So what exactly he's saying? So when currently now you are not allowing them to even hold or display the particular item or study it also. So give some kind of leeway. Tell them that okay, you can hold it for a few years. You can use it to study it for a few years. You are not like leaving the claim on that particular antique or cultural property, but you are giving them some incentive so that these guys will actually come and dig in your place. They have to actually fund those digging. No, why would they do that if like whatever they discover is immediately taken out of their hands? They will not do that. So basically the author is saying that give them something, give them some leeway that okay, you hold it for some time, you can display it for some time, you can study it for some time. If you give some leeway, it will actually be good for you because it would incentivize the discovery of these archaeological sites. So he's asking for narrowing and not removing of these laws as such. China provides an interesting alternative approach for source nations eager for foreign archaeological investment. From 1935 to 2003, China had a restrictive cultural property law that prohibited foreign ownership of Chinese cultural artifacts. In those years, China's most significant archaeological discovery occurred by chance in 1974 when a peasant farmers accidentally uncovered ranks of buried terracotta warriors which were part of Emperor Qin's spectacular tomb system. So what the author is giving the example of China. So from 1935 to 2003, they had strict cultural property laws. And what was the case? There were very few discoveries and most of them were accidental in nature. Few accidental discoveries, which means what? That there was no incentive to actually discover. So what did they do? In 2003, the Chinese government switched course, dropping its cultural property law and embracing collaborative international archaeological research. So this is what the author is saying, a middle path where you collaborate with international archaeologists to allow them to keep those archaeological findings for some time so that they can study them as such. Since then, China has nominated 11 archaeological sites for inclusion in the World Heritage Site list, including 8 in 2013, the most ever in China. So from 2003, the number of archaeological sites discovered shot up. Why did it shoot up? Because there was more incentive to dig. So more foreign collaboration was there, and because of that, there were far more number of discoveries. So what does the author say? See, the idea is that the cultural property laws were brought in to protect the cultural property from being looted by imperialists. But the unintended consequence of this has been that there is now no incentive for others, like other than the source country and its government, there is no other incentive for anybody else to go actually digging. And you need these people to dig because otherwise you will not have discoveries. You need like foreign archaeological investments. You need foreign archaeologists to come and dig so that they can actually find these sites as such. So how do you actually allow them or how do you incentivize them? So the author proposes a collaborative method that was adopted by China. He's saying that don't remove all the cultural property laws, narrow them so that you give some incentive to dig. So this is what the author is proposing. Do not have very strict cultural property laws, have narrow cultural property laws such that your rights to that cultural property is protected, but the actual archaeological discoveries are also incentivized. Okay. So now that you understand what the passage is about, let's take a look at the questions. Which one of the following statements best expresses the paradox of patrimony laws? They were aimed at protecting cultural property, but instead reduced businesses for auctioneers like Sotheby's. The first part is true, it is aimed at protecting cultural property, but the downside is not that it reduced business for Sotheby's. The downside is that the number of archaeological sites that were found went down dramatically because nobody has any incentive to dig anymore. So A is incorrect, the first part is correct, the second part is incorrect. They were intended to protect cultural property, correct, but instead resulted in the neglect of historical sites. It's not neglect, it's just that the sites are not being discovered anymore. It's not that the sites that were already discovered have now been neglected. It is that discovery of sites, digging of sites has gone down dramatically, which is why there are very few discoveries now. So B is also incorrect. They were intended to protect cultural property, correct, but instead resulted in the withholding of national treasures from museums. The issue is not whether these national treasures were shown in museums or not. These national treasures were no longer found because nobody was digging anymore. So C is also missing the point. They were aimed at protecting cultural property but instead reduced new archaeological discoveries. This is the whole point, that once you remove the incentive to dig, nobody is there actually going out and trying to find these sites as such. So D is the paradox that is mentioned in the passage. The second question is, it can be inferred from the passage that archaeological sites are considered important by some source countries because it is directly given in this. So why do you need archaeological sites? It suggests that source countries, particularly in the developing world, should narrow their cultural property laws so that they can reap the benefits of new archaeological discoveries. And what are the benefits of new archaeological discoveries? Which typically increase tourism and enhance cultural pride. So what is why are some source countries, why do they consider it important? Because it boosts tourism. You go and see the China's terracotta warriors, right? It boosts tourism. Similarly, if you have archaeological discoveries, foreign travelers will come to your land to see that. So it boosts tourism and enhances cultural pride. If you see that, okay, my culture build these kind of warriors, they build these kind of statues, it will definitely enhance cultural pride. So these two reasons are given in the passage. So let's take a look at the options. are a symbol of Western imperialism? No, these are not a symbol of Western imperialism. So the archaeological sites are not a symbol of Western imperialism. They were looted by Western imperialism. Are a subject to strict patrimony laws. This is true, they are subject to strict patrimony laws, but that's not why they are important. They are important because of what they offer the source countries. So B is incorrect. Generate funds for future discoveries. They don't generate any funds. You are actually just showing and standing it in your nation country. It's not like you're selling them. So this is incorrect. Give a boost to the tourism sector. This is the stated reason in the passage. So D is the right answer. The third question is, which one of the following statements, if true, would undermine the central idea of the passage? Affluent, archaeologically rich source countries can afford to carry out their own excavations. Now the author is saying this might be true. Okay, if you have a rich country, if you are an affluent country, you can fund it yourself. But the author is saying, what about the poor countries who are archaeologically rich? His recommendations are for the poor countries, not for the affluent countries. So this point does not undermine his hypothesis. His hypothesis is that poor archaeologically rich countries should narrow and restrict their cultural property laws so that they do not prevent or do not disincentivize archaeological discoveries. So this does not apply to the point he is making. So A can be eliminated. Museums established in economically deprived archaeologically rich source countries can display the antiques discovered there. Now even if this is true that they can show it, it doesn't change the point being made by the author. The museums that are showing in these kind of countries, they are not able to fund the archaeological site discoveries. The museums in these like poor countries also don't have the money to fund archaeological discoveries. See, archaeological site discoveries requires investment. This investment generally comes from foreign countries, especially when it comes to poor countries. That kind of investment generally will come from foreign countries. When you have strict cultural property laws, that investment will evaporate, which means that there will be no more digging. So even if your museums are ready to show, they are not able to fund the discoveries, so the point remains. So B also can be eliminated. UNESCO finances archaeological research in poor but archaeologically rich source countries. Now if UNESCO is funding it, why do you need foreign investment? UNESCO will give you money, you do that digging and then you can find it. So the whole point was that you should restrict the cultural property laws, because otherwise you won't get investment, otherwise you won't get the incentive, people will not be incentivized to dig. But if UNESCO is ready to fund you without getting anything in return, then why should you actually restrict the cultural property laws? If C is true, you need not restrict the cultural property laws, you need not do collaboration with people who want to take them outside your country, because UNESCO is ready to do it for you, and it will not impose the same kind of restrictions or the same kind of that will be required by the foreign investors. So if C is true, the whole point of the author collapses, because you are no longer dependent on foreign investment and foreign interest in your archaeological sites. So if C is true, the entire point is undermined. Western countries will have to apologize to countries for looting their cultural property in the past century. Now this apologizing has nothing to do with the point. The point that author is making is an economic point. At what level will people be incentivized to dig for archaeological sites? If you have these kind of strict cultural property laws, there is no economic incentive, so no one digs. This is the argument being made by the author. The author is not saying that who is responsible, who has to accept blame, who has to apologize. He has not gotten into that at all. So D can easily be eliminated. C is the right answer. The fourth question is, from the passage, we can infer that the author is likely to advise poor but archaeologically rich source countries to do all of the following except fund institutes in other countries to undertake archaeological exploration in source country, reaping the benefits of cutting edge techniques. Why would I fund another institute in some other country? If I wanted to fund, I would fund institutes in my own country. The whole point is that if you're a poor country, you do not have the funds to support these kind of things. So this is a insensible kind of an argument, and definitely the author will not advise like poor countries go and fund India should fund Harvard and MIT to get the cutting edge discoveries. That is completely ridiculous. You would fund institutes or you would fund local efforts. You would not fund foreign universities, right? So this is clearly incorrect. So because it is incorrect, this would be the right answer. Let's take a look at A, B, C, D as well. Allow foreign countries to analyze and exhibit archaeological discoveries made in the source country. This he would agree with, because he is essentially arguing for a collaborative approach. You take it for some time, then you give it back to me, and that time is basically your incentive to dig. So this is something that he would agree with. You have to give something to those people so that at least access to this particular discovery for some time, so that they are also incentivized to dig. So B would be something that he would recommend. To find ways to motivate other countries to finance archaeological explorations in their country. This is also true. The author says that you should have a collaborative archaeological efforts. He wants the poor countries to allow foreign rich countries to explore the archaeological sites and incentivize them to do that. So this is something that he would agree with. Adopt China's strategy of dropping its cultural property laws and carrying out archaeological research through international collaboration. He is also mentioning that the China provides an interesting example. So what China did was it removed the strict cultural property laws and instead put a different kind of exploration laws as such, which were collaborative in nature. And the author does recommend that method. So D is something that he would agree with. A is the only one which is nonsensical essentially, because why would I fund an external institute? So A is the answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we will be taking a look at a reading comprehension passage which discusses a book by Steven Pinker and his ideas about rationality and how sequential reasoning is a better way to think as such. So let us take a look at the passage. We'll go paragraph by paragraph and then take a look at the questions. Steven Pinker's new book, Rationality, What It Is, Why It Seems Scarce, Why It Matters, offers a pragmatic dose of measured optimism, presenting rationality as a fragile but achievable ideal in personal and civic life. Pinker's ambition to illuminate such a crucial topic offers the welcome prospect of a return to sanity. It's no small achievement to make formal logic, game theory, statistics and Bayesian reasoning delightful topics full of charm and relevance. So here the author introduces what he's talking about. He's talking about Steven Pinker's new book, which is on rationality. So Pinker's new book on rationality. This book argues that rationality is an achievable goal, a fragile but achievable goal as such. And the author praises Pinker for actually writing this because it is a crucial topic and it is well written. The author says that it has been written with charm and relevance, and he has written about difficult technical things with charm and relevance. So he's essentially saying that this is a crucial topic and it is well written as such. So this book he is praising initially, saying that what has Steven Pinker written? Steven Pinker has written about rationality, how it is an achievable goal as such, and the author praises him, saying that this is a very crucial topic. This represents a return to sanity. It's extremely crucial for public and civil life as such, and it is well written. He has written with charm. So basically he has introduced the book and offered it praise. Now let's take a look at the next paragraph. It is also plausible to believe that a wider application of rational tool he analyzes would improve the world in important ways. His primer on statistics and scientific uncertainty is particularly timely and should be required reading before consuming any news about the COVID pandemic. More broadly, he argues that less media coverage of shocking but vanishingly rare events, from shark attacks to adverse vaccine reactions, would help prevent dangerous overreactions, fatalism and diversion of finite resources away from solvable but less dramatic issues like malnutrition in the developing world. So the author gives specific example where Pinker is actually right, where the Pinker's book actually offers valuable insight. So one valuable insight is basically when he says that the author feels that the rational tools that he actually recommends would improve the world in important ways. So this is good for the world, would improve the world if you actually use his rational tools as such. Particularly he singles out the idea of understanding statistics and scientific uncertainty. When he explains statistics and scientific uncertainty, the author says this should be required reading before people start discussing the pandemic. So when you have the pandemic, you had a lot of people sharing information about the pandemic. Oh, this pandemic affects only 1% of the people, so it is like the flu, and there was a lot of disinformation. Now essentially over here, or like even about the vaccine, when people were like, okay, you can't say for sure that you will not get, okay, or there is some amount of uncertainty involved about the working of the vaccine. So people could not understand statistics, or people could not understand scientific uncertainty, especially in this particular example. So the author says that if you consider Pinker's book, his work, especially around these two topics, is so important that he feels that it should be required reading, particularly in these times when people are clearly failing to understand these basic concepts as such. So the author gives the example of his writing on statistics and scientific uncertainty. He calls them required reading. Required reading basically is giving it a lot of importance, saying that this is like necessary to read, people should definitely read this. So he calls it that, look at this, this is extremely important, this work is important. More broadly, he says that what another point that the author highlights about giving less attention to low frequency and dramatic events. So essentially consider how the news actually tackles issues. So when you have malnutrition or malnutrition deaths, the news never covers it because it is not dramatic enough for news. But if you have one shark attack, okay, there will be 15 cameras covering the shark attack and the victim. So a lot of resources will actually be spent on preventing shark attacks and not enough money being spent on preventing malnutrition. The numbers wise, more people die of malnutrition than shark attack. But because this is like the dramatic, controversial, it grabs eyeballs, right? So news spends a lot of attention on that, and because news spends a lot of attention on that, people think more about that, and because people think more about that, politicians commit more resources for that. And he argues against this system, saying that we should not be over sensationalizing dramatic low probability events. So giving less attention to low probability dramatic events as such. So the author essentially cites these two examples where Pinker is essentially on the dot as such. She says the Pinker is absolutely correct. These are two cases where I feel I completely agree with what Steven Pinker is saying. It's a reasonable critique, and Pinker is not the first to make it. But analyzing the political economy of journalism, its funding structures, ownership concentration and increasing relevance on social media shares would have given a fuller picture of why so much coverage is so misguided and what we might do about it. Now he comes, okay, this is important. The Pinker is right in saying that this is what should be done. But then he says that, but Pinker should have thought, why is this not the case? He should have actually thought about why news works this way. News works this way because of the funding structure, about how essentially how the funding structures in news channels are there, how ownership controls are there. Very few people actually own most of the news channels, and increasing reliance on social media shares, so it needs to be viral. So when you have those kind of restrictions, that is why the news focuses on certain types of news and does not focus on other types of news. So if he had actually thought of that, he would have explained why this is the case. So he is actually giving a reality check to a claim being made by Pinker. So while he agrees that this would be good, he gives a reality check by saying that, but it won't happen because in reality this is the case as such. So a reality check for the second example. Pinker's main focus is the sort of conscious sequential reasoning that can track the steps in a geometric proof for an argument in formal logic. Skill in this domain maps directly onto the navigation of many real-world problems, and Pinker shows how greater mastery of the tools of rationality can improve decision-making in medical, legal, financial and many other contexts in which we must act on uncertain and shifting information. So here the author explains what exactly Pinker is telling. So Pinker's main focus is on the kind of sequential reasoning and rational, like a sequential reasoning as you would give a geometric proof. You know how you write a geometric proof, right? This triangle is similar to this triangle is similar to this triangle, hence QED, this triangle is similar to this triangle. So this is kind of a sequential reasoning where you have stepwise reasoning and there is no jump in reasoning anywhere as such. So his focus is mainly sequential reasoning. Now the author says that this kind of sequential reasoning would actually, and the rationality tools that he uses would actually help in many contexts. He gives the context of medical problems and legal financial problems as such, and especially in such cases it would actually improve your decision making, especially when you have uncertainty and shifting information. So he says that these kind of tools are useful in many contexts as such. I am guessing the next paragraph will give a but. So when you say, okay, this is good, then clearly the next paragraph would be, but in such cases this doesn't work. So I'm guessing the next sentence, when he's put ... here, he's going to go with a kind of a saying that, okay, this is good, but. So let's take a look at the next paragraph. Despite the undeniable power of the sort of rationality he describes, many of the deepest insights in the history of science, maths, music and art strike their originators in moments of epiphany. from the 19th century chemist Frederick August Caecula's discovery of the structure of benzene to any of Mozart's symphonies, much extraordinary human achievement is not the product of conscious sequential reasoning. Even Plato's Socrates, who anticipated many of Pinker's points by nearly 2500 years, showing the virtue of knowing what you do not know and examining all premises and arguments, not simply trusting speaker's authority or charisma, attributed many of his most profound insights to dreams and visions. Conscious reasoning is helpful in sorting the wheat from the chaff, but it would be interesting to consider the hidden aquifers that make much of the grain grow in the first place. So the author says, yeah, this sequential reasoning is good. It is good. I'm not denying that it doesn't have application. It has application in many contexts, but much of human progress and much of human discoveries, inventions has come from epiphanies and not sequential reasoning. So what do you mean by epiphanies? So sequential reasoning is like, okay, like a geometric proof. A is equal to B, B is equal to C, hence A is equal to C. But the author says that if you consider many discoveries, like the discovery of benzene structure. So the scientists who actually discovered benzene structure did not sequentially reason out that this has to be benzene structure. He dreamt of it. He discovered it. This was like his dream. In his dream that benzene structure came. So the author says that many of these discoveries were essentially epiphanies. Many of Mozart's compositions, he didn't think mathematically that should be the composition. It was an act of inspiration as such. So the author says that if you consider all of the most of our important discoveries, they were epiphanies and not sequential reasoning. So the author is saying that, okay, while sequential reasoning is good, it is not the source of most of human progress as such. Even he says that, say Plato, Socrates and Pinker's points actually overlap quite a bit. Pinker says that you should not, he says many of Pinker's points were anticipated 25 years earlier, meaning that many of Pinker points made by Pinker were actually made by Socrates 2500 years back. So he says that you should know, by showing the virtue of knowing what you do not know and examining all premises and arguments. So you should examine how much do you know and what especially you do not know. This is something that Pinker says as well as Socrates said. Examining all the assumption in a particular context, Pinker says this as well as Socrates says this. So there is overlap in all of these points as such. But even Socrates believes that most of his profound insights actually came in dreams and visions. So even Socrates, who was a rationalist in many ways and who agreed to many of the rationalist ideas as such, but many of his profound insights came in dreams and visions. So the author is saying that while sequential reasoning is good, profound insights or basically big discoveries, big leaps for humankind have actually come from dreams and visions. Conscious reasoning is helpful in sorting the wheat from the chaff, but it would be interesting to consider the hidden aquifers that make much of the grain grow in the first place. So this is a metaphor, okay? So the metaphor is basically about how you actually get the ideas. So the hidden aquifers essentially refers to hidden aquifers which grow grain. So hidden aquifers grow grain basically means that essentially like the springs, etc., the hidden sources of inspiration as such. These are the inspiration. These are dreams, vision that suddenly come to you. Okay. Now these will grow some ideas which are like grain. Now once you have that grain, you can actually separate the wheat from the chaff. Basically means you can discard the bad ideas out of good from sequential reasoning. But generation of new ideas is not through sequential reasoning. It is through inspiration as such. So essentially separating good ideas from bad, this can be done by sequential reasoning. But the ideation part itself, the creativity, it is inspiration. It is not sequential reasoning as such. So this, he says that this part is sequential reasoning. The part of ideating or creativity, it is essentially inspiration. It is dreams and vision as such. Okay. The role of moral and ethical education in promoting rational behavior is also underexplored. So the author has given examples, and one big problem he has with Pinker's use of sequential reasoning is the fact that it does not acknowledge that most of our good ideas, our progress has in fact come from inspiration and creativity and not from sequential reasoning. The second problem that he has is that the role of moral and ethical education is underexplored. Now let us see why that is the case. So, Pinker recognizes that rationality is not just a cognitive virtue but a moral one. But this profoundly important point, once subtly explored by ancient Greek philosophers like Plato and Aristotle, doesn't really get developed. This is a shame, since possessing the right sort of moral character is arguably a precondition for using rationality in beneficial ways. So the author says that, see, Pinker acknowledges that you need, that rationality has to be moral. It is a moral choice as such. So rationality is a moral choice, not just a cognitive virtue. It's not just about thinking and maximizing this. It is not thinking like a machine, but it is a moral virtue as such. So rationality is moral virtue, which means that something that is immoral cannot be rational according to Pinker. But Pinker doesn't really explore what is morality and how it is like a precondition to be rational. So think of it in this way, okay, in terms of examples. See, think of it in the rationality employed by a machine. And a machine is not a moral being. So it might decide that in case of like maximizing human benefit, I should kill off these people, because if I kill off these people, I can maximize the amount of money that is there for other people, and therefore I will maximize benefit. But that is an immoral choice. First, you should be moral. Once you are moral, then you can make rational decisions based on that morality. And the author says that he doesn't really explore how morality is like the first condition that you should consider. Then you can have all this sequential reasoning. Without a moral core, if you start doing sequential reasoning, you will be like a robot which will decide to kill people for the benefit of the larger good as such. So the author says that he doesn't really explore how morality and morality and virtue or ethical education are at the precondition of rationality as such. So this is the second criticism. So if you look at it in the whole, what is the author doing? So he is essentially analyzing Pinker's book. Whenever something is so difficult to understand, it is mostly an analysis, because there are arguments being given and he is essentially giving pros and cons also. So the first thing that he does is he introduces Pinker's book. What has Pinker argued? Then he gives the pros of it. He says that it is well written. He says that, okay, there are many instances where I feel what he has said is valuable, but there are caveats to it. The caveat is that he is not being realistic over here. Then he comes to the real core, which is the critique of it, where Pinker actually falls short. And he has two main problems with Pinker's critique. The first problem is that he does not believe sequential reasoning is the source of progress or human progress. He believes that inspiration and creativity are where ideas are generated, and Pinker doesn't really consider that. He considers that, okay, through sequential reasoning we will make better decisions and we will progress as a humanity, and the author does not agree with that. And the second big problem that he has is that Pinker does not consider the ethical and moral precondition that one must have before he pursues rationality, because rationality without morals or ethics to the author is not rationality at all. The author says that Pinker acknowledges the importance of morality and ethical education, but he does not really explore it at all. So it is underexplored in the book. So these are the two main criticisms leveled against Pinker's book. This is an analysis of Pinker's book, both pros as well as cons. So now that you understand what the passage is about, let's take a look at the questions. The first question is, according to the author, for Pinker as well as the ancient Greek philosophers, rational thinking involves all of the following. So he says, okay, that for Plato, Socrates, who anticipated many of Pinker's points by nearly 2500 years, showing the virtue of all. So these are the points which he anticipated. Anticipated meaning what? That Plato and Socrates had the same ideas that Pinker is essentially putting in this book. And they were just 2500 years earlier, they had made the same points. So these points that are being made are essentially the points that are in common. From here to here, these are the points that are in common between both Pinker and Socrates. So what exactly is the points in common? Showing the virtue of knowing what you do not know and examining all premises and arguments, not simply trusting speaker's authority and charisma, attributed many of his conscious reasoning. So basically these are the points on which both agree with. So let's take a look at the options. An awareness of underlying assumptions in an argument and gaps in one's knowledge. This is something that they know. Something that you should know what you do not know, and you should be aware of the underlying assumptions. So this has been explicitly given, so A can be eliminated. The belief that the ability to reason logically encompasses an ethical and moral dimension. This is there over here. The author says that Pinker recognizes that rationality is not just a cognitive virtue but a moral one, and this is something that was agreed to by the ancient Greek philosophers like Plato and Aristotle. So this is also a point in common between both of them. So this also can be eliminated. The primacy of conscious sequential reasoning as the basis for seminal human achievements. Now, this is not a point in common with both Pinker and Greek philosophers. Pinker says that sequential reasoning is good for humanity. It would improve our decisions, but he does not say that this was the basis of seminal human achievements. In fact, the author says that if you look at human achievements, it was not the cause. So Pinker is also not claiming that okay, it was sequential reasoning that made us that helped us make all these discoveries and all. In fact, Greek philosophers categorically did not believe that. Socrates believed that most of his deep insights, profound insights, came from inspirations, true dreams and visions. So Greek philosophers definitely didn't agree with it, and this is not a claim made by Pinker also. So both of them would not actually say this. So C is the right answer. Arriving at independent conclusions irrespective of who is presenting the argument. This is over here, not simply trusting speaker's authority or charisma. So this is also directly given. So D also can be eliminated. C is the right answer. The second question is, the author endorses Pinker's view on the importance of logical reasoning as it. So the author endorses the view that okay, in many contexts, so the author says that he gives two examples where it would have actually added value, and the author says that one is when we give less importance to dramatic but low probability news, and second is in statistics and sequential. And the author actually says that sequential reasoning or logical reasoning is useful in many contexts, like for example in medical, legal and financial and many other contexts when we must act on uncertain and shifting information. Here he actually says that Pinker is right in saying that logical reasoning would actually be helpful as such. So let us take a look at the options. Provides a moral compass for resolving important ethical dilemmas. The author says that logical reasoning is not the source of moral reasoning or moral or ethical education. The author says that moral and ethical education can come first, then you use logical reasoning after you have that. So this is not true. Focuses public attention on real issues like development rather than sensational events. But here this is not logical reasoning. He is endorsing a Pinker's view, but not on logical reasoning. The importance of logical reasoning is not that. Pinker's view is this, that you should focus on real issues like development and not sensational events. But this is not about importance of logical reasoning. So B also can be eliminated. Equips people with the ability to tackle challenging practical problems. This is true. This is what the author says, that this is in these many contexts where we have shifting information and uncertainty. This kind of logical reasoning would help you make better decisions, that it can improve decision making. So the author agrees that this importance of logical reasoning is applicable in these particular contexts. So C is the right answer. It helps people gain expertise in statistics and other scientific disciplines. The point is never to gain expertise in statistics, but about how having some basic understanding in statistics would help you make better decisions in real life. So D misses the main point as such. So D can be eliminated. C is the right answer. Third question, the author mentions Kekulé's discovery of the structure of benzene and Mozart symphonies to illustrate the point that great innovations across various fields can stem from flashes of intuition and are not always propelled by logical thinking. This is exactly the point being made over here, that in many different fields, from science to arts, you can have great innovations and great discoveries through dreams and visions, through inspiration and not through logical reasoning. This is the main point being made. So I'd say A is the right answer. Pinker's conclusion on sequential reasoning are belied by European achievements, which in the past were more rooted in unconscious bursts of genius. So here, this part is true. It's not that the conclusions of sequential reasoning are belied. The author says that Pinker's importance that he is giving to sequential reasoning is not borne out by how many discoveries were made. But here there is an important distortion added, which is European achievements. But the author is not just talking about European achievements. He is talking about human achievements in general, about how human achievements in general across fields have been because of inspiration and not through sequential reasoning. So because of this distortion, I can eliminate option B. It is not just the creative arts but also scientific fields that have benefited from flashes of creativity. The point is not that, okay, this is not just arts but also scientific fields. The broader point that he is making is that in many fields, from science to arts, it is the bursts of inspiration are often the cause of discoveries and innovations and not sequential reasoning. That is the point being made. So C is also missing the main point. Unlike the sciences, human achievements in other fields are a mix of logical reasoning and spontaneous epiphanies. Even in sciences, it is a combination of logical reasoning and spontaneous epiphanies. So this is distorted, D can be eliminated. The author refers to the ancient Greek philosophers too. So the author refers to the ancient Greek philosophers to show that they agreed with Pinker on many ideas about the use of rationality, about like considering what you know, what you don't know, actually using logical reasoning. But even they had a primary, even they assigned a primacy to ethical and moral point of view. They said, okay, you have to be first moral, you have to be first ethical. They've considered that to be primary and then use logical reasoning. So he uses Greek philosophers to show that unlike Pinker, they put primacy to moral and ethical education, and unlike Pinker, while they agreed on rationality, even they felt that many of the discoveries actually came from epiphanies and creativity and inspiration as such. So let's take a look at the options. Show how dreams and visions have for centuries influenced subconscious behavior and path-breaking inventions. So it's not dreams and visions, and the author is not showing this with this particular example. The author gave the example of the benzene discovery and other things. So it was not about this example of philosophers is not another example to show across the centuries how this has been a part of how human progress has been made through dreams and visions. That is not the point. The point is basically to show that the Greek philosophers had a more holistic view of what kind of reasoning would help. Indicate the various similarities between their thinking and Pinker's conclusion. While he does highlight the similarities between their thinking and Pinker's, more importantly, he highlights the differences. The differences that the Greek philosophers put a lot of emphasis on moral and ethical education, the fact that they recognize the role played by inspiration. So B is also missing that point. Reveals gaps in Pinker's discussion of the importance of ethical considerations in rational behavior. This is the reason why he uses the Greek philosophers. That the Greek philosophers agree with this, and they in fact thought of your points 2500 years before you wrote your book. But they recognize what you failed to recognize. What did they recognize? The importance of ethical education. They highlight the gaps in Pinker's book by showing what these guys recognize but which Pinker failed to recognize as such. So C is the right answer. Highlight the influence of their thinking on the development of Pinker's arguments. So the author is not saying that Pinker was influenced by them. We do not know whether Pinker read them and then wrote his book. So we do not know this as such. And the point is not to show what influenced Pinker's argument. In the last two paragraphs, mostly the author is showing what are the fallacies in Pinker's arguments. What are the, where is he actually wrong? He's actually criticizing on two main points, and he uses the Greek philosophers to highlight those points as such. So C is the real answer. So C is the correct answer.
We at Cracku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as XAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we'll be taking a look at a reading comprehension passage, which is slightly difficult to read. The passage is difficult to read, but the questions are not that difficult. So in such kind of paragraphs, this was, I think, one of those paragraphs of those RCs which was left by most students who attempted this particular slot. But I feel that if you take a look at the passage, it is definitely difficult to read. But then you take a look at the questions, you should not have skipped this RC. So let's take a look at the passage. We'll go carefully line by line, paragraph by paragraph, because it's a difficult RC as such. So let's take a look at the first paragraph. Understanding romantic aesthetics is not a simple undertaking for reasons that are internal to the nature of the subject. So understanding romantic aesthetics is difficult because of the very nature of the subject, how it is actually. That is why understanding or studying it is a difficult task as such. Distinguished scholars such as Arthur Lovejoy, Northrop Frye and Isaiah Berlin have remarked on the notorious challenges facing any attempt to define romanticism. So three people have actually written how difficult it is to even define romanticism. So he has quoted, okay, this guy has said it is even difficult to define romanticism. Lovejoy, for example, claimed that romanticism is the scandal of literary history and criticism. So he says like Lovejoy went to the extreme exaggeration by saying that this is like, it's not only difficult, it's a scandal, it's like controversy. Now why does he call it a scandal or controversy? It's not that it is scandalous or controversial. He's saying that it is so difficult to define the subject that nobody can even agree on a definition. So that is why it's a scandal, because people, it is a controversial topic. Even the definition is a controversial topic because there is no one agreed upon definition as such. The main difficulty in studying the romantics, according to him, is the lack of any single real entity or type of entity that the concept of romanticism designates. So what is the main difficulty in studying romantic aesthetics? It is difficult to define what is romanticism. There is no one single concept or idea that can be associated with romanticism. Romanticism is a very vague idea. There is nothing that it concretely corresponds to. So if there is no idea that it actually denotes or strongly corresponds to, how do you even define it? If you can't define it, how do you study it? Lovejoy concluded, the word romantic has come to mean so many things that by itself it means nothing. The biggest problem is that you can't define what romanticism is. The word romantic itself is a very vague word. It can mean different things in different contexts. So because the word has no real meaning, no tangible, concrete meaning, the term romanticism also has no concrete meaning. The study of romantic aesthetics becomes very difficult, because if you are studying something which is very vaguely defined, how do you go about studying it? So here the author is basically talking about the difficulty in understanding or studying romantic aesthetics, and the main difficulty is that romanticism is poorly defined and a vague idea, so it is hence difficult to study romantic aesthetics. Now let's take a look at the next paragraph. The more specific task of characterizing romantic aesthetics adds to these difficulties an air of paradox. Conventionally, aesthetics refers to the theory concerning beauty and art, or a branch of philosophy that studies these topics. Now basically, not only is romanticism difficult, when you specifically say not just romanticism but romantic aesthetics, it actually becomes paradoxical. Why does it become paradoxical? Then he says that, okay, when you say aesthetics, it talks about beauty and art. You have to essentially restrict yourself to beauty and art whenever you speak of aesthetics as such. But let's take a look at why it becomes paradoxical. However, many of the romantics rejected the identification of aesthetics with a circumscribed domain of human life that is separated from the practical and theoretical domains of life. So they are saying that no, this is not, this idea that okay, you separate aesthetics from practical life is a bad idea. They are saying that aesthetics should be part of entire life. You can't say that this part is aesthetics, this part is normal life. So romantics said no to this idea as such. So when you say romantic aestheticism, romanticism is against aestheticism. So if you say romantic aesthetics, the idea becomes like a onomatopoeia. Both are paradoxical in nature. Romanticism says that beauty and art should be part of all life. Aestheticism says no, this is this part of life, this is practical part of life, they are two different part of life. So then because when you say okay, subsection of romanticism, I want to study romantic aesthetics, it becomes paradoxical in nature. The most characteristic romantic commitment is to the idea that the character of art and beauty and of our engagement with them should shape all aspects of human life. So one of the most important characteristics of romanticism is that art and beauty should be part of all life. It should not be part of just aesthetics. So when you say aesthetics, basically you say that okay, painting should be beautiful, or like works of art should be beautiful. All of these, when you say aesthetically, it should be, when you say okay, aesthetics should be limited to this, and aesthetically this, it refers to only beauty and art, the romantics actually disagree with it. They feel that every part of life should be should have beauty and art. So if you are making a car, it should have beauty and art. If you make a even like a simple pillar, it should have beauty and art. They believe that everything in life should be suffused with beauty and art. It is not a separate part of life, and it is like characteristic of romanticism. It's not just one idea, it is one of the defining characteristics of romanticism, that you put beauty, art, aesthetics at the core of everything. You don't separate it from normal life as such. Being fundamental to human existence, beauty and art should be a central ingredient not only in philosophical or artistic life, but also in the lives of ordinary men and women. So this is what they believe in, that it is central to your life. When you have ordinary men and women, they should actually believe or aspire for aesthetics. They should aspire for beauty and art. It's not as if only like certain people should pursue beauty and art. Everybody, ordinary people should have beauty and art in their lives as such. So it is a core belief of romanticism. So how do you have romantic aesthetics where you actually separate aestheticism from ordinary life as such? Another challenge for any attempt. So this basic idea, this is one idea. Okay, this is another challenge is another idea. So let me actually write down the main point of this part as such. So the second difficulty he is mentioning is that the second difficulty is aestheticism believes in separation of beauty and art from ordinary life. Aestheticism is essentially defined as only looking at beauty and art, but romanticism believes that beauty and art should be part of everything. So this aestheticism, when you say aestheticism, you are essentially separating beauty and art from ordinary life, but romanticism believes it should be essential part of all life as such, believes beauty and art central to all life. So what is the problem from that? The fact that these two have opposite ideas about the role of beauty and life as such, there is an inherent paradox. When you say romantic aestheticism, there is a paradox. Romanticism believes one core tenet is that beauty and art should be everywhere, and aestheticism, when you say romantic aestheticism, you are saying that okay, this separate part I am going to study separately. So there is an inherent paradox in this idea, which is the second main difficulty in understanding romantic aesthetics. First is like difficulty in defining romanticism. Second difficulty is that okay, romanticism and aesthetics is inherently paradoxical in nature, inherently opposing in nature. There's an idea which is there in aestheticism which is clearly opposite of the central idea of romanticism as such. Another challenge for any attempt to, so this will be the third difficulty, another challenge to for any attempt to characterize romantic aesthetic lies in the fact that most of the romantics or poets and artists whose views of art and beauty are, for the most part, to be found not in developed theoretical accounts, but in fragments, aphorisms and poems which are often more elusive and suggestive than conclusive. So what is the author saying over here? See, when somebody is actually talking about a concept, you want them to write a proper book about it, like write a theoretical account, write a nice essay. Then when you write an essay, I will understand it clearly, right? But here the most romantic aesthetics were not like writers, or they were not philosophers, or they were not philosophical writers as such. So there are no theoretical accounts. What are there? There are poems, there are aphorisms, there are fragments, like some poetic prose is written somewhere. So there is no proper theoretical account saying, okay, this is my idea, this is what romantic aesthetic stands for, this is what we believe in, this, nothing of that sort is there. There are just poems. Now the issue with poems is that poems don't completely spell out what they actually believe in. They just suggest it. So a lot is left to the imagination of the reader. So because a lot is left to the imagination of the reader, there is no clear account of what romantic aesthetic stands for. So basically, if you have one idea, okay, you have an idea, if you write an account of it, if you write an essay on it, the reader will know exactly what you mean. If you write a poem on it, the reader will have to like guess what you mean at it. And this is the third difficulty. No theoretical account. Poets and artists who write in aphorisms and poems and aphorisms. So basically no clear account of what romantic aesthetics is. Okay, so now that we understand the three main difficulties in studying romantic aesthetics, let's take a look at the next part as such. Nevertheless, in spite of these challenges, the task of characterizing romantic aesthetics is neither impossible nor undesirable, as numerous thinkers responding to Lovejoy's radical skepticism have noted. So basically the author is saying that, okay, there are three challenges, there are three difficulties, but it is not impossible to actually define and study romantic aesthetics. The author says that it is not impossible. He says undesirable, neither impossible nor undesirable. So what is undesirable over here? The author says that undesirable basically means that doing so would actually harm the subject, or doing so would actually be detrimental. So the author says that doing so or studying romantic aesthetics would not be detrimental. So the author says that it is neither impossible nor undesirable to study romantic aestheticism, and many people have actually told Lovejoy that. Lovejoy is skeptical about studying romanticism and studying romantic aestheticism, but many people have actually written that no, Lovejoy is wrong in this particular account. It is possible to define romantic aestheticism. It is possible to study romantic aestheticism as such. So not impossible or undesirable, possible and good to study romantic aestheticism as told by other authors. Okay. Now let's take a look at the next particular have noted, while warning against a reductive definition of romanticism, Berlin, for example, still heralded the need for a general characterization. So he said that you should not have a reductive definition. Reductive basically means you shouldn't oversimplify it. Oh, romanticism is basically having a rosy picture of everything. That is a very oversimplified idea of what romanticism is. So you should not have a reductive definition, but you should still have a general characterization of what romanticism is. You should have some definition. Now, romanticism cannot be accurately defined, but it can be defined in general terms of what you mean by romanticism. So, Berlin said that it is, we can give a general characterization of what romanticism is as such. So, although one does not have certain sympathy with Lovejoy's despair, he is in this instance mistaken. There was a romantic movement and it is important to discover what it is. So, Berlin says that, okay, I understand why Lovejoy is despairing. I understand his, when he highlights the difficulties in saying what is romanticism, I understand his reason for being so sad about it or being so despondent about it. But Berlin says that no, there was a romantic movement. There was clearly romanticism. Many people actually contributed to the movement. So if it was there, it is possible to define it. So essentially a lot of people are essentially saying, so Lovejoy was saying that it is impossible to define it. People are saying that you should not have a reductive definition, but it is still possible to have a definition of romanticism, to identify what is the romantic movement and to give a general characteristic of it. So many other authors do not agree with Lovejoy and say that it is possible to define romanticism and romantic aesthetics movement as such. So possible and good to this. Other authors disagree with Lovejoy. Now let's take a look at the next paragraph. Recent attempts to characterize romanticism and to stress its contemporary relevance follow this path. Instead of overlooking the undeniable differences between the variety of romanticisms of different nations that Lovejoy had stressed, such studies attempt to characterize romanticism not in terms of a single definition, a specific time or a specific place, but in terms of particular philosophical questions and concerns. So basically, many of the recent attempts who have, many of the people who have tried to study romantic aesthetics in recent times have said that it is possible and we can give general characteristics of this particular movement. And they have not tried to generalize it by a specific time, saying, okay, at this time in this period, romanticism was like this, and in this time, romanticism was like that. Nor are they trying to say that, okay, in this particular nation, this is like this, or it's not it is not defined by time or place, or there's no single definition of romanticism. But what they define romanticism is by the philosophical questions that it tried to raise or philosophical concerns it had. So consider it in this way. It's difficult to understand, but essentially, so romanticism basically says that, okay, it's a movement. Okay, how do you define this movement? So instead of saying that it occurred from 1700s to 1805, not like that. You don't define it by time, not defined by time or place. You don't say that it occurred in Western Europe between this period to this period. Not defined by time or place, or even the nations, or by single definition. So there is no concrete concept also that romanticism is defined by. So all of this is not how you actually define romanticism. How you define romanticism? You define it by the questions it try to answer. So basically say that if romanticism, I don't know what exactly romanticism actually tries to answer, but let's say that romanticism tried to answer how to look at life, how to infuse beauty and art in all aspects of life. So, suppose that is one of the concern of romanticism. So you are not really saying that what is the romantic movement, you are not giving a concrete idea saying that this is the romantic movement. So you just say that romantic movement was a movement which tried to answer XYZ questions. So that is a very broad definition, but it is still a general definition. It's not that there is no definition. There is a definition, but it is not in your usual terms. When you say there was a Renaissance movement, you had Renaissance in this period, in this time, in this place. Renaissance was from this AD to this AD, and in Italy, you could give like place, time, etc. Now this movement is not that clearly well defined. It doesn't have a clear time definition, a place definition, or even a conceptual definition as such. But you can define this movement by the type of questions they try to answer as such. So instead of saying, okay, this is the CAT exam which is taking place in every year in November, you say that, okay, CAT exam is like trying to answer questions of this type where VARC questions are asked, quant questions are asked. So essentially you are not defining the movement by essential characteristics, but you are defining the movement by the type of questions they try to answer. Okay. While German, British and French romantics are all considered, the central protagonists in the the central protagonists in the following are the German romantics. Two reasons explain this focus. First, because it has paved the way for other romanticisms. German romanticism has pride of place among the different national romanticisms. Second, the aesthetic outlook that was developed in Germany roughly between 1796 and 1801 to 1802, the period that corresponds to the heyday of what is known as early romanticism, offers the most philosophical expression of romanticism since it is grounded primarily in the epistemological, metaphysical, ethical and political concerns that the German romantics discerned in the aftermath of the Kant philosophy. Now basically this romantic movement that we have identified that we want to study, it has different nations, okay. There is German, British and French romantics as such, and all are considered, but special focus is given to German romantics. Why special focus is given to one nation as such? Why is it given to German romantics? Firstly, because they paved the way for others. So because they were like the pioneers, they were the path breakers, they were the at the vanguard of the movement. So that is why they are studied more. So they paved the way. And the second reason is that when you have the peak of romanticism, which is the early romanticism, this is mostly grounded in the issues that were there, that were discussed in Germany in the aftermath of Kant's philosophy. So basically if you consider, okay, what are the issues, where did they rise from? So issues of early romanticism mostly arose from the social conditions of Germany as such. So because of that, when you try to understand why the romantic movement is the way it is, you will understand it because if you understand the social conditions where those concerns arose, and the social conditions where those concerns arose was in Germany. So that's why when you are studying the romanticism movement, you consider all the different romantics, the British romantics, the French romantics, but special consideration is given to the German romantics because firstly, they were at the vanguard of the movement, they were the ones who paved the way. And secondly, the issues that were discussed, the philosophical concerns, questions, where did those come from? Those came from basically in the context of the German, this as such. The German social conditions gave the context for the issues and the philosophical considerations of romanticism. So that is why it is given a special focus. Now this is a very long RC and difficult to understand. A lot of things are given. So this is essentially an explanatory RC. The main point that the author is trying to make is that a lot of people felt that it is difficult to study romantic aesthetics. 3 reasons are given, but still it is possible, difficult but possible to study romantic aesthetics. Then the author says, how is romantic aestheticism actually defined? It is not defined by place, time, anything. It is actually defined by the considerations or concerns that arose during the moment. Now, once you have said, okay, this is romanticism, this is how I define it. Now, who are you going to study? So, the author says that when you define it this way, there will be a lot of romantics and a lot of romanticism period would be covered, but special focus is given to German romanticism because of these 2 reasons. So, he is essentially saying that it is possible to study romantic aestheticism. This is how you define it, and once you have defined it, you give special focus to German romanticism. So, now that we understand what the entire passage is about, let's take a look at the questions. The main difficulty in studying romanticism is the elusive and suggestive nature of romantic aesthetics. It is not elusive and suggestive nature of romantic aesthetics. This elusive and suggestive nature is of poems. Now, because you have written all of your romantic aestheticism in poems, then it is difficult to study. Romantic aesthetics is not elusive and suggestive. Poems are elusive and suggestive because poems are written in metaphors. Poems are written in veiled language. Poems are not direct, no. So because poems are not direct, they are elusive and suggestive in nature, and because they are elusive and suggestive in nature, you can't study romantic aestheticism properly. But romantic aestheticism is not elusive and suggestive. So they have distorted two things by taking something which was a characteristic of something else and putting it on something else as such. So A is a distortion. Lack of clear conceptual contours of the domain. This is the main difficulty. You look at it over here. The Lovejoy clearly says the main difficulty in studying the main difficulty in studying the romantics, according to him, is the lack of any single real entity or type of entity that the concept of romanticism designates. So romanticism is not connected to any concrete idea that you can say that yes, this is romanticism. So because of that, it is difficult to study romantic aesthetics. This is the clear answer as such. They are saying very clearly that the concept has no clear idea. There is no clear contours, basically means boundary. So there is no clear boundary to define that this is the concept, and this concept over here refers to romanticism, and that's why it is difficult to study it, because there is no clear concept. What is romanticism is very vaguely defined. So B is the correct answer. Controversial and scandalous history of romantic literature. So romantic literature is not controversial, it is not scandalous. So it's not as if some scandal occurred where people behaved very badly. That's not what happened. When the author says, when Lovejoy says the scandal of literary history and criticism, he is basically saying that it is hotly debated, it is controversial, but not controversial for what we consider salacious or controversial. It is controversial because people are not able to arrive at a single definition. When people disagree, there is controversy. So this is an exaggeration, and that exaggeration has been reworded and put here out of context as such. So C is incorrect. Absence of written accounts by romantic poets and artists. This is true. This is one of the difficulties in studying romanticism, but this is the third difficulty. The absence of, it's not written accounts, it's the absence of theoretical accounts. But this absence of theoretical accounts by romantic poets and artists is a difficulty, but it's the third difficulty. So there is a slight distortion, and this is not the main difficulty. This is the third difficulty given. First difficulty is the idea is not properly defined. Second difficulty is aestheticism and romanticism are at odds with each other. The third difficulty is that there are no theoretical accounts. So it's not written accounts, it's theoretical accounts. Poems are also written down, but poems are not like essays. The author says that you need essays to study a topic, and that is missing. So second question is, according to romantics, aesthetics should be confined to a specific domain separate from the practical and theoretical aspects of life. This is completely wrong. They believe the opposite of that. They believe that it should be part of everything. It should be central ingredient of life, part of not just the life of artists and those who are involved in these kind of things, but life of ordinary men and women. Beauty and aesthetics, beauty and art should be part of everybody's life, everywhere. That is what that is one of the central beliefs of romantics as such. So A is the opposite of what they believe. Is primarily the concern of philosophers and artists rather than ordinary people. No, they believe that it should be a concern of everybody. So B is also clearly opposite of what they believe in. Is widely considered to be irrelevant to human existence. No, they say it is the central ingredient of human existence, central ingredient of human life. So clearly opposite. It is so easy to actually answer this, because it is three options are opposite of what the author has mentioned in the passage. Permeates all aspects of human life, philosophical and mundane. This is very easy to answer, and you should have been able to answer it. It is a direct answer from the passage, and A, B, C are clearly wrong. They are opposite of what the author has actually said. So D is the right answer. Which one of the following statements is not supported by the passage? Characterizing romantic aesthetics is both possible and desirable despite the challenges involved. This he specifically says that it is possible, it is desirable, it is something that we should do, and though there are three difficulties that are mentioned, it is still possible and desirable, and this is something that we should do. This the author has specifically said in the second paragraph. So not second paragraph, third paragraph. Nevertheless, it is actually neither impossible nor undesirable. So this he has specifically said, so we can eliminate option A. Recent studies on romanticism seek to refute the differences between national romanticisms. No, they don't seek to refute the differences. Recent studies on romanticism accept that there are differences. They consider all different types of romanticism, and they focus specifically on German romanticism. It's not that they seek to refute differences between national romanticism. Recent studies on this basically characterize not by place or time, they characterized by the philosophical questions raised. So it's not that, okay, I will say that there are no differences between German romanticism and French romanticism. There are differences. They are not trying to refute the differences. This is not true at all. So B would be the right answer. Romantic aesthetics are primarily expressed through fragments, aphorisms and poems. This is the third difficulty that is mentioned, that they are not in developed theoretical theoretical accounts, but in fragments, aphorisms and poems, and this is causing the third difficulty. So this is mentioned. Many romantics rejected the idea of aesthetics as a domain separate from other aspects of life. A very clear second idea, it is very clearly mentioned. So D is also correct. B is the right answer. Recent studies have not tried to say that there is no difference between national romanticism. They have essentially tried to not define romanticism according to national lines, but they have tried to define romanticism according to the question states. So B is the right answer. So the fourth question is, according to the passage, recent studies on romanticism avoid a single definition, a specific time or a specific place because. So you look at the paragraph which is involved. Over here the author is saying, instead of recent attempts to characterize romanticism and to stress its contemporary relevance, follow this path. Instead of overlooking the undeniable differences between a variety of romanticisms and the different nations that Lovejoy had stressed, such studies attempt to characterize romanticism not in terms of a single definition, a specific time or a specific place, but in terms of particular philosophical questions or this. So they don't define it in terms of single definition or specific time or place, because they would rather define it in terms of the philosophical questions raised. Why would you define it in terms of philosophical questions raised rather than the specific time period as such? Because it is easier to define that way. So that is why they are doing it by questions raised rather than by the place time, because when you try to define by time, place, etc., you find that it is difficult to define the idea of romanticism. So you'd rather define it by the philosophical questions raised or the concerns raised. So let's take a look at the options. Understand that a variety of romanticisms renders a general analysis impossible. This is an exaggeration. General analysis is impossible. It is difficult. It was simpler if you go by the way of questions, but it is not impossible if you go by the way of the different romanticisms that are involved. So because this is an exaggeration, A can be eliminated. Prefer to highlight the paradox of romantic aesthetics as a concept. They don't prefer to highlight the paradox. The paradox is a difficulty. They are trying to overcome the difficulty as such. They are not trying to highlight the difficulty that this is a paradox. So B is incorrect. Prefer to focus on the fundamental concerns of the romantics. This is the idea, that instead of defining by space, place, time, etc., I would rather define it by the concerns raised, because it is a more unifying definition. So this would be the right answer. Seek to discredit Lovejoy's skepticism regarding romanticism. They are not trying to discredit anyone. So even Berlin, when he says that, okay, I understand his despair, I understand Lovejoy's despair, but I disagree with him. He's not trying to discredit Lovejoy. They are not being like saying that Lovejoy is wrong or Lovejoy doesn't know what he's doing. He's not, discredit is a very strong negative word. They disagree with him, and the point is not that they want to disagree with him. The point is that they want to show that a definition of romanticism is possible. So D is clearly incorrect. C is the right answer. They are not against Lovejoy. The point is they are saying that, you know what, it is possible. I understand why Lovejoy is like feeling that this is so difficult to do. I understand the difficulties that he has pointed out are valid, but I still believe it is possible to do that. And they are not doing it to slight Lovejoy. They are trying to do it because they want to define this. Okay, so D is clearly incorrect. C is the right answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular video, we'll be discussing an RC passage which is about an idea that is presented in a book which is called a nutmeg's curse. So let's take a look at the passage. We'll go paragraph by paragraph and then take a look at the questions. The biggest challenge the nutmeg's curse by Ghosh throws down is to the prevailing understanding of when the climate crisis started. Most of us have accepted that it started with the widespread use of coal at the beginning of the industrial age in the 18th century and worsened with the mass adoption of oil and natural gas in the 20th. Ghosh takes this history at least 3 centuries back to the start of the European colonialism in the 15th century. He starts the book with 1621 massacre by Dutch invaders determined to impose a monopoly on nutmeg cultivation and trade in the Banda Islands in today's Indonesia. Not only do the Dutch systematically depopulate the island through genocide, they also try their best to bring nutmeg cultivation into plantation mode. These are the 2 points to which Ghosh returns through examples from around the world. One, how European colonists decimated not only the indigenous populations but also the indigenous understanding of the relationship between humans and earth. Two, how this was an invasion not only of humans but of earth itself, and how this continues to the present day of looking at nature as a resource to exploit. So lot is to unpack here. Let's put it in parts, let's cut it. So first thing that the author says that many of us think that the climate crisis started with the industrial age. When we started burning a lot of coal, it produced the smoke that caused the global warming, and that has resulted in the climate crisis that we see today. But Ghosh's book, which is The Nutmeg Curse, says that no, that was not the start of the climate crisis. The start of the climate crisis was actually 300 years earlier with the start of the European colonialism. What happened with the European colonialism? These Europeans went to other countries. He takes the example of the Dutch invaders who went to Banda in Indonesia. And what did they do? They tried to impose their rules on the local population. They tried to monopolize the nutmeg cultivation as such. So, main idea is that Ghosh's book states or argues that climate change started with European colonialism. Now, why does he say that this started with the European colonialism? So, from here he gives the example of the Dutch massacre. So, what happened with the Dutch massacre? In the Dutch massacre, he gives the example that in the Dutch massacre, they tried to monopolize the cultivation of nutmeg. So, the Dutch people went to the Banda Islands, which are the Indonesian islands. They committed a genocide there and they tried to impose their way of cultivation on the local population. The local population had a different way of cultivation. They tried to enforce a plantation method on the local population. So, the Dutch massacre is emblematic of how European colonialism started the climate change. So, why is this how is this emblematic of how European colonialism led to climate change? So, he gives two reasons why this kind of European colonialism was the start of climate change. The first reason is that the genocide not just killed the people, but it also killed their understanding, the local understanding of the relationship between earth and humans. So, the indigenous tribes had a different understanding of the relationship between earth and humans. They had a more symbiotic relationship. These guys took that away, killed it and changed it with plantation mode. Plantation mode is basically a kind of an industrial way of cultivation. You maximize output. When you want to maximize output, you would use the plantation method. So, you kill the local indigenous way of interacting with nature and replaced it with the industrial, the colonial way of interacting with nature. So, the local understanding of nature-human relationship. It killed this along with the humans as such. So, this was the first reason why this led to climate change. And secondly, what was the second reason? How this was an invasion not only of humans but of earth itself, and how this continues to the present day by looking at nature as a resource to exploit. So, this second reason was the mindset that came with it. What was the mindset? Why did the European colonialists go to these colonies? They wanted to exploit the colonies, they wanted to exploit the people there and even the land. And this kind of mindset that those people actually thrived by exploiting the earth essentially built this mindset that we have to exploit nature. As much as we can derive from nature, we should derive. We should essentially squeeze nature dry. That mindset, the author says, is the reason why we have climate change. This mindset is the second reason why the European colonialism was the start of climate change. So, Ghosh essentially argues that no, industrial evolution was not the start of climate change. The European colonialism was the start of the climate change. He gives two reasons for it. He gives the example of how the Dutch invaders imposed a plantation style method of cultivation in nutmeg cultivation to enforce a monopoly. But that kind of examples and many examples like this basically show how The European mindset was that I have to derive everything. So firstly, they killed the indigenous understanding. The indigenous understanding was more caring. It cared about nature. They cut that down, they killed it, and it replaced it with a mindset that I have to derive all I can. Now that mindset is very, very harmful. That mindset is why our earth was essentially exploited to this level, and that mindset is why we are in a climate crisis today. So the Ghosh traces back the start of the climate change to start of European colonialism because of this mindset as such. So now that you understand this paragraph, let's take a look at the next paragraph. We know we are facing more frequent and more severe heat waves, storms, floods, droughts and wildfires due to climate change. We know our expansion through deforestation, dam building, canal cutting, in short terraforming, the word Ghosh uses, has brought us repeated disasters. Are these the responses of an angry Gaia who has finally had enough? By using the word curse in the title, the author makes it clear that he thinks so. I use the pronoun who knowingly because Ghosh has quoted many non-European sources to inquire into the relationship between humans and the world around them, so that he can question the prevalent way of looking at Earth as an inert object to be exploited to the maximum. So what exactly is the author saying? So the author says that our current behavior towards Earth, which is called as terraforming, when we build dams, etc., 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 cut into Earth, this terraforming has brought many natural disasters, has invited natural disasters. And the author says that are these natural disasters a way for the earth to essentially curse us, to show us how angry she is. Now the author says that when Ghosh used the word curse, he clearly intended that he intended to depict the earth as somebody who could curse. And who can curse? A person can curse. Somebody with feelings, things, with sentience can curse. So the author very knowingly chose a way of depicting earth as a being which can do things. Similarly, this author of this particular passage is also calling it who. It is giving a pronoun which is a person pronoun. Now why is it personifying earth? It is personifying earth because that was the indigenous understanding of earth. When we have Indian understanding, we have like earth mother, Dharti Ma. The other indigenous understanding of earth were also a person kind of this. So the personification was a more caring way of looking at earth. Now, once you remove that personification understanding, you are looking at earth as a resource to be exploited, that it is an inert object and that inert object can be treated whatever way you want. And both Ghosh as well as the author of this passage want to like purposefully refer to it as a person to actually reverse this bad mindset that we had actually used to exploit earth as such. So our current behavior has invited natural disasters, and purposefully both Ghosh as well as this current author want to personify or give a personification to earth as such, person status to earth. They do not want earth to be viewed as an inert object as such. Ghosh and author personify earth. As Ghosh's texts, notes and bibliography show once more, none of this is new. There have always been challenges to the way European colonists looked at other civilizations and at Earth. It is just that the invaders and their myriad backers in the fields of economics, politics, anthropology, philosophy, literature, technology, physics, chemistry, biology have dominated the global intellectual discourse. So the author says that this view of looking at Earth is not new. This idea that we look at Earth as a person is not a new idea. It's not like Ghosh's idea that we look at it as a person. This is a very old idea. But why did it never catch on? Why did other people never look at it this way? Why was it not the predominant idea? It was not the predominant idea because the European ideas, the Europeans dominated every sphere, from economics, politics, anthropology, biology, chemistry, every sphere they dominated, and their ideas came to dominate the global intellectual discourse, and they never viewed Earth as a person. So that is why the author is saying that this personification is not a new idea. This is an old idea as such, but European domination of fields ensured that the European idea of earth was dominant. There are other points of view that we can hear today if we listen hard enough. Those observing global climate negotiations know about the Latin American way of looking at Earth as Pachamama, Earth Mother. They also know how such framing is just provided lip service and is ignored in the substantive portions of the negotiations. In the Nutmeg's Curse, Ghosh explains why. He shows the extent of the vested interest in the oil economy, not only for oil exporting countries, but also for a superpower like the US that controls oil drilling, oil prices and oil movement around the world. Many of us know power utilities are sabotaging decentralized solar power generation today because it hits their revenues and control, and how the other points of view are so often drowned out. So here the author says that, see, now people are actually using these terms like Pachamama, which is the Latin American way of calling Earth Mother. But this indigenous view of Earth as a person has existed for a very long time. It was there in the indigenous Indonesia, it is there in Latin America. We know that it is there in India also. Now it is getting lip service. Lip service basically means what? That people use that name, but they don't use it with the intention or meaning that that name conveys. So you look at the policies, they never treat Earth as Earth Mother, but they use the term Pachamama and they call it Earth Mother and all, but they never treat Earth as the person, they never treat her as Earth Mother. And there is a vested economic interest in doing that. The US, superpowers like US control much of the oil drilling, oil production, oil movement around the world, and many of these oil companies want to keep drilling. So while they will say Pachamama and all of these things, they will continue to do things which essentially destroy the Earth. So essentially what is the author saying? That while the personification of Earth is getting lip service, Earth continues to be exploited as a resource. So essentially what is the author saying? The author is saying that if you look at the world, there used to be this concept of relationship between humans and Earth. Earth was considered as a person, and when European colonists essentially colonized the rest of the world, their view of Earth was essentially foisted down on these other parts of the world. It killed the indigenous way of looking at Earth and essentially made the mindset, like a global mindset became of exploiting Earth to the maximum. Now, even though we actually provide lip service, and lip service basically means that, okay, saying, you want diversity, you want to prevent climate change, but in actuality, you are not doing anything of that sort. So you are just saying those words because they sound good, but you are not really doing anything which is in line with what you are saying. So now while people use these words of Earth Mother and personification to sound good, but they continue to exploit the Earth. So essentially the author is saying that this mindset of exploit Earth to the maximum, get everything out of it, that mindset was essentially spread by European colonialism, and that mindset is the spread of that mindset is essentially the root cause of climate change. The start of climate change started with European colonialism. Once that mindset spread everywhere around the globe, and these people hold, essentially the European colonists are essentially continue to hold they have a hold on the economies of the world as well as the intellectual discourse of the world. So their ideas still continue to be dominant. Their way of thinking of Earth continues to be dominant. Their way of treating Earth continues to be dominant. So this is exactly why the author is saying that that was the start of the climate change. So now that we can understand what the passage is about, let's take a look at the questions. On the basis of the information in the passage, which one of the following is not a reason for the failure of policies seeking to address climate change? The greed of organizations benefiting from non-renewable energy sources. This is given specifically over here. Many of us know power utilities are sabotaging decentralized power, solar power generation today because it hits their revenues and control. So because their revenues get hit, they don't want the solar panel generation. So this is given in this example. So A can be eliminated. the global dominance of oil economies and international politics built around it. This is given over here. He shows the extent of Western interest in the oil economy, not only for oil exporting countries, but also for super powers like US that controls oil drilling, oil prices and oil movement around the world. So Ghosh says that this is one of the reasons why we have not really done to actually do anything about climate change as such. So those who are seeing global climate change negotiations know that this framing of Earth as Earth Mother is just lip service. They are not really treating Earth with any respect, and this has been given as a reason. So B is also true. The marginalized status of non-European ways of looking at nature and the environment. The author states that over here, there have always been challenges to the European colonists looked at other civilizations and Earth. So this, how other like non-Europeans looked at Earth was a challenge to the European colonist view of Earth. But the European colonial view of Earth dominated the global intellectual discourse. Because they dominated the global intellectual discourse, the other non-European way of looking at Earth was never dominant. So this is one of the real, this is also given as one of the reasons. So C is incorrect. The decentralized characteristic of renewable energy sources like solar power. So the author says that renewable solar power is decentralized, but the decentralization is not given as the reason why it has been unable to challenge like fossil fuel generation of power. The author says that it is not because it is decentralized, it is because that these oil companies are and power utility companies are actively sabotaging the solar energy production. So it is not the decentralized character which is at fault, it is the sabotaging that is at fault. So this is not true according to the passage. So D is not a reason given, D is the correct answer. Which one of the following, if true, would make the reviewer's choice of the pronoun who for Gaia inappropriate? So the reviewer uses the word pronoun who for Gaia to show that many indigenous cultures use the pronoun or essentially used to personify Gaia. That the local indigenous understanding of Gaia was as Earth Mother. They used to personify her, and because they personified her, they used to treat her better. There was like the indigenous understanding of the relationship between humans and nature was far more healthy for nature. And the author insists, like Ghosh uses the term curse to essentially say that understanding that people used to treat her as a person, somebody who can curse you. And the personification of Earth is intentional in Ghosh's book as well as in the passage, because in the passage the reviewer is trying to say that we used to think of it like the local indigenous people used to think of it as a person, and that relationship was killed by the European colonialists. So the author makes that view only on the fact that this personification view was a healthier way of looking at Earth as such. So let's take a look at the options. Modern Western science discovers new evidence for Earth being an inanimate object. That's not the point. So it's not whether it's an animate object or an inanimate object. The Earth is definitely an inanimate object. It is not really a person. So you're not calling her Earth Mother because she's actually a mother or anything of that sort. You're calling the Earth Mother out of respect for what the Earth is giving you. It is providing you with everything you need to live, right? So it is a form of relationship that you're building with nature. The personification is a way of showing respect and care towards Earth. When you treat a thing like an inanimate object, you obviously will not care for an inanimate object. The reason why these guys are saying, say, who or Earth Mother is because you should care about what you do to the Earth. And this is like, obviously it is not an animate object. So A is immaterial. There is a direct cause-effect relationship between human activities and global climate change. The author agrees with that. This is how the global climate change has occurred because of us, by humans, because of the way humans exploited Earth. So this is not going to weaken the author's view or the reviewer's view. It is in line with the reviewer's view. So B is also incorrect. Ghosh's book has a different title, The Nutmeg's Revenge. Now, even if you say revenge, okay, revenge is also taken by a person. So still you're personifying, whether it is a curse or a revenge, you're still personifying Earth. Ghosh is still personifying Earth. And the reviewer is also right in personifying Earth, because the point is that you want to show that this should be cared for, this should be respected. So this is a conscious choice. So even if you put revenge, it doesn't weaken. If you said the nutmegs, something which cannot be done by a human or need not be done by a human, then you would be weakening the point. But this doesn't weaken the point, because even revenge is taken by humans only. So C is also incorrect. Non-European societies have perceived the Earth as a non-living source of all resources. Now, if even non-European sources actually looked at it as an inanimate object, not as Earth Mother or not as a person, but as an inanimate object, then the author's point is rubbish, right? Because if everybody looked at it as an inanimate object, the Europeans as well as the non-Europeans, then why are you calling it who? Why are you saying that it is giving a curse? The point only makes sense if other people other than the Europeans actually looked at Earth as a person who had to be taken care of, who you had to have a good relationship with. So if D is true, the author's point is moot. So D is the right answer. 1. All of the following can be inferred from the reviewer's discussion of the Netmix curse except the history of climate change is deeply intertwined with the history of colonialism. Yes, the author in fact asserts that it started with the spread of European colonialism. So A is true. The contemporary dominant perception of nature and environment was put in place by the processes of colonialism. Again true. Earlier we had a better relationship with Earth. The mindset that I have to exploit everything from Earth was spread by European colonialism. This is the European colonialist view of Earth. So this is also true. Environmental preservation policy makers can learn a lot from non-European or pre-colonial societies. This is also true. The current policy makers are just providing lip service for the current policies. They are calling it Earth Mother and all, but they have not really adopted the mindset that Earth is a person that has to be protected and cared for. So this is also true. The author will definitely agree with, and it is in line with the author's discussion that those people actually had a better mindset than even the policy makers today. So C is also correct. Academic discourses have always served the function of raising awareness about environmental preservation. Now, academic discourses and what purpose they serve has not been discussed at all. So, this cannot be inferred. What the academic sources have actually said, we cannot infer from any part of the passage. Some might have actually raised awareness about environmental preservation. Some might have actually helped environmental degradation. So, we do not know what academic discourses did because that is not part of the current this. In fact, if you see, the author actually says that the way the European colonialists looked at nature has been part of many domains, including physics, chemistry, biology, which are academic courses. Economics, politics, anthropology, philosophy are also academic discourses. So, in many ways, the European mindset or European colonialist mindset was also propagated by the academic discourses, and those academic discourses or that mindset was actually harmful. So D actually, if I can infer it to be false according to the passage. So D is the right answer. Which one of the following best explains the primary purpose of the discussion of the colonization of Banda Islands in the Nutmeg curse? So the Banda Islands give two reasons why those are discussed. First is that it was a way of killing the indigenous understanding and relationship with nature, and the second was that it was a way of attacking Earth itself. You are not only colonizing the people, but you are colonizing the Earth as a resource to be exploited. So that basically showed that this was the start of the way in which Earth was systematically exploited as such. The mindset was put into play by these kind of acts as such. So let's take a look at the options. To illustrate the role played by cultivation of certain crops in plantation mode in contributing to climate change, it is not about that specific crop or not even just about plantation. The issue is about that mindset, the mindset that I have to draw everything that I can, I have to exploit this inert asset as much as I can. So that mindset that is the one that the author says that that is why he actually puts that example to showcase that the mindset as well as the killing of the indigenous understanding are the two reasons why that particular example was given. So A is not capturing either, so A can be eliminated. To illustrate the first instance in history when the processes responsible for climate change were initiated, no, it is not even the first instance in history. They say that it started with 15th century and this was the 1621 massacre. So it was not the first instance, but he starts the book with that instance. But he is not saying that that is the first instance in which the process responsible for the climate change was started. It started in the 15th century sometime. So B is incorrect. To illustrate how systemic violence against the colonized constituted the cornerstone of colonialism, the violence against the colonized is definitely wrong, but that was not the point. The point was how the violence contributed to the killing of the indigenous understanding of how to treat nature. The example is given to basically highlight how the old understanding of how to treat nature was killed and how a exploitative understanding was put in its place. So it was not about the killing itself, but what that killing caused. That killing caused the like knowledge was lost, the understanding was lost. That is basically being that is the point being made. So C is incorrect. To illustrate how colonialism represented and perpetuated the mindset that has led to climate change. This is exactly the point, that the old understanding, the old mindset was killed. It was killed by the colonizers, and a new mindset was put in, which is I have to exploit earth as much as possible. So this is exactly the reason why that example is given. So D is the correct answer.
Google search Cracku CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular para insertion question, we are given the following statement. Beyond undermining the monopoly of the state on the use of force, armed conflict also creates an environment that can enable organized crime to prosper. So let's take a look at the paragraph first. Linkages between illicit arms, organized crime and armed conflict can reinforce one another while also escalating the prolonging violence and eroding governance. Financial gains from crime can lengthen or intensify armed conflicts by creating revenue streams for non-state armed groups, NSAGs. In this context, when hostilities cease and parties to a conflict move towards a peaceful resolution, the widespread availability of surplus arms and ammunition can contribute to a situation of criminalized peace that obstructs sustainable peace-building efforts. So here what we are being told is that when you have armed conflicts, the presence of armed conflicts, essentially there is a link between illicit arms, organized crime and armed conflicts. They kind of feed off each other. So basically the first sentence is that there is these links between illicit arms, organized crime and armed conflicts, and then we are told how organized crime essentially intensifies or feeds into armed conflict. The other idea would be armed conflict, how it actually helps organized crime. And if you take a look at it, this paragraph tells you till here, tells you about how these are kind of a like a feedback loop which helps each other, and when that is the case, peace becomes very difficult. This part tells you what happens when peace building efforts are there. This loop becomes very, very difficult to break as such. It essentially, even when the loop is broken, when armed conflict cease, the presence of the arms essentially creates a nuisance later on. So this part is essentially talking about the feedback loop, which essentially self-reinforcing loop, armed conflicts helping the organized crime helping armed conflicts. This part tells you the consequence of it. If you see our sentence, it talks about how the armed conflicts also helps organized crime. First part is how organized crime helps armed conflicts. This sentence tells you how armed conflict helps organized crime. So this sentence essentially is in this part. It should be over here, which tells you about this feedback loop, how armed conflict helps organized crime helps armed conflict. So over here, firstly this line should be there, which essentially tells you that these two are linked and they help each other. So this given sentence cannot fit in 1. Firstly, it cannot fit in 4 because we have identified it should be in this part. So that basically means it should be between 2 and 3. Now, financial gains from crimes basically tells you that it supports like organized crime supports armed conflict. This one tells you that armed conflict supports organized crime. So essentially either statement can go first or the other statement can go, because both are showing how these two are essentially helping each other. The only difference that I can see is that here this sentence starts with beyond undermining the monopoly of the state, armed conflict also creates an environment that can enable organized crime to prosper. So basically when you say that this part essentially is adding on to an earlier part as such, it is adding on to it's like an additional point. So when you say an additional point, it should come before another point is made. So that would basically mean that this point is made first, and then this is the additional point that is being made. So this sentence should come after financial gain sentence, which means that 3 is the correct place for it. So that means that the correct option to choose is option B. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this para insertion question, the sentence that is given to us is, for theoretical purposes, arguments may be considered as freestanding entities abstracted from their context of use in actual human activities. The actual paragraph is, an argument can be defined as a complex symbolic structure where some parts, known as the premises, offer support to another part, the conclusion. Alternatively, an argument can be viewed as a complex speech act consisting of one or more acts of premising, which assert propositions in favor of the conclusion, an act of concluding, and a stated or implicit marker. Hence, therefore, that indicates that the conclusion follows from the premises. So, this part is a description or definition of an argument. The relation of support between premises and conclusion can be cashed out in different ways. The premises may guarantee the truth of the conclusion or make its truth more probable. The premises may imply the conclusion, the premises may make the conclusion more acceptable or assertable. So, the relationship between premise and conclusion is mentioned over here. So, this is relation between premise and conclusion. The last part is, but depending on one's explanatory goals, there is also much to be gained from considering arguments as they in fact occur in human communicative practices. So here a contradictory point of view is given, that you should actually consider arguments as they occur in natural life or real life, in normal human communication as such. But what it is contradicting is not really clear as now. See, the given sentence tells you that for theoretical purposes, arguments may be considered as freestanding entities abstracted from their context in use in actual human activities. So it is telling about where they can be used. You can consider them as freestanding. In theoretical, you can consider them as not having any context as such, but you should actually consider them in human context. So this is talking about a specific example where arguments should be considered, how they should be considered. So this should come after you give the definition of an argument. First you will define what is an argument, then you will tell that, okay, given this definition, this is true about arguments. So definitely the definition should come first, which means that this sentence cannot fit in one. Now if you take a look at 2, 3, 4 essentially, there is a clear jump between this sentence which ends over here and this sentence which ends over here. This sentence tells that, but depending on one's explanatory goals, there is so much to be gained from considering arguments as they in fact occur in human communicative practices, as in how they occur in human real life, in human communication. So when you say but, it has to contradict something else. What does it contradict? Does it contradict the sentence before? Because this part is entirely about the relationship between premise and conclusion. It does not say anything about how or where arguments should be used or in what context they should be used. This has nothing to do with the context in which arguments have to be used, which means that this given sentence does not fit over here. This given sentence should not be over here because we needed before this sentence to essentially contrast with this sentence. The given sentence says that, okay, they can be considered in purely theoretical way, you can consider it in an abstract context as such, but it makes much more sense to consider it in normal human conversations as such. So this sentence contradicts or contrasts with this sentence. So this sentence should come just before it, which means that 3 should be our answer. So the correct answer or the correct option is option D. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular OOC Parajumble question, we are given the following sentences. Boa Senior, who lived through the 2004 tsunami, the Japanese occupation and diseases brought by British settlers, was the last native of the island chain who was fluent in Bo. The indigenous population has been steadily collapsing since the island chain was colonized by British settlers in 1858 and used for most of the following 100 years as a colonial penal colony. Taking its name from a now extinct tribe, Bo is one of the 10 great Andamanese languages, which are thought to date back to pre-Neolithic human settlement of Southeast Asia. The last speaker of an ancient tribal language has died in the Andaman Islands, breaking a 65,000-year link to one of the world's oldest cultures. Though the language has been closely studied by researchers of linguistic history, Boa Senior spent the last few years of her life unable to converse with anyone in her mother tongue. So essentially, what is the entire paragraph about? The paragraph is that the last speaker of the Bo language has died and it's a news item about it. Firstly, we'll introduce, whenever you're writing a news item, you have to introduce what news has happened. So what is the news that has happened? The last speaker of the Bo language has died. So that has been introduced in 4. The last speaker has died. Now this is introducing the last speaker and she is referenced over here, Boa Senior and Boa Senior, who is the last speaker as such. So over here we are, this sentence which introduces that the last speaker has died has to be then followed by a line which tells you about the fact about who the last speaker was. So it can be either 1 or 5 as such. If you take a look at the sentence 2, it talks about how population has been collapsing. 3 talks about the name or it taking its name from the now extinct tribe. Bo is one of the great languages. So when I say this, I have to essentially have introduced Bo at least before, and then I should then say that, okay, taking its name from one of the now extinct tribe, Bo is a great Andamanese language. So this sentence 3 has to come after another sentence which essentially introduces Bo as such. So is there any other sentence which introduces Bo? 1 introduces Bo, she was fluent in Bo, and though the language has been closely studied, she was the last few years unable to speak in her mother tongue. So since Bo is not mentioned over here, we cannot use 5 as a precursor to 3. The only precursor to 3 essentially in that entire paragraph is 1 as such. Only 1 can actually precede 3, because in this Boa Senior is given, who Boa Senior was, and she was speaking the last native of the island who was fluent in Bo, and this is then added in 3 you add to that by saying that taking its name from the now extinct tribe. Bo is one of the 10 great Andamanese language which was dating back to the prehistoric, pre-Neolithic human settlement. So 1, 3 essentially forms a pair. 1 tells you that this was she was fluent, Boa Senior was fluent in Bo. Bo is one of the 10 great Andamanese languages. Now essentially Boa Senior was the last person who was speaking Bo. This is introduced in 4, but 4, after 4 essentially we can either put 1, 3, or we can put the fact that Boa Senior is also mentioned over here. So we can either put 1, 3, or we can put 5. So we know that 4 can be either be followed by 1 or 5, because we have to essentially talk about Boa Senior just after 4. But if you put 5 over here, 5 starts with though the language has been closely studied. So this essentially is in continuation with 1, 3 which talks about the Bo language. So 5 should come after 1, 3 as such. So 1, 3 tell you about how the language was, what it derives its name from. Boa Senior was the last person speaking that language, what it derives its name from. And 5 then tells you that in her final year she was not able to speak to anybody else because there was nobody else who was remaining who spoke Bo. So 1, 3, 5 essentially becomes a block. 4 introduces the topic, 1, 3, 5 together tell you how the language disappeared as such. So this can be eliminated. The order of the sentences to form a coherent paragraph becomes 4, 1, 3, 5. 2 which talks about the population collapse is not at all related to the topic of how the Bo language went extinct, how Boa Senior was the last person who spoke the language, how though it was studied, there was nobody else who really spoke it. So all the other sentences speak about the extinction of the language. 2 talks about the general population demographics of the island, which is not related to the extinction of the language as such. So 2 is the odd one out. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Sayali Ma'am. In this OOC para jumble, we are given the following 5 sentences. The first sentence is, although hard skills have traditionally ruled the roost, some companies are moving away from the choosing prospective hires based on technical abilities alone. Companies are shaking off the old definition of an ideal candidate and ditching the idea of looking for a singularly perfect candidate altogether. Now, some job descriptions are frequently asking for candidates to demonstrate soft skills such as leadership or teamwork. That's not to say that practical know-how is no longer required. Some jobs still call for highly specific expertise. The move towards prioritizing soft skills is a natural response to 3 years of pandemic, says a senior recruiter at Sendar FSP. So if you take a look at the sentences, many sentences are talking about how technical skills are required while recruiting, as well as some soft skills are also being required. We see the first introduction to this topic is in 1. We see a link between 1 and 3. So although hard skills have traditionally ruled the roost, now what is the case? Now we are seeing that candidates have to demonstrate soft skills. So earlier condition is given, current condition is given, and therefore these 2 sentences are linked and should come in this order as such. Now 4 is essentially saying that's not to say. So it is saying that it is clarifying that it's not that the harder skill or the technical skills are no longer asked for. Many jobs require very specific technical skills, but soft skills are also given a lot of importance nowadays. So 4 is essentially clarifying what is there in 3. So 1, 3, 4 forms a combination. It forms a group as such. So 1, 3, 4 are definitely part of the paragraph. So 2 and 5 are, one of these 2 is not part of the paragraph. Take a look at 2. 2 talks about companies are shaking off the old definition of an ideal candidate. Could be ideal candidate is no longer somebody who is the most good at the specific skill but also has soft skills, okay, maybe, and ditching the idea of looking for a singularly perfect candidate altogether. Singularly perfect candidate that is not in any way related to the idea of soft skills are also important. Singularly perfect candidate means that instead of looking for one perfect candidate, you are looking for multiple candidates or possibly a candidate which does only one part of the task as such, which has nothing to do with the remaining sentences. So, to essentially introduce is a tangential idea. It goes on a tangential idea of how there might not be one perfect candidate but multiple candidates who together represent a perfect candidate as such. So, 2's idea is actually not in line with what is there in 134. Let's take a look at 5 instead. The move towards prioritizing soft skills is a natural response to 3 years of pandemic, says a senior recruiter at Sedlar FSP. So, 5 explains 134. Now, 5 explains what is the reason behind it. Now, soft skills are super important because of the pandemic. People didn't have any face-to-face time. Now, soft skills have become very important. So, 5 essentially continues with what 134 has said. So, the order should be 1, 3, 4, 5. These are part of the same paragraph. 2, which talks about a tangential idea, is the odd one out. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular para-jumble question, we are given the following sentences. Centuries later, formal learning is still mostly based on reading, even with the widespread use of other possible education affecting technologies such as film, radio and television. One of the immediate and recognizable impacts of the printing press was how people learned. In the scribal culture, it primarily involved listening, so memorization was paramount. The transformation of learners from listeners to readers was a complex social and cultural phenomenon, and it was not until the industrial era that the concept of universal literacy took root. The printing press shifted the learning process as listening and memorization gradually gave way to reading and learning. It no longer required the presence of a mentor, it could be done privately. So, if you can see all the sentences, it is talking about a shift. What is this shift? It is the shift from the scribal culture to the reading culture. So, what is the scribal culture? That is basically one person tells you, it's oral history, somebody tells you who is the mentor will teach you, like you had the Guru Shishya Parampara, one tells you, the other person listens and memorizes as such, and it requires a mentor. This is the kind of teaching we had before the printing presses were there. There would be somebody who would be speaking, the other person would be listening, and that is how knowledge transfer took place. So, in this kind of scribal culture, it involved listening, so memorization was paramount because you had to memorize everything that you heard as such. So, this is the older culture, and this required a mentor as such. What happened when the printing press shifted to the learning process? So, once the printing press came and once you had books, what happened is that you no longer needed a guru or somebody to teach you. You no longer needed a mentor, you could read books. So, this led to a shift to a reading culture. The reading culture was that instead of learning and memorization and listening and memorization, you were like learning to read and learn, and without you do not need a mentor, you could do it it could be done by an individual privately as such. So, this shift is essentially being mentioned. So, if I see 2 and 4, 2 tells you the scribal culture, how the scribal culture was, and 4 tells you the new reading culture that happened after the invention of the printing press. So, 2, 4 together tell you about the shift as such. Let's take a look at 1 and 3. 1 tells you what is the case centuries later. So, this, if you consider chronologically, you should essentially put centuries later at the very end, because chronologically what was the shift would be mentioned, and then what is the case now? The case now, centuries later, formal learning is still mostly based on reading. So, this shift that took place is still in place as such. We still have a reading culture because formal learning is still reading based. So, 1 essentially tells you the now point, this is the past, this is the past. Okay, let's take a look at 3 as such. The transformation of learners from listeners to readers was a complex social and cultural phenomenon, and it was not until the industrial era that the concept of universal literacy took root. So, here you have essentially what happened. So, this shift happened, okay, but this concept of literacy took root really in the industrial era, when there was a concept of universal literacy. So, essentially anybody and everybody should be able to read essentially took place in the industrial era. So, this is essentially after 2-4. This shift happened chronologically. Chronologically, after that, the industrial era happened, where you had the idea take firm root, and then after that, what is the current situation is given in 1. So, this is what happens now. 2 and 4 are what happened at the very start in the past. 3 is the midpoint as such, that this idea really took root in the industrial era. And now what is the case? So the order of the sentences should be 2, 4, 3, 1. This is mostly chronological. So if you understand the chronology of actions that are taking place, it is very easy for you to then unscramble the sentences. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular para-jumble question, we have the following 4 sentences. Veena Sahajwala, a material scientist at the University of New South Wales, believes there is a new way of solving this problem. Her vision is for automated drones and robots to pick out components, put them into a small furnace and smelt them at specific temperatures to extract the metals one by one before they are sent off to manufacturers for reuse. E-waste contains huge quantities of valuable metals, ceramics and plastics that could be salvaged and recycled, although currently not enough of it is. She plans to build micro-factories that can tease apart the tangle of materials in mobile phones, computers and other e-waste. So essentially this paragraph is about how e-waste is not being reused properly, and one woman has the vision of how to actually reuse or essentially recycle the parts of e-waste as such. So firstly, before you actually introduce Veena, we have to essentially first pose the problem that Veena has actually found a solution to. So Veena believes there's a new way of solving this problem. So first we have to put what the problem is. The problem is mentioned in 3. So 3 is the opening sentence. 3 gives you the problem. If you see 1, 2 and 4, they refer to Veena. So they should come after Veena has been introduced in 1. So 1 should be there, where Veena has is posing a solution to the problem. So 3 tells you the problem, Veena is proposing a solution to the problem, and 2 and 4 refer to she and her. So basically it is referring to Veena, so they should definitely come after 1 as such. So therefore 3, 1 should be at the start and 2 and 4 in some order should be at the end. So the order can be 3, 1, 2, 4 or 3, 1, 4, 2. 2, 4 and 4, 2 are basically, they are giving the order in which things have to be done. So in what order will you do? So first you will actually have to establish the micro factories. In those micro factories, you will have to essentially separate the mobile phones, computers and other e-waste. Once you have teased apart the tangle, then you will have automated drones and robots that pick out those components and smelt them at the specific temperatures. So if you just consider the process, what should come first in the process, what should come second in the process? 4 should come first in the process, where you pick apart the components, where you tease apart the tangle of materials as such. So essentially it is telling you what is going to happen. You separate the items, then the drones will pick those components and then smelt them at specific temperatures, and it also gives you the very end of the process. The very end of the process is that you ship it off to the manufacturers. This is the biggest clue that you have to use. Sent off to manufacturers for reuse means that's the end of the process. Because it is the end of the process, 2 should come after 4. So the order should be 3, 1, 4, 2 and not 3, 1, 2, 4. So the correct answer is 3, 1, 4, 2. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. Let us consider the given para summary question. The weight of society's expectations is hardly a new phenomenon, but it has become particularly draining over the recent decades, perhaps because expectations themselves are so multifarious and contradictory. So basically says that society's expectations are nothing new, but they have become so much more of a burden because there are so many expectations. When you have so many expectations, they become an especial burden as such, like a heavy burden. The perfectionism of the 1950s was rooted in the norms of mass culture and captured in famous advertising images of the ideal white American family that now seems self-satirizing. In that era, perfectionism meant seamlessly conforming to values, behavior and appearance, chiseled confidence for men, demure graciousness for women. The perfectionist was under pressure to look like everyone else, only more so. The perfectionists of today, by contrast, feel an obligation to stand out through their idiosyncratic style and wit if they are to gain a foothold in the attention economy. So basically, a point being made over here is that we have a heavy burden of society's expectation. Earlier, and essentially why is this a heavy burden? Because it is varied and contradictory. Now, why is it talking about contradictory? So, it tells you a contradiction as such. So, what is the contradiction? Earlier, in the 1950s or so, the expectation was of perfectionism. So, expectation was of perfectionism and conformism. You should look exactly like everybody else. Every family should look exactly like this. And you are a perfectionist based on how how much you conform to that ideal as such. So earlier expectation was perfectionism and conformism. Now in fact the expectation is reverse. The expectation is that you should be a non-conformist. So new expectation is like a 180-degree turn on the earlier expectation. Now you should like stand out. You should be idiosyncratic, meaning that you should have characteristics that are not there in anybody else. You should stand out by your wit. You should not conform. So now it is like you should be non-conformist and you should stand out in the attention economy. So what is attention economy? That there is very little attention to give, and for people to actually notice you, there should be something different about you. Only then people will notice you. Here you are required to be same as everyone else. Now you have to actually stand out, be different. So this is basically what he says is contradictory. Earlier the expectation was 1. Now there is a 180-degree turn in the expectation as such. And this is essentially what puts a heavy burden on you. How do you actually suddenly try to stand out? And this is like the society's expectation of an individual, which is a heavy burden on the individual. So now that we understand what the paragraph is about, let's take a look at the options. Option A says that the image of perfectionism is reflected in and perpetuated by the media, and people do their best to adhere to these ideals. This is missing on the entire part of how earlier it was a idea of conformism, that you had to look exactly like everybody else, and now it is actually of non-conformism, that you have to actually stand out in the attention economy. Since that part is missing, A can be eliminated. Though long-standing, the pressure to appear perfect and thereby attract attention has evolved over time from one of conformism to one of non-conformism. This is exactly capturing the idea that earlier you were required to look like this ideal, and now with the attention economy, you have to actually stand out. You have to be idiosyncratic. And this change is being captured in option B. So option B is the right answer. Let's take a look at option C and D as well. The pressure to appear perfect has been the cause of tension and conflict because the idea itself has been in a state of flux and hard to define. See, this is a state of flux is true, but it is not a state of flux. It is not like constantly changing. It has changed from A to B. So this is a bit of an exaggeration as such. And this part that it has caused tension and conflict, where is that given? It has been told that it is draining. It is a burden. But conflict, where is conflict coming from? So C can be eliminated. The desire to attract attention is so deep rooted in individual consciousness that people are willing to go to any lengths to achieve it. This idea that it is so deep rooted that people are willing to go to any lengths, this part is completely outside the scope of the paragraph. So D also can be eliminated. B is the right answer. Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular para-summary question, this is a difficult para-summary question and I'll tell you why. First, let's take a look at the paragraph. The paragraph says that gradually life for the island's birds is improving. Antarctic prions and white-headed pestrels, which also nest in burrows, had managed to cling on in some sites while pests were on the island. Their numbers are now increasing. It's fantastic and so exciting, Shaw says. As birds return to breed, they also poo. This adds to the nutrients to the soil, which in turn helps the plants to grow back stronger. Tall plants help burrowing birds hide from predatory skuas. It is a wonderful feedback loop, Shaw says. Today, the pretty paddock that Houghton first experienced has been transformed. The tussock is over your head and you're dodging all these penguin tunnels, she says. The orchid and tiny herb that had been protected by fencing have started turning up all over the place. So first, let us understand the paragraph completely and I'll tell you why this particular para-summary is difficult. If you take a look at the options, each option feels as if it is introducing new information. So I'll actually let us go nicely through the paragraph, understand it completely and then take a look at the options. So firstly, what the paragraph is saying that life is life for the island's birds is improving. So the bird life is improving. Why is the bird life improving? So somehow these birds had been able to cling on to life while the pests had invaded the island. So were on the island meaning that the pests are no longer on the island, and now that the pests are gone, what has happened? The birds have come back in full flow. So because the pests are gone, the numbers of the birds are increasing and there is a positive feedback loop. As the number of birds increases, they poop and their poop is actually good for the plants and the plants are also increasing, and as the plants increase, they provide shelter to the birds. So essentially, birds increase, plants grow stronger, birds increase. So there is a feedback loop in place. So this is the main idea that is being mentioned. This is essentially a description of what has been told earlier. So when you say the pretty paddock that Houghton first experienced, pretty paddock basically means there was a small growth kind of a area where it was not very tall plants or anything of that sort. Now the Houghton says that the tussock is over your head, so the plants have grown very tall as such, and there are tunnels, bird tunnels everywhere as such, penguin tunnels everywhere. And basically, the earlier you had to protect the herbs and the orchids with fencing to prevent them from being removed or being taken down by the pests. Now they are growing wild. So basically, the plants and the bird population has increased quite a bit as such. And this is because the pests have left the island. They were on the island, and now that they have left the island, everything has grown quite a bit. Now, essentially, the only thing that is not very clearly given is that from this were on the island, you have to infer quite a bit of information. But if you are able to zone in that were on the island, then you will be able to identify the correct option. If you are not able to identify the implication of that word, then you will not be able to understand the correct option. So now that we understand the paragraph, let's take a look at the options. There is an increasing number of predatory birds and plants on the island despite the presence of pests, which is a positive development. This part is true. Increasing number of not predatory birds on the island and plants on the island. So this is a distortion. Despite the presence of pests, till this part is correct, but the presence of pests is incorrect. They were on the island, the pests are not there on the island anymore. So this is untrue. In the absence of pests, life on the island is now protected. There has been a revival of a variety of birds and plants. So this is exactly the point being made. Now that the pests are gone, everything is flowering and it is supporting each other. So I would say this is the right answer. Flowering plants, herbs and birds are now being protected on this wonderful Antarctic islands. So it is not that it is now being protected. It is kind of, earlier the orchids and the herbs had to be fenced in. They had to be protected. Now they are growing wild, which means that they are growing on their own. The life number of birds are increasing on their own. It is now kind of in a positive increasing loop as such. It is not because of protection. It is just basically that bird life and plant life has essentially recuperated. And that point is missing. So C is incorrect. There is a huge positive transformation of the ecosystem of the island when brought under environmental protection. It is not about environmental protection. It is basically that the pests are gone. There is a resurgence of bird life and plant life. And the point that there is a resurgence of bird life and plant life is missing in option D. The very important part is missing in option D. So option B is the right answer.
We at Cracku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.